brings to the game. That's slow. We saw it come out a lot in the game and really facilitate a lot more kills in a fight that people would have gotten away if they did not have him as well. You know, Vayne, the facilitator of the chase down as well, but that leaves her alone by herself. Ooh. And they will ban Anivia. They do not want Fnatic to get Anivia. They did have him last time on MoMA, and we'll have to see what they can do with this as a Mumu goes down again, and there it is. Again, they take the tanky jungle, and it's going to be very effective.
Yeah,
Lamia going back for the Ashe as they do not want AAA to get that once again.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, the stab for that one champion that's strong but not super impactful, like Malzahar, you know, could be arguably the best mage. Sure, he does a lot of damage, but he's not like, I have Malzahar, I changed the game. Like, he's strong, but I don't think he's a first pick type champion. Jarvan the same way. You know, I understand him for the counter strat, but with Warwick still in there, basically, like you're not cornering junglers that much. Right. You're not really, you know, checkmating your opponent. You know, certainly with ban strategies you can checkmate. If you're the first pick, you can checkmate, you know, a strong support, a strong carry, a strong mage, and whatnot. Ooh, and they're actually going to grab Karthus for PK, so we're already going to see a large number of different picks right here. And with all the mages still in play, they're just going to go, oh, I guess with Anivia out of play, they're going to go for that Karthus. And, you know, Anivia is a counter to Karthus. That in one of the post-game interviews, you know, they're talking about, you know, my goal is to run in there, turn on my E, and die as Karthus. But, you know, Anivia and Gragas and Janna, they forced me back. They forced me into these bad situations where I couldn't use it the same way. They separated us out. But now with Anivia gone, they're like, no. Karthus is the right pick for us. And Ashe, I cannot question it at all. Ashe, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I'd like to really point out is, you know, how I said before that when they switched up the lanes, it was great putting Anivia against Malzahar, because Malzahar's fine. You know, initial focus is that if somebody's at 75 or 50% health, he can quickly null zone and throw the ult on with Malefic Visions and do so much damage. But that would only put Anivia to egg and simply be able to get away after that as Malzahar waits for his cooldown. So that's a really, really good counter lane right there, because, you know, Malzahar works and gets most of his kills in mid lane by just throwing that spell combo out, and it would just be a waste on Anivia, and it would probably be, you know, the operation for a gank setup for against All Authority on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the other big things is that, you know, his poke range is really long, but his actual engagement range on Malzahar is not that big, such that Anivia can actually walk up, use RE, and get that spam done. And as soon as he has Golem buff on his Anivia, he can do that with impunity and really zone him out. Now, by that point in the game, by the 7-minute mark when the Golem respawns, Malzahar's going to be closer and closer to level 9. And once you hit like 7, QE will full clear a mini wave for you if you cast it right, especially with a Voidling out there. And again, Aurelia going to be picked up. Lina going to grab Corki. The rest of these picks over here, Cyanide, you know, going to be jungling with Warwick most likely. I don't think it's going to be Lane Wick. Sona is the support pick. So again, Janna and Sona, the supports that get grabbed for the game. Ashe and Corki, the range DPS on both sides. Aurelia getting picked once more. Malzahar getting picked once more. Jarvan picked once more. A lot of these are the same champions, but we see Warwick picked instead of banned. And with Anivia out of the fray, we have Malzahar joining that one. So we're going to have one more pick in here. It could be a brand for Shushe. We're going to see what that last pick is. Otherwise, we're going to see an almost exact mirror match. Except with, you know, the picks sort of pushed around a little bit. And it is brand, so the same basically 16 champions are in the fray, with the exception of what was banned instead of Anivia last time?
You caught me off guard.
Yeah. Oh, it was. So Warwick came in. Yeah. So Warwick was played when
Warwick
Anivia
was
banned.
And now that he's not banned, yes, definitely
what
going to the hands
was
of
Karthus replacing
Cyanide.
though? Because Karthus wasn't played or banned. So what is he replacing there?
PK was Malzahar.
Yeah.
I don't remember whether Momo was Anivia on that side. So we will have to see in the game.
Rammus
what? That's right. Cyanide was forced to go Rammus. It did not work out for them. He's going to go for the initiation and suppress. That is with Warwick on Cyanide. Lamia with Ashe. Shushe again with Brand. He did have a very good game. His team not able to really work around the range of that Seer. He was usually getting people outside the range that they required. They saw that top fight really go in their favor the one time when he was able to grab Janna, as that was Kuja trying to get away in that fight. So he's really a disabler as people are trying to get away. As long as there aren't too many minions around, he's able to do a good job. And look at the amount of teleports we're running
they've got
against
two.
All Authority side.
That's because of Malzahar.
Yes.
When you have Malzahar, you run teleport and you get those free, you know, free ganks with that suppression. And Soaz, of course, has been running teleport all day on Aurelia. And this is going to be an exciting, very gank-heavy, very action-packed AAA team. And Fnatic, you know, they don't have Janna. They have Karthus for the global presence, which is good, but I mean, they have Karthus Ashe. They can initiate from across the map. But, of course, with Moment and Soaz, they can initiate from across the map with Summoner Teleport. So there could be a lot of action out of nowhere all the time. And I'm calling it now. We're going to miss some kills. There's a bunch of globals here. Sorry.
Yeah, they're going to be teleporting all over, and that really gets discouraging, as you know, your guy could disappear into the bush for a second, and he's just hanging out grabbing experience, and then he shows up on the bottom of the map, and everybody's like, Mia? Where'd that come from? And you realize that there's so many wards all over, and Kuja does such a good job of keeping at least 3 to 4 wards on him at all times, and they are really going to focus on that. We're going to see the war game of Against All Authority coming out on top of this one, so get your notebooks out, and we'll see what they have to do as they now go for game point versus Fnatic. Against All Authority and Fnatic to go head-to-head here as we jump to the splash screen. The player's about to load in, and let's get this game going, Freak.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. And the funny thing about this is as soon as someone stepped into the brush, you have to be like, MEA Aurelia. When she stepped into the brush, oh, God, she's not here anymore. No! That's like
so
a permanent
sorry.
Evelyn.
I'm so sorry.
It's like this is 6th player, Evelyn, running around, ready to stun you out of nowhere, and that's going to be the entire gameplay. And that is so strong for AAA. I mean, Teleport, such an underrated summoner spell, so incredibly powerful, and it's going to make something out of nothing constantly.
You know, this is Melisande actually having to grab that Oracle quite early again, and that's the reason. And hopefully he doesn't lose it this time. The 400 gold is quite an investment, especially for the support to use, usually getting the gold per time items. And he did have, I believe, 2 of those last time of Heart of Golds. And we'll have to see. And let's get this match started underway. Going to be your final matchup between Against All Authority and Fnatic. Here we go. Let's make some noise for these 2 teams.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. The do or die game, the one grand final game left. AAA Against All Authority versus Fnatic. And this is the grand finals, $100,000 prize pool up for grabs, 50 grand to that top team. And this next hour means everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Means $50,000.
Yep. Wow.
And the right to be Season 1 champions. Definitely a lot of history being made here today. League of Legends Season 1 finally coming to an end. One of the biggest prize purses we see in esports. It has been done before, and we're going to do it again most likely, as you know, this is all for the community, and we're definitely showing that esports is one of the biggest things in the world to come about here into fruition, and it just creates such a great community for everybody around. Warwick just dancing around the bush. That's one of my favorite dances. Cyanide just throwing it out there.
Cyanide putting out the thriller right there. Looks like AAA did not want to be part of that dance party, although, you know, Aurelia has that really glorious dance with the blade spinning around. It's really cool, but not going to get that one. Down at the bottom lane, actually, they're going to help Linak with the Golem. I don't know if they're worried about Warwick doing a counter jungle. Actually, oh, wow, for the first time, we're actually going to have an invasion here from Fnatic. They're going to smite steal one of those Wraiths, most likely. There's a spam. Lots of AoE coming in from these guys, and with W, they're going to pick down that Wraith camp. That's just going to really, really hurt Jarvan's jungle. He's going to start with these golems, and he's going to have to deal, actually going E first, going to have to deal with not having a Wraith camp. That's going to really hurt his jungle speed.
Yeah, it is definitely going to hurt, and he actually did not use his smite, so he's going to be able to go around the jungle. Cyanide did not. No, yes, Jarvan did.
Oh, yeah.
Cyanide was able to get a few lay wastes from Karthus. He was able to get out of that one, and he probably will use the smite here on blue. It's going to be Karthus versus Aurelia in the middle. That's Soaz and XPK. Malzahar versus Brand up top. Moma versus Shushe. And we have, again, the supports, Melisande and Lamia as the carry on Ashe, and Jarvan, Linak. Again, it's such an early movement by Linak to continue to do this with Jarvan.
Yeah, that's really aggressive for him. Now, the thing to realize is that these teams have switched sides. Okay, here we go. Some aggression from Linak. The knock up is good, but he whiffs it onto Lamia Zell, which means he's going to be able to get away with 300 health left. But the thing is, he's laid with Sona, and Sona can heal him up. She's got that the regeneration pendant of Fairy Charm. That's the one. Has got wards and health potion as well. Going to be pretty safe there. That 6-second cooldown on the 35-point heals. Not a lot, but it's going to add up over time. Lamia Zell will be able to get some healing as well from her auto attacks. 3% lifesteal going to add up over time. She's going to be safe here. And it's interesting because we have the Sona Ashe versus Janna Corki as before, the exact same way. And let's see what we end up doing with this. Although, again, Fnatic MSI going to be the top right-hand side. They've got the red health bars this time. Purple minions and turrets, and they're in the top right. They are the winner bracket champions, but now it doesn't matter anymore. These teams have split 2 games apiece throughout this entire tournament, and this 5th game of these teams meeting is going to determine everything else, how these teams split up the rest of the money. Yeah, the European metagame absolutely showing true and shining through here this weekend at the League of Legends Season 1 Championship. It seems that NA has a little bit to learn. They played amazing games and were able to come out very strong. They did not go down without a fight, and they were definitely contenders in the tournament. But the last blood
always to be given to Fnatic and AAA on this, as we see them in the finals here. A lot of damage being done up top as they just keep pushing these minions in. Not so much of the champions, but the pushing being done here by Moma. The damage by Shushay trying to get these minions back into a position he wants to be able to farm in. And right there is really where you want to keep them. If your minions can keep it there, you have beautiful defense from your turret, as well as able to attack. So you see bottom pushing quite hard as well. Jarvan is going through the jungle, continuing to farm up as he see if Linak comes out for another early try for the gank. It's going to be quite tough. These lanes are quite pushed at this point in time.
Yeah, and Shushay trying to do what harass he can against Moma at the top lane. Moma at 22, Shushay at 21, so they're laning roughly equivalently. That Brand versus Malzahar. It looks like Warwick actually might come in for some harassment. Moma could get caught. Clairvoyance is out, and he's going to keep moving in. Let's see if he can grab this. Moma has been spotted.
He does land the seer. They're going for the attack, and they will be able to take it down. Shushay picking up the first kill, and it is going to be a little bit of a change from last time. Shushay was the first one to go down, and he's going to repay that favor and be the first blood. Great job by Fnatic, and they start this game off on top.
Yeah, that's really nice right there. It's one of the few mages who actually have a stun early on in that game. Certainly Annie has that one from her passive as well, but that's really the only mage I can think of offhand who stuns early on in the game. Certainly Swain has a root, things like that, but an actual stun, those are a little bit rare, and he still has that AoE spam prowess. It's very interesting that, you know, Europe is all about Brand, and North America seems to be all about Annie, so going to see how those duel off over time. Of course, both fire-based mages for those who care, and yeah, we'll see how this ends up playing out. Yellowstar going to last hit some minions right now, going to let those pull back towards his turret, going to keep him safer there, and he's going to be doing all right for now. He's got the Doran's Blade in hand. He's going to be pretty happy with this.
Let's see what happens here. Jumping in, we do have a lot of aggression towards Lamia here, as he does not turn around to fire that volley. He is going to try to get a slow on Kujay as he continues to push on there, giving a little bit of speed to Yellowstar and helping to slow down Ashe as she tried to run away. Smart move as she turned around and used her own utility to slow down Kuja to end that. And no real damage being done down there. It looks like Jarvan wants something here. He does have that blue down. If Karthus overextends just a little bit, he will be able to walk out and do a lot of damage here. So as also with a flash on. Jarvan with a flash as well. That's flash and smite. And we'll have to see how he pulls this one off. As XPK is staying pretty close to his lane, as you usually see the mid lane kind of going up, going down. See if they can get a little bit of vision on those back two lanes to keep themselves safe. But it looks like Jarvan is just going to come out here. The lane presence will let XPK know that things may go down later in the game, and you better be careful of how far you push up my Soaz.
Indeed, so Fnatic going to be continuing to last hit at bottom lane. Look at the gold up top. 7.4 versus 8.4, so that first blood definitely giving them quite the advantage. 900 gold up, and the aggression once more onto Ashe, scrolling up as we see Lemmy Zealot getting down to about half health. But of course, Sona can sustain that, and Yellowstar actually taking a lot of damage back. So, and you know, Janna is not a healer, so Yellowstar actually will push back into the base and heal as they're going to wait. Ashe is going to last hit pretty much all these minions at this turret. Actually, no, a lot of them actually getting snuck through by this turret. Going to pick up one there with volley, but that's a little bit unfortunate. Fnatic could have really used that extra gold there with Corki out of the lane. They really want Ashe to get as much farm as possible, you know, unpressured whatsoever.
Yeah, all lanes pretty much in a good laning phase at this point. After that kill, they're kind of sitting back a little bit, letting the jungles go through. A lot of wards going down in the jungle. We're going to check out Kuja's build right now, and he has set all of his down, as well as there is 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 wards on the side of Fnatic, and they're going to try to control this as much as possible at this point in time, as they did not have too much control earlier in the game, but we probably will see Kuja picking up an Oracles quite soon.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I wanted to clear out on Soaz's build. He did max W, in fact. That is how he lanes with Aurelia, so that's what he picked up there. Shushay almost definitely maxing W. Going to check that in a sec. Well, there's like some aggression coming through on mid, but yeah, Shushay's build is max W. Okay, great. That's out of the way. Moving back into the lane as he's going to meet up against Malzahar a little bit right there. The minions are getting kind of low on both sides. Basically, both mages just spamming down on these guys. Top has some fighting there. Aurelia chasing PK into the turret. Looks like PK's going to be safe for now. He has that catalyst, so next time he levels up, he'll gain a nice bit of health. He's healing right now on some potions. He's got another 2 in the inventory. It's going to be pretty much nice for him, but Soaz doing a pretty good job zoning him out, trying to pick up these minions, and going to do a good job there. Is level 7, and PK back up above half health, and going to use E and Q to spam these minions down. Pink spam going off on Noma. They want to go for this. Warwick could come around the side, use that ult, suppress him. Ashe will whiff.
Yeah, very nice try there. Jarvan kind of could have taken that to the back of the head if he didn't really see it coming. He was able to move out of the way of that. And looks like Warwick will slowly make his way up top to see if they can get something down on Sawas. And looks like he is farming quite diligently at this point. Not really seeing him come through. Do not know if they know he has a ward in the bush. Lowering the magic resistance as he walks through the Karthus wall. Will they go for the attack as Momo comes up from middle, laying down the null zone, forcing him back. The Aurelia ultimate having great range, and they're able to push them way back to the turret. A little zone out on some of the minions right here. They won't be able to get too many last hits as they start to go and push towards the turret, slowing that down. A very nice job by Karthus. There's a lot coming out of there. Can she get a few more ultimates down? Getting stunned up there, and she took a lot of damage, but the ultimate able to heal her up a good amount. A very nice job and nice try there to get another kill and even it up at 1-1. Sawa is now forced to back Moma as he takes top. Jarvan will take up mid to soak up some experience. He actually backs as well, so I think it's going to be Yellow Star to do that for Moma.
Yeah, good play overall. A lot of flashes getting used to get this out of position. You know, Aurelia playing a little bit too aggressively. I think they ended up missing some of the coordination with Moma. He was close by in that first fight. They had to run away from him. And then he kind of looped around the rocks, and he wasn't in range again when Aurelia jumped on to that Karthus. Karthus did most of the damage by being in melee range, spamming E and Q onto Aurelia. And Moma should have been able to capitalize on that, but simply wasn't close enough to the fight, wasn't able to do much about it. He did use teleport to get in there, but it just simply wasn't quite enough. Or at least used it recently. Sorry, I couldn't really count on the cooldown so much. It's about a quarter of the way done. Certainly used it recently. And unfortunately, it didn't really get anything out of this. AAA has not picked up a kill yet in this game, despite those teleport gank availabilities.
Playins going down in mid. He misses the Ablaze. There was a ping onto Dragon. They want to make sure they have ward control on that. We see Kuja putting one down, so that could possibly be a fight. And see where he placed that ward. He did not place it really in front of Dragon. So if they begin to go for it, the person that teleports in will not be seen right away, and that is awesome because they're going to be able to do a lot of damage coming out unseen as they think, you know, it's going to be a 2v2 fight. Now you have a 4v2 fight as they have the two teleports on the team.
But for the next 3 minutes, they won't have to worry about Karthus doing it. Or sorry, Malzahar doing it, but Soaz coming around to, I think, place a ward down as they have all timed out in the river. She's going to check this brush, going to come on down, plant that one. There you go. Going to be fighting against Karthus some more. PK coming close by, will drop that wall down, sees that no one else coming to gank except Aurelia. The ward coverage is so strong for AAA, but they're spending all their gold on it, which is making them a bit poor, so they don't get any kills or stop any deaths with those wards. They've just spent hundreds and hundreds more gold, and it's going to be a little bit hurtful for them.
We'll see PK kind of moving around here. It looks like he will go to place his own ward. They kind of just set it right next to each other. We see that a lot, the placement of the wards being the same by both teams. It's just a really good area. It covers if they're coming out of their blue area. It covers if they're coming out of that tri-bush up top, and if they're going to go ahead and enter that top bush as well. Karthus looking to kind of hide in the bush and grab XP as he's there. And Sona going back down to help Ashe, Melisande to meet up with Lamia on the bottom. Jarvan continuing to move through his jungle as Warwick comes out of base, and he has red buff. Usually going to initiate right after getting that. You know, you want to put that to use, and a good amount of wards and CB being used right now to make sure there is enough room to push and enough room to be safe in anything they want to initiate on.
Yeah, now let's see. It's, you know, AAA at the bottom lane is just purely all about the farm. Nothing really major has happened in this lane. I mean, there've been the in-lane skirmishes, but Lamia Zealot continually getting regenerated by Melisande Sona. Yellow Star just getting shields going. Mass Doran's Blades really going for a sort of a aggressive build where he's got a lot of damage and durability. Can really, you know, push his weight around. Even but here comes a gank from Soaz onto XPK. Not really a gank, but a push in lane. Doing some decent damage there, getting him down to half, but PK with that Catalyst still, next level will gain a bunch of health back.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of keeping a lane presence there up top. PK able to stay in. They're both level 10. It looks like everybody now, Sona, Melisande, just grabbing that ultimate. Kuja actually level 7, so he's had his for one level. 6 to 10 is the spread on the levels between Fnatic, and it looks like PK could go down. He will flash away, and Saha's just not having enough mana to finish that kill off. He could have had it if he had a full ult and was just able to throw all of those out. It looks like there was going to be some movement from bottom. They are going to return to the lane now as Yellow Star and Kuja kind of disappeared into the river at the top. Maybe there was a dragon going on. Nobody knows. But now that they're back down bottom, the laning phase continues normally there. Brand kind of making a move here. They do see that Jarvan is somewhat out of position. Brand's like, hey, double buff. I kind of want that. that. But Warwick is really in no position with Aurelia there to begin the fight, and everybody will just digress from that as they go back to their lanes. Bottom being pushed quite big. Kuja getting a level up right there, so he's now level 8, and they just keep pushing these lanes. Very passive lanes, a little bit aggressive. Still 1-0, 13 minutes into the game. 0 turrets have been taken, and there's only about 500 in gold in difference between Against All Authority and Fnatic. Fnatic being the one up 500 gold.
Yeah, and that is with the first blood credit as well, which means that as far as laning is concerned, AAA is getting themselves closer and closer to this equal mark right there. It was much farther apart a little while ago, so they're keeping up in this game so far. Malzahar is dead. Yet Brand and Warwick have kills and assists respectively, but looks like a big push coming through on mid. PK leading the way, Warwick and Brand coming right behind. Fnatic gonna maybe go for the first turret kill of the game. No one is right there to defend them just yet. We've got Aurelia coming from top, Jarvan coming from the jungle. This turret is low, but they must back off now. They've got to be afraid as they came and got pinched on from all sides. They pull that back before they get jumped on. But that damage on that turret is not going to be healed, so they're going to have a good chance at keeping that one alive. Sorry, taking that one off before too long.
Yeah, still leading the 3v2 in mid. Sao's getting taken out a little bit with that Seer and was not able to participate in the fight. A little lay waste underneath, changes her idea. And we got a good push on bottom here. The ultimate of Sona used to save everybody, and we will see that will assist Yellow Star, or not assist Yellow Star, assist Ashe being able to get out of that. Lamia saving, as well as Sona Melisande being able to get out of that situation. And a good 2v1 situation still in mid as they are beginning to go for Dragon here. There is some ward control. You can see the red dot over Kuja's head, and they are looking to make something happen here. Warwick going out. Looks like they were able to get out of that as Warwick did not really suppress with his ultimate. The Janna ult coming out. Yellow Star just staying alive, but he will go down by the hands of XPK there, as you see. And it looks like Fnatic is going to be doing a lot of damage as XPK picking up a double kill now. And Fnatic is really taking control of this fight. A third kill coming out of the hands of XPK for the triple. And we will see that Moma and Kuja are forced to back up. Kuja not with that Oracles yet, and we can see that it definitely affected them there.
Yeah, beautiful play with these guys on AAA. They a lot of it was Shushay, who was in there, got the ultimate off, got ulted by Jarvan, and was like, boop, flash. Yeah. Got over the wall, survived with less than 100 health, and then, with the burst gone, PK was like, yo, dog, I'm Karthus. I have mana, I have damage output, and crushed that fight out really, really strong. Didn't even use the ultimate and still got 3 kills just with Q and E. That's hitting everyone. Ashe is in there for a grand total of 1 assist, but hey, the helping hand is nice. Going to actually sell out a ward to buy a new item, it seems, and that's going to be a BF sword for her.
Yeah, that's a good sell, I'd say.
Yeah.
There's some sells you don't want to do, but when you get the best friend sword, it's a really good sell. So is Shushay going to be going around here, possibly, most likely taking this blue. Sona's not going to really need it over the amount of damage Brand can do. And cooldowns is a very big thing. Having a lot of mana and cooldowns means you do more damage. Not a lot of people take that into consideration. They just think, hey, I have more cooldowns. More cooldowns means you can cast a lot faster, and in a 1v1 situation, you're going to be able to put out a lot more damage. And we're going to see Brand being able to do that now against Aurelia in mid. And it looks like Karthus will be able to do a good amount of damage, up to about 300, actually 700 damage done to that turret at this point. And they won't be able to take it down. So Siege Minion's able to take up to like 6 or 8 shots from the turret. Malzahar focusing on that one first with Malefic Visions to stop that turret from taking a good amount of damage. As everybody, again, back to their laning phase, and really not a lot of jungle roaming going on right now, or power in numbers. A lot of 1v1 fights. We just saw that big fight going in favor of Fnatic where they picked up 3 kills, all for XPK, and definitely not the person you want to be getting these kills. And it looks like we may have some movement towards that top lane.
Yeah, and even though those fights are going so well for Fnatic, they're up 1,200 gold. 4-0, 1,200 gold is not that massive, actually. The 4-0 is big, but the fact that it's only, that much gold, less than 5% difference, or, about 5% difference, that's really, really small. These teams are still almost equally stacked right now. Certainly Malzahar can start blowing people up. PK loves to play tanky with his mage. He's getting Mercury Treads on the Rod of Ages. He's going for Rileys as well on that Karthus loves to play tanky. He's going to take, a lot of the fire there and not blow up immediately, which is going to help Shushay a lot, actually, who's playing on Brand. And here comes some battles over to the right-hand side. So as taking a volley to the face, yes, he'll be okay. PK and Shushay still really want to push on that top lane. They're going to go for it once more. No one is there to defend that. So it does have someone to teleport. And actually, it looks like it's going to be Moment who's going to just give that one away.
A very big chase down here past the turret. They've really zoned out Fnatic on being able to stop that one, and it looks like against all odds we'll be able to tie the turret score at 1-1 here at 18 minutes and 30 seconds into the matchup. Top Malzahar is being thwarted into the bush, trying to lose the vision, but Clairvoyance goes down. The null zone is missed, and he may be able to flash out of this one, taking a lay waste, but he lives with just about 100 HP left. It's going to be a big focus fight here, and it looks like Karthus will be ulted on. He is still alive, and he will be able to cast for an amount of time. Will Sowers go down? Momo will definitely go down. Sowers living, and Warwick could come in with the suppression. Will he be able to take him out? Popped up, and he stops the Warwick ultimate. Cyanide being thwarted right inside the turret range. Will he be able to take him out? Was this a bad decision for Cyanide? And a beautiful job by Linnak coming in to save the life of Aurelia. Amazing gameplay and team communication there in top lane.
Yeah, that was really, really glorious. And even all the while, AAA Yellow Star pushing mid lane, doing some nice damage. Still with Sheen and Doran's Blade has had those for the last 7 minutes or so. Big One Missile coming out, continuing to spam down on these minions. And yeah, it's not really happy for Ashe. He would probably lose a 1v1 if Corki had mana. The fact that he doesn't means he's just an auto attack bot. And they're pretty actually equally matched in those roles. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. Certainly, Yellow Star farming out lots of minions. You can see. He's got 183 to Ashe's 130. Yeah, that's a gold difference there. That's a bit of a differential, I think.
Just a tad.
Just a little. So, Fnatic, Sona alone. Soaz could jump for this. Will not quite jump out of melee. Someone was close, but because she didn't have boots. She didn't have boots. Could get chased down.
Yeah, going for that gold per time item, the Heart of Gold, as doesn't obviously not getting a lot of kills. The European game for supports is, like Daniel Xenon said, is really not to have almost any by the end of the game. Usually it's around 30 or 15 to 30, and that means that your support is really getting the money that they need, the last hits that they need, and you can see both bottom supports do have the greater amount of creep score in the game, and as you said, Corki just dominating on that at this point. Jarvan going ahead and going to grab his blue. I don't think that's going to be any donation, as he will be picked. Actually, yes, he will. He is waiting for it. It seems like Malzahar to come up. Yes, very nice job. He's going to continue to run that blue around until he comes, usually taking the damage. It won't do much for him. Null Zone able to take down blue buff, and Malzahar will comfortably move around the map. Very good play by Against All Authority now, starting to come back after that 3-kill fight, or a 2-kill fight, as it is 5-3 now at 20 minutes as we press that 21-minute mark. Only 300 gold separates these teams.
Wow, 300 gold after all that. The first blood, the turret kills, the dragon, everything.
Yeah.
300 gold apart. These teams could not be, I mean, I guess they could be, it could be 0 gold, but I mean, for the most part, could not be more equally stacked right now. This Aurelia actually sitting with the Phage and actually going for a Wit's End early. Definitely anti-magic right here, and wow, Fnatic for a dragon will ward down. They have the oracles on Melisson. Pink ward comes down. That means they can clear this ward out pretty safely, and Fnatic must face check that pressure through that ward. That's really powerful for AAA. Even without oracles, they can have ward control. And let's see what they can do here. The walls are out. Looks like they're going to play safe. So I was going to back off. And wow, Fnatic's just going to go for that.
Yep.
And AAA's going to go for a turret instead.
Yeah.
That's pretty smart.
Well, gold for gold there, and it's going to be experienced. The Ashe arrow coming out, hitting, and we are going to have to see who takes the brunt of this force. A lot of damage going down to XPK. Karthus is put out of the fight already. They're going to have to get out of that wake and try to fight separately from that, which will separate the team. Karthus out coming down, doing a ton of damage. Moma focused on this one. He does have the blood scent on. Warwick able to get there. Moma trying to do something, but he goes down as you saw Warwick take him, and the blood scent is just going to stop. A very nice sear through the side of the wall from Shushay. Great skill shot direction and very nice reflexes to get that kill in their favor, leaving only 2 members of Against All Authority up in a 3v2 battle. You know, Fnatic still lost some there, but the gold advantage really going in favor of Fnatic on that one. And now it's only worth in between 100 as the dragon was taken, the turret was taken, and those kills with people having a few kills in a row, you're going to be worth more money, and that's really what's just making this game so close. 8-5 is the overall kill score now. Corki, Yellow Star getting back in the game in the next 3 seconds. Everybody's going to be back to full 5, and we will have more action for you as they return to the lane phase. Brand up top trying to save the turret. Shushay just doing what he can to build himself up. He has a blasting wand and the needlessly large rod, so we're going to see that Rabadon's coming out quite quickly with the Banshee's Veil finish from that Catalyst Protector, and there is the Rabadon's, and he goes for the ability tome. So AP just really are going to be big for 258 for Brand.
Yeah, so let's see, you're right. 400 gold now separating the teams. Looks like Fnatic picked up a good number of gold in the middle there. Oh, wow. AAA will actually steal the golem away, though, so smart by them. Will get one of those main advantages. Looks like they're going to run down and grab Blizzard buff as well for Corki. Yellowstar actually not going Trinity, or not going Manamune, but just a fast Trinity Force. Sold one of the Dorn's way to help complete that. I think that's a really smart idea, is when you have a big fry like Triforce, you do not want to delay that by any means. You never know when a team is going to show up and do something to you. So Yellowstar wearing a Lizard buff. Looks like that Lizard's going to go over to Cyanide, and they're not going to actually donate that to Ashe. Actually, no, they are not going to donate to Ashe, so Ashe will be by herself just for standard slow abilities. That's fine. She has Infinity Edge, so the two range carries from both teams have completed their first major core item, Infinity Edge on Ashe, Trinity Force on Corki. They cost almost the exact same, and Fnatic still getting ready to do some awesome stuff. This turret is so low, and AAA actually gave it away. They actually could have stopped that, but the Ashe arrow coming by. Wow. Here comes the team on the left-hand side, and that is damage on the Corki. Corki will fall. Fnatic going to keep trying to chase down. Will they be able to catch up on Kuja? A slow will land, but up there is Jarvan. He's going to try to blow up Melisande. Can he get it? He's got Oracle. He's getting healed by himself. Yes, Fnatic will pick that one up. Lenny is out kind of low. Leonard going to be saved by Janna, but the rest of the team coming in. Shushe going to not hit a W. Going to keep chasing down to Soaz, but Soaz looks pretty safe right now. 1 kill per side. Yellowstar dying is not great, but they did manage to kill the Oracles off of Melisande, so even though that global gold looks about 1,000 apart, addition 400 on the Oracles is harsh right there. Janna has not died and has not bought Oracles, but the Sona has died, and that was a death with an Oracle, so that is another free 400 gold on one side, the other has not spent.
Fnatic with pretty good lane dominance right now with the amount of minions they have pouring out of their base. Top lane seems to be pushed pretty good as they have another minion wave just cresting the bend at the top left of the map that's going to stop any of the minions from coming out on against all authority side. So they definitely have some time to go for the split push if they want to. That bottom turret is actually taking no damage, so it's not going to be too big of a focus at this point as Fnatic just looks for the next team fight and really getting a lot of help from Melisande with the burst heal and the Oracles to now clear out the map going over, and yes, we do see Kuja has grabbed that Oracle. The tables will be turned on the next teleport fight that Against All Authority can really initiate. That is where they are shining, and that is where they're able to shut down the Fnatic offense during these fights.
Yeah, so let's see what these guys can do. Fnatic is ready to go in up against the Baron, actually. They're going to clear out some wards. Actually, there aren't any there. The Clairvoyants did reveal where they were. That is fine, but they're in pretty good shape as soon as Melisande reveals that ward, and looks like that will happen. So Fnatic in great shape once more. They are ahead by about 400 gold, and they're going to start taking on to this Golem. So both sides actually will have gotten a Golem steal if this does pull on through. AAA, they're getting ready to push through to mid. They don't care about Golem, they care about killing turrets, and that's going to be pretty strong. No, they will turn back and actually go for the block on this. Looks like Warwick is going to get the credit there. And this could be a team fight very, very shortly. Rockets coming out from Corki. And they're getting ready to finish it. The wall comes out. The arrow's going to land on a Yellowstar. He will not cleanse it. And here comes the fight. Jarvan in the middle, jumping onto Warwick, getting pushed back. PK getting pressurized right there. Yellowstar getting the credit there. They're going to jump onto this Aurelia will die. The Cardinals are going off. Not getting a kill, but getting them low. Can they pick up Moma? He is the one in front, but wow, Shushe dropping to Moma. And now Cyanide having to run away. Leonak doing a good job here. They are still chasing down. Janna getting the slow off. They're trying to run away. 1 kill versus 2. AAA did come out ahead there, bringing that now 300 gold in their favor. They're now winning this game, and this is one of the first few times they've had that this game, so this game could not be more close. 27 minutes in, 8-10 the kill score, 400 gold separate these teams.
Now about a minute and we're going to see Dragon come back up again. Melisande looking for any wards to see if that is going to assist Against All Authority from coming in and trying to take that away from them. They do have time to back. Melisande will do that. Probably going to pick up Mana Crystal. Definitely trying to finish some of the items that he has. And we're going to see with Cyanide just clearing the top lane here. Janna going into her jungle. Kuja trying to clear out some wards here. And we'll see what Sona picked up. She did not. She actually grabbed a different item, not the Mana Crystal, and they're going to be continuing to return to lane. XPK farming up with his Wake, and we are going to see them congregating in mid here as they gather together, pushing up the top, or pushing up to the middle of the lane and really towards the breach. The arrow goes out, and that was kind of out in the open. Soaz had a lot of time to see that arrow. Not too bad. The Ashe arrow does come up quite quickly. It's only about a 60-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's 75, just to correct you real quick, just saying. But Ashe going for the Phantom Dancer pretty soon is almost close on that Zeal. They will get a turret out of this, so Fnatic putting themselves back into the lead just ever so slightly. They do have the Oracles back onto Melisande. That is going to be fine. And they're going to move over and check for Dragon. And Dragon is, of course, up. It's going to be really great for Fnatic. They've equalized. Actually, they've come ahead in turrets 3-2 and now going to take a Dragon to give themselves a nice lead here by over 1,000. And there we go. They're going to get that one for free. They're going to have to be careful. That wall is down from Karthus. That will separate AAA and make them not chase down. They're going to get their own Golem now here. That is good for them. They're really going to need that one. And that's going to be going to Shushay, most likely on brand.
Pushing in middle here. They do not like the fact that they lost that Dragon again. Last time they lost the Dragon, they went straight for a turret, and it seems like they're going to do the same thing again as they force their way to top. That turret has taken about 500 damage already, and they're going to see what they can do with a nice minion wave right at the bend of the river. I believe they will be able to take this turret, as Fnatic is quite out of place. They got some people backing. It looks like Sona is going to move through the jungle as Melisande and Lamia try to clear out some wards here. Lamia will take his red buff, and they will be able to take this top turret quite handily as they gain themselves 150 gold, and that will pretty much rebuttal the Dragon right there. They're only 300 gold apart right now, a 3-3 on the turrets. We're coming up to a 30-minute mark in this game. An amazing second game, as they have all shown to be really intense, and nothing to be wasted here. Everybody's leaving everything on the battlefield, and everyone is going to be playing 110% of confidence, and this is just either team's game. Like we said, match point here in the Season 1 championship. One of these teams is taking home $50,000.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Certainly they are at least all guaranteed second place, but this is going to be super, super close. This is, I think, the closest we've actually seen. We're actually kept neck and neck the entire time. The advantages evaporated within 4 minutes every time they were built. And, I mean, I can't call this one anymore. I thought it was going to be Fnatic easily, but not a chance. It's going to be so incredibly hard fought. You have no idea.
Yeah, they're both doing a really good job of controlling their lanes. Fnatic has a pretty good push game going on. All turrets are almost dropped identically, but that bottom turret for Against All Authority is still standing with just about 100 HP on it. Still 0 actually gold is in difference right now between the teams. Both have 40,200 gold, and we will see what they can do as they begin to move in. Most of the items being finished here. The Infinity Edge for Ashe, as we said, the Triforce coming into the hands of Corki. 244 creep score there, as Ashe is not even catching up at 169.
Wow. Yeah, that farm advantage is going to be massive. Certainly they still have 2 people at 200 something on that brand. Oh, but he's going to get caught. Pika having to flash backwards away from Leonak. Leonak not going to land a knock-up either, but
wow.
Shushay in bad shape. The dance comes out from Sona. It's time for the AoE spam. Can they get the damage out? But Shushay is low. They do not have Ashe. Hopefully the arrow will come out soon and try to keep them alive. Looks like AAA will not pick up anything for that 5v4 and Great Initiate. The Summoner is getting blown by Fnatic, but they're going to be okay. But Against All Authority going to wait for their next minion wave, and they're going to go for this. Sona and Warwick, the only ones they're going to have to give up that turret.
Great damage.
Waiting for the mages to heal and going to try to defend their inhibitor turret instead, but AAA putting a nice advantage there. Now ahead by 400 gold, taking that advantage back for themselves. The 7th time that lead has shifted, and they're going to move towards Baron as well, just to be cheeky.
Kuja doing a very great job of clearing wards. That's 2 within the last 30 seconds for him, and you know that's really discouraging for a Fnatic at this time. We're going to see that they have 1 ward on deck to be placed, 0 wards actually on the place of Against All Authority. They want to go ahead and get all the wards taken out before they put any down and just give away that they are trying to place wards. And Freak, I think we are going to see a rush Baron here, and they will be able to get it. Everybody is out of place. They really don't have any vision on Against All Authority right now, so a very good 6th sense of being able to take this, and it looks like they will be able to grab it.
Yep, they do see him coming, but it's going to be a little too late. They have gotten the Baron grab, and here we go. The fight is on. The arrow is good, though ult unfortunately whips from Brand. Leonak in the front. Soaz has dove onto Lamiazel. They should go for Soaz. He will flash over the wall. Not be able to reinitiate very well, but Fnatic stuck in the back in this Baron pit. PK getting extremely low. They're trying to kill Leonak. Will they get this one? Looks like they will pick that one up, but now looks like the deaths are about to come in. Lamiazel getting crushed by Soaz. Soaz will fall first. Yellowstar running away to the left-hand side, and now they're going to jump onto Kuja. Kuja will fall. Everyone's still alive from Fnatic. 3 dead from AAA. Malzahar will blue pill back, and now Corki getting caught.
No.
Shushay picking that one up. 4+ Baron for nothing. Only 3,000 gold ahead. PK somehow staying alive throughout that fight. Great support from that team. Warwick going to steal the blue buff, and they are moving on to kill some turrets. They have about 20 seconds until any major revives. This Jarvan cannot defend by himself. And Fnatic is ready to go on this. They're going to clear out these minions super, super fast. They're ready to go onto this turret. Now they have a wave here. They're going to have a great chance at this.
Yeah, doing a really good job of continuously pursuing the cat and mouse game of finding everybody that was in that fight. As you said, a Baron and 4 for nothing. They had no opposition there, and that was really what Fnatic needed. They've kind of been inching this game out in their favor. As I said, the lane phase is kind of going into their favor. All the turrets are down in their mid lane. All the turrets are down in AAA's mid lane, but that Baron is really going to give them upper hand as well as the 4 kills they got. The gold finally being having some difference now. 3,200 gold being the difference at this time. 4-4 still on turrets, 14-8 in kills, so both teams are still quite close. And you know what, this is still anybody's game, even though that Baron fight just happened. But however, the upper hand now if they try to initiate again with Baron to Fnatic.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Fnatic going to grab the Golem buff for himself. That's really nice for him. He's going to just be able to solo that one. Shushay with a lot of ability power, 391 on him. PK, his teammate, whoops, misclicked there, 462. That guy is foreign for a guy who dies every fight.
And the Void Staff, that's going to hurt.
And of course the Void Staff on both, no, actually not on Shushay, so he's actually going to be doing much less damage. Dragon should be respawning in the near future. Fnatic is waiting around for that. Of course, they have Baron buffs, so AAA will not try to defend that. And as soon as that Dragon goes down, they can push down 2 easy turrets at that bottom lane. Still waiting around. They're going to come in here. I'm going to laugh if Shushay gets W. Nope, he will not do that, but they'll hit this Dragon in about 2 seconds.
Wow.
Flat. 190 gold apiece, and they're going to push bottom lane, and AAA is going to have to let them do it.
Yeah, as you called it, they're going to go ahead and go for these lanes. Now seeing that everybody is bottom, they may go for a quick push in middle here. They're not really worried about it. They do have a pretty good minion wave behind them.
They're going to go for the race.
Yeah, right. They're going to go for the race, but they have 2 turrets on that bottom lane and a good CV there. And that did come out of the hands of Kuja just to make sure they were safe as they were going back. We are going to see Fnatic pull back as well, set up a little bit of defense, clear these minion waves, push again, and try and grab an inhibitor. They really need to do something with this Baron. It's not going to last for too much longer, maybe a minute and a half, so they are going to have to make something happen.
Yeah, Fnatic going to want to shove their waves out. They don't want to get backdoored. We saw what happened there when AAA fought TSM, and they know, hey, this game means everything. We can't win a couple more games, so they don't want to risk a game and lose a base race in a game that they are certainly winning right now. So going to shove the lanes out. I still think they should push bottom. I still think they should push when they have Baron, but they should shove the lanes first. It's going to make that backdoor base race that much harder. They're going to have to actually wait for minions, wait to crush through those every single time. And killing buildings on a backdoor does take quite some time, especially when you have a Warwick on your team and a Sona giving you those nice damage or is helping you kill those buildings even faster.
And we'll see 2 in middle. That's Linak and Saus. They're just kind of keeping each other protected as they make sure that nobody's really going to be able to roam through their jungle. Pretty good ward placement. 2 wards actually put in the right side of the jungle for that is AAA. They're making sure that their buffs are safe, as well as one on the left side. Very smart game. And as I said, as your buffs come up, you want to grab them so the opponent does not.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good for them here. Fnatic going to group up in mid. Karth is still far away. I think it's a bit of a mistake because they could always get jumped on. Certainly they're not against Ashe, but still, that Jarvan, that Malzahar, there is a lot of pin available on that team, and you don't really want to get yourselves pushed into a fight that you can't quite win. The top lane's still actually really good for AAA, so those minions can push down slowly but surely across the map. They're going to move towards top but not go for it too heavily. Looks like Fnatic will be jumping towards the bottom lane. This should be a very easy turret kill for them. Yep, they're going to let Warwick tank that one out. He's got a Thornmail already. He's nice and beefy against his team. And again, AAA is looking to push through mid instead of defending. But the rest of the team will come down as Aurelia will shove out the lane. But she does have the recall coming soon. Fnatic will wait for their minions and maybe go for another turret. They are not going to get initiated on just yet. They're going to go for the damage output. And here we go. The Ashe are going to hit onto Jarvan. They're going to keep moving on. Pika going to land a nice wall. They should go for this turret first. The teleport coming in from Aurelia. And here we go. This fight is going to mean a lot. Pika in the front, going to let himself die. The flash comes in. He's actually not going to go down just yet. Jarvan jumping in there, but hasn't gotten a kill. PK will fall. Jarvan will fall, though, as well. And here we go. The ult coming in from Karthus. It's a 4v4. Aurelia going to try to kill down these minions. Will do so successfully. But it's Fnatic with 4 members strong. Karthus will revive in the next 45 seconds. And that 4v4, great for Lamia Zealot, putting out nice damage on this turret, is doing doing very well here. And so it's a mage, a tank, a support, and a ranged DPS versus a mage, a tank, a DPS, a support, and where's Cork? There we go, the ranged DPS in there. So no big tank AAA. Oh wow, the nice damage out there on Lamia Zealot, but he will cleanse that away. Yellow start getting blown up by a brand right there. One more tick will hurt him, and Gragas, not Gragas, what? Silent F5 will pick that one up as Warwick. A great flash, picking that one. And Aurelia gets stunned, but Cyanide still getting low, getting chased down by Aurelia. Shusha having to flash, almost dies to a turret. He will die to a turret. Cyanide goes down as well. A good switch back there. Lamia, Zealot, and Melisande having to run away right there. So as doing a wonderful job keeping themselves alive. And I picked up 2 at the end there just for Corki.
Very risky dive, losing 3 players on that as Corki was the only one to go down. Was it worth it? Like I said, anybody's game, things like that can really turn the tide of what's happening. And we now see 50,000 gold in favor of Against All Authority, 55,000 gold in favor of Fnatic, getting those last few turrets, and the Dragon Control has really put them ahead in the gold game. And a lot of their builds being finished up here. Void Staffs, Rabadons, and the Rod of Ages in the hands of Karthus. Another Rabadons and a Void Staff in the hands of Brand, and that is huge nuke damage that Brand can put out in a team fight, especially if the 5 bounce of his ultimate is just within the other team and not minions.
Yeah, I think ultimately the fight wasn't so bad for him to dive. I mean, killing Corki is always cool. The one thing that's actually not too bad for that was Shusha died in an executed, where he actually went in and died to the turret, and there's no assist. And because of that flash, he died out around here, and I don't think anyone was quite in range to get XP. So Shusha might have gotten to die for free without losing anything. And ultimately, the fight went okay. They did manage to kill both bottom turrets, so they did do pretty all right there. They won the fight before that as well, so the trade ended up being a little bit in Fnatic's favor overall. They are up 6,000 gold here, which is starting to become a pretty big deal. The Baron is up. Last one they got for free. This one's going to be much more contended. Looks like the Baron buff going to go to Moma. And interesting, you know, both teams with champions don't really require Golem, but still giving it to the mages.
As they're pushing in mid quite quickly. Karthus is going to turn on the wake, and he's just going to go ahead and turn that off. They have 5 in mid now. Let's see what they can do with this. A few Banshees Veil around, and both of them broken right there. Very nice job by Corki. Yellow Star doing what he can to assist his team in the facilitation of this fight, and it looks like they will back off. Will they be going for it again? This could be a forced fight at Baron, and we're going to have to see how Fnatic takes to this, as Against All 30 will probably not let them get this right away, or will they? They're going to force them to come back to middle, and they are finding him on that right side. The ultimate going out, not somebody they want to focus on. Crystal Arrow wasted onto Linak, and we're going to see who's going to be able to do the most damage here. Sona throwing out the crescendo. They will be just dancing around. They're going to focus Aurelia here, and they go for the suppression, but she gets the stun on Warwick right as he does his ultimate. She falls down in the null zone. A very nice job by Brand. Lamia taking down Linak, and it looks like 3 have now fallen for AAA. Moma also going down. Huge damage. There goes Corki. Could they go for the ace? Warwick will find it, and this could be a final push for Fnatic. Will they be able to take this one? It is 40 seconds, 34 for Jarvan to come up on this. They're going to be able to go straight for that bottom turret. It does not have much health. They don't have too much of a minion wave. It is pushed up all the way in that bottom lane, so they may have to hold off on this, and Against All 30 may get a second chance.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds till the revives, 20 on Jarvan, but they're going to get 1 turret, 1 inhibitor. They have a giant minion wave up top. They might go for that. They might go for the Nexus. I don't think they should go for the Nexus.
Right.
They will rejoin their minions up top. They've got 10 seconds to get pretty much a free inhibitor, and I think they'll get this one. So they'll get 2 inhibs for nothing. That will give them the map positioning to get a Baron most likely, because they're going to have to defend their Nexus. Jarvan will respawn right now, but they've got 10 seconds. He cannot 1v5, and they will get an inhibitor out of this. They should back up by all rights. They don't want to risk that one out, but that ace was huge for them. They got a large portion of the base destroyed.
You know, even initiating that arrow onto Jarvan, they were still able to focus correctly after that. Not worry about it. Jarvan was forced back. They went right for Aurelia. She was taking good damage, and they continued to do that. Then down in the null zone, that percentage damage, as I've said before, just being so huge, especially, you know, depending on your HP, and Aurelia has a lot, known as that tanky character, and a very good fight. AAA now, you know, really needs to come back in this one. They are definitely down at this point. It is going to be 9,000 gold in favor of Fnatic, 8-4 in turrets, 4 turrets in favor of Fnatic as well. 42 minutes into the game. Baron is a possibility for both teams, and that may be our next fight initiation.
It should almost definitely be Baron for these guys. And the cool thing they have here, well, so these are the best 2 inhibitors to lose if you are AAA, because they're going to fight different turrets. Top lane's going to fight this one, bottom lane's going to fight this one. Well, they'll come in at the same time. Both those turrets will be able to regenerate, so they can, for at least a short time, their Nexus can hold itself. Even against 2 dead inhibitors, it will hold itself for a couple of minutes. You don't want to leave it there forever, but certainly they have the chance to come in and fight against Baron and not lose their base for it. That said, as soon as they see AAA on the bottom side of the map, Fnatic should go for the Baron, and that is what they are doing actually right now. They're all running up there, and look at the map positioning. All of AAA on the bottom half of the map, and they're going to go for this, and we're just going to watch, because AAA does not have a lot of vision. They There's the ping. They know that they're going to go for it, and they're going to start running out this chain, but we're going to keep the suspense in as AAA will walk up across the map. They have found Fnatic. They're going to come into this fight, and there we go. The battle will start. Demacia is yelled. Linak in front, going to take some damage. Momo already blowing up PK, and Linak actually living right here. What will the damage be? Soa's in the front. Soa's going to take a lot of damage.
Wow.
Will not quite yet die. Momo getting blown up by Shushe. That will be a kill, and that's a looks like 2 for 1. Yellowstar getting away. Linak, no health. Kuja quite down as well. Shushe going to land the W, missing the Q, but Ash lands a slow. Can Kuja fall? Minions are in the base as well. Looks like they're just going to stop and go for the inhibitor instead. Cyanide will face tank this turret. The team is nearby. PK is dead, but there are 2 dead opponents, and the rest are healing. So they're going to get this turret. They're going to move on to the inhibitor. They have super minions in the base. Turrets are low. They're going to get the inhib, and they're going to keep moving forward. 4v3 in the enemy base. Jana will shield the turret. They're just going to jump onto this turret right now. Cyanide FI taking the damage. He's going to be okay with this. 1 turret is down. They're going to back off for now. Linak taking a lot of damage from Ash. 300 damage. Crits are out there. That is 1 turret dead. 2nd turret dead. Fnatic going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold on. This Nexus will go down. Congratulations to Fnatic winning the Season 1. GG.
GG indeed.
Well played.
Showing strong, able to come out, having to use a sub in the beginning because of delayed fights, and still keeping their composure with We Will Failure, and then getting XPK as
failure.
We Will Failure. That's
Failure. You said failure.
I said failure.
Okay.
Yes. They're coming out strong now as, XPK able to come in 6, 6, and 13 as they go for the Demacia cry on the victory. $50,000 to the hands of Fnatic. $25,000 as a losing prize going to the hands of Against All Authority. I'd take that any day.
That
and they
suck.
played an amazing game. Europe showing very strong in all aspects of the game of League of Legends. Coming out here to Almia, the convention center at DreamHack in Jönköping, Sweden, playing their hearts out. All these teams coming from around the world to participate in this tournament, and Fnatic showing why they should be representing the Season 1 championship as the victors.
Yeah, super great play from these guys. I mean, this was a great game. I couldn't have asked for a better final. I mean, the base race, almost a cheesy way to lose a series. I think I'm glad that wasn't the last game of the series. But this game was super close, super well fought. Fnatic came out ahead. AAA brought it back. Fnatic came ahead. AAA brought it back. This was really an edge of your seat type of game. This was definitely a worthy championship match, and this played out beautifully. We finally got all the games played. AAA did manage to come in there and say, hey, we're going to win game 1. We're going to make it close for you guys. The second game, super tense. But Fnatic did come all the way through, and I think they deserved it, absolutely.
Absolutely. You can't say it enough. They really came out strong. They've had used to their backups that they aren't used to using. A lot of AP coming out of that team as well. A good amount of damage coming out of Warwick. So much burst from the end ultimate, or the ultimate in general from XPK. And Brand just being able to throw down so much. Shushe, just really the MVP of the tournament here. Congratulations to him for playing so well. But as we said before, it's not just Shushe, it was the team that makes the MVP as well.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a team effort, a very much team effort. Glorious from these guys. I mean, absolutely wonderful play. No one made any real major mistakes in the winning team. They really did deserve this series. They really did deserve this tournament. And I mean, they must be just so happy right now.
Yeah, Against All Authority, also a team to be reckoned with from here on out, and will definitely be headhunting in the next season as we come up for Season 2 quite soon here. No date set on that, but I'm sure everybody is going to be involved in this one, knowing now League of Legends becoming one of the biggest esports in the globe, and everybody is going to be participating. It is free. Get yourself in the game and get yourself a summoner.
Get yourself a summoner, get yourself in the game. Absolutely correct. Get those games played. I'm honestly just, I don't even know what to say right now. It's 2 in the morning.
There's so much action and so much intensity. These games being played all weekend long. Everybody giving it their all. Southeast Asia coming in strong in their own groups. But as we said, even North America wasn't even able to play the European teams a lot. So they weren't able to know what the kind of metagame they were bringing and what kind of just overall game they were bringing. And Southeast Asia wasn't ready for that. They will be next year. So we'll see a lot more teams. We're going to have Korea coming in, possibly China coming in, and it's just going to be such a bigger cultivation of what's going to happen for Season 2. We're going to have so many more teams participating, and I think Fnatic may even get a run for their money next year, but they will definitely be one of the top contenders as well. Taking the Season 1, the North American CLG team, taking it last year, doing very good in the tournament, being thwarted out as well. So a lot of these, a lot of upsets coming in for people, a lot of things that we didn't think were happen. A great job by Against All Authority, pulling themselves out of the loser bracket to bring it to a 1-to-1 game point against Fnatic, showing that they can stand true with the top team in the world of League of Legends. But Fnatic just with inching it out every time in those fights, really winning the laning phase in that game, allowed them to get control of a lot of the map, allowed a few Barons. That one fight after Baron, a 4-man loss, and Fnatic was able to take it full advantage of that. The money from Baron, the experience, the 4 kills onto Against All Authority, and a huge turn in the game happened at that point.
Yeah, and even when they were winning so very heavily, you know, they got the 2 inhibitors down, they got such great positioning. There was still a heavy, very close team fight where PK dropped too fast. You know, you want to go in there as Karthus and kind of jump in there and flash and do a lot of damage, but he dropped immediately. And it was a 5v4 from the start. Yeah, he got the ultimate off. Yeah, he got a wall. But, like, that was a 5v4 that his team had to claw through. Otherwise, that really could have been a big turnaround. AAA could have won the game or at least equalized it and gotten an inhibitor of their own if they won that team fight. It was close, but they managed to pull it out with just PK being lost there, and that was pretty glorious.
You know, a lot of the Ash arrows, again, as Triesmo said, being the initiation, and that may have just been, you know, the reason. Against All Authority coming in playing the same head of cards, so Fnatic knew what to do and what not to do against that. They did not have to worry about the random Ash arrow initiation because they were flying all over the map, and they were doing a great job at just shutting down Fnatic when they thought they had the upper hand in lane. Like we saw last time on Janna, you know, it was just able to facilitate a huge fight against Melisande, and it was all the way from mid. We couldn't get over it for about 5 minutes, but Against All Authority was able to do that. It turned what was a 2v3 situation into a 3v or 4v2, and it came out with 3 kills in the end after that Ash arrow because Janna was so far away, and like we said, he only predicted that off of seeing Janna at Wraith, so she had still a half a map to move before being hit by that arrow.
I mean, that was from the base. Like, by the time the arrow hit, she was like half map it.
Yeah.
Like, that was just like, yeah, I'm going to go for that one. Let's see if it works, and it does, and that was glorious. I mean, granted, that, you know, that Janna kill was after the team fight ended. It was really just the coordination of Soaz and MoMA, but wow, was that beautiful. And that, I mean, that was the #1 clip of the day. Absolutely. There's no chance that was not just the best play I have seen this tournament. I think it beats the Shuja Alistair jump. That was just literally a 2v3 outplay.
You know, tournaments can't be this good without the sponsors as well. PaySafeCard bringing out the HD stream so you guys can see this all in beautiful HD. This is what it looks like. And we get to show you right here, and you've been watching it the entire time, as well as Steel Series giving out the mouse pads for the competitors to use, and the Alienware laptops that these guys have just taken the victory on. We're going to head over to the tournament area.
And big ups to Own3D real quick.
Yes, Own3D as well, holding the 200,000 viewers, making history here. Everybody a part of that. Let's give these teams a round of applause as they begin their interviews and let us know what was going through their minds as they went through these games.
Yep.
So I'm here with the second place of the Season 1 Championships, of course, Against All Authority. Actually, the whole team wanted to join me for this interview. First of all, I'm going to talk to MoMA. MoMA, when you came into this game, obviously you came from the lower bracket. What were you feeling before anything even started in this grand final?
Well, we knew that it will be very hard for us to win the grand final, because we need to win 2 matches and Fnatic just 1. But we still hope to win the final, and after the first impressive win, we thought we can do it. But Fnatic did a really good match in the second game, and so Fnatic won and we lost.
And Kuja, you know, you went in there, match number 1, you won it. What was the team feeling like after that first match win?
Well, everything that we had planned on the first match went perfectly right. We knew that they were not expecting that Jarvan pick because we don't play it, and the Irelia, they might be expected it, but we tried to play maybe like US style, and it really worked well. And on the first match, it really worked well, the US style in Europe.
What happened in the second game? Talk us through it from your point of view.
Well, everybody did his little mistake, and every one little mistake cost the game. So no one is really to blame, because everybody is to blame.
So you won $25,000, in this tournament. What are you going to spend it on?
Well, I really don't know for the moment.
New skins?
Nah, I already have them all.
Obviously a professional. But obviously season 2, looking forward to that one. You guys plan to stay together as a team, I hope?
Yeah, we really like each other. We really had a really good time together. Even with our newcomer Moma, well, we speak too much French for him sometimes, but we really try to speak English a lot, so he don't feel excluded from the group. But soon there is WCG. We are not doing it with Moma. We are doing it with Titus that time, and we hope that we will meet most of these players with their country team.
And if there was one team you could lose to, obviously it was Fnatic, but Fnatic the team that you're happy to lose to in this one?
Yeah, well, we really wanted to prove that Europe was better than USA. I said it. And well, this European final was really already great. And as you told, that was 1-0 for them, since we were coming from the loser bracket. Making 2-0 versus them was a hard thing that we already made in the DreamHack qualifiers. Maybe not doing it twice, but there was a great match.
Well, congratulations on your second place, guys. We're going to go over to Karen, who's with 5 members of Fnatic and Gragas.
Carrie Bear here, and I'm here with our Season 1 champions, Team Fnatic. Great job, congratulations. That was an amazing match. Now, that was just so amazing. So, what was your strategy going into that match?
What maybe first? Oh, what do you mean? I don't know. What the fuck? I don't want to talk, well. The first game, we didn't expect them to pick Jarvan. We have been picking it all the tournament. And when they pick it, they surprised us so much. And we kinda got in panic and picked randoms, and that lost us the first game for sure. After that, the second game, this guy here helped us a bit with the picks and all that. And we kinda managed to get better picks. We did good also, and we won like that.
And that was absolutely amazing. And what would you say was your main advantage in that last match?
Ash. Ash. It was Ash. We got totally owned by Ash in the first game and with Jarvan, and this time we had Ash, and she's a good factor there.
Absolutely. And so when did you know that you had won?
When Nexus fell.
That's a pretty good answer.
Exactly.
And just AAA just put up a great, defense against you guys. How awesome were they? Like, they just did a great job, and, you guys crushed them, but they also did a great job, so it was a great match for all of us. So overall, what were your favorite moments of DreamHack?
A moment ago, when their Nexus exploded.
How about you?
Oh man, when I arrived, my first match, it was really nice to play it.
Great. And you?
Every single moment with these guys, it's just totally amazing to be with them. I wouldn't imagine a better team than these guys. So.
For me, it was like all the team fights, my support caring for me, the tank taking the damage, my Carfers flashing in just to die so I don't get the ults, Shushay protecting me from Irelia, like really good. My team did really good.
Yeah, probably this moment.
It's a pretty good moment.
I really liked the second day because, well, even though we didn't have Pekka the first day and Failure jumped in for us, and we made this really great comeback in the second day.
Yeah, it was just so amazing to watch. So, I mean, what are you guys going to do with your hard-earned cash? What are you going to spend it on?
I don't know yet.
I'm gonna buy a new guitar, armor actually, because I like role playing, as you can see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and a sword and a new drum set, and rest I'm gonna keep.
All right, so
I want to throw a big party for all my friends at home who have watched all the matches. I got so many text messages from the university, my brother's friends, everyone just totally supporting us here, sending greetings to the other players as well. It was just amazing, and I'm gonna repay them for that.
Awesome. And so just amazing job. Do you guys have any final thoughts, final words for our viewers out there, just to close out season 1 for us?
I wanted also to say hi to the cosplay group. I'm like going every year. It's like a vacation there, 14 days. We are role playing and stuff. And I forgot to mention that before as well. I love you guys. Hi.
Final thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know, I would like to thank my mom because I'm pretty sure she's watching me right now when it's so late and she doesn't understand me, so can I say it in Spanish actually? Sure. Mamá, sé que me estás viendo ahora mismo. No sé qué decir, bueno, espero que estés orgullosa de esto y un saludo a todos los españoles también por verme y esperar esto. Pues gracias.
Wow, what you say. That I actually didn't expect that DreamHack would have been this awesome. Really, like this place is just crazy. It's like humongous, and there's like so much free stuff and so much to do. I actually didn't expect that a LAN party could be this great. So, great thanks to DreamHack to let League of Legends play here. That's like totally awesome.
Thank you guys. And final thoughts over here?
Yeah, I want to say greetings to Sir Sex in Germany and all to my friends in Finland. And I want to thank all the sponsors, MSI, SteelSeries, ESO, Bigfoot Networks, and RageCall.
Yeah, DreamHack was just an awesome event. It was my first time here and never been to such a big LAN event. Just awesome.
Great, thank you. And did you have anything? Or? All right, well, thank you guys so much. Go and savor your victory, and I'm going to throw it back to the Shoutcasters.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to have the winner's ceremony in just a moment. It's going to be coming up next, but I'm almost speechless. These are such great games. It was so much fun to be here.
Amazing.
You know, my own closing thoughts are, I think this is the best tournament I've been a part of personally, as a player, as a commentator, working for the game. This was phenomenal, and it was the people here in the audience in the Dream Arena out there. Hi, Rivington, Daniel, Joe, great commentators. Everyone else who put on. Oh, thank you. Everyone else who put on such a great show. Hopefully, you guys, you know, if you're online, you enjoyed the website and the coverage there. The people who are making jokes and memes on the forums, everyone who was a part of this, it made it such a wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you all for being a part of this. The players putting on phenomenal games. I was so worried we'd be like 35 minutes, no first blood, people going 5-4 to 5, something, you know.
Yeah.
None of that happened. The games we had better games than I would have imagined. We had a base race in the winter bracket semis. Like, ridiculous things happened this tournament, and they were all freaking great.
That's so amazing, and everybody deserves an absolutely giant, a big GG, and I think everybody here should give these teams one big round of applause before we go to this award ceremony, as well as you for participating here, breaking and making history with the amount of viewers that we had that wanted to participate in this as well. We're so glad you could make it, and we're so glad you could watch, and thank you so much for watching as well. Let's head over to Tamit and Daniel Klein, that is Xenon, for the award ceremony.
Hello everyone and welcome to the award ceremony. To all of you here in the audience, everyone in Dream Arena, and over the 200,000 people watching from around the world. It's been an amazing event and we're so glad to wrap it up. I'm Andrew Beagle.
And I'm Daniel Klein right here with a little bit of my voice left over. Andrew, what an amazing tournament. I cannot believe it.
I'll tell you what, my heart has never beat so hard than in that last game. It was anyone's game and it was a true testament of skill on both sides. So glad it's over, but I kind of wanted to continue at the same time.
And I think we should just start talking about the third place team right now. They came in here as clearly the favorites from North America for sure. Built around a great fan site. Just a quick shout out to them, solomid.net. Wonderful place for watching streams and so on. Great fan site right there. And everybody was certain that they were going to take it for North America. And well, they did place very highly. They did really well. Tell us who they are.
I'll tell you what, let's just bring them out. Team Solomid in third place, going to be presented their check by Matt Larcoux. Let's bring them out right now. That was a lot of numbers on that check.
Oh yeah, I believe that. So, based on my math, I believe that means that is a big check. That is money.
That's at least a drum set and a guitar. I'm not sure about the armor though. And I think we got some more checks with bigger numbers on it, so let's talk about that.
Let's go on to the next team, and they qualified as the first seed in Europe, and everyone in Europe was like, yep, they got it, they're going to take this. And the performance after a slight hiccup in the first group phase was amazing. And just a moment ago we still saw them, and it was anybody's game until, really, like Chusha just said, until the Nexus exploded, anyone could have taken this game.
Absolutely, and I think for all of you watching at home, it was clear to see that this was a truly balanced tournament. You know, it went back and forth, and the skill in every team was just so very balanced.
Yes, and mostly French team, they now have one German member on it. They did really well in this tournament. The only one who would really stop them was obviously the team that would go on to take first place. But let's bring them out right now, Andrew.
Let's go ahead and bring them out. They look like they want to check. Against All Authority, presented again by Matt Marcoux. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. You guys played great.
Wow. And those last two games, incredible. And now we have one team left to go. Everybody knows who they are already. But
do they need an introduction?
Well, let's just go through what they went through on the way here. First day, they did not play with their full lineup. They had to play with a substitute. They took third place barely in their group. Everybody was like, oh God, are they out?
I mean, they were almost out. They were on the verge. They were one game away from going home, and they came back to win it all.
And as we just heard, their sixth actually, until the very, very end, had a very big part in helping them pick and ban. And it's one team, and you could just hear it, that they love each other, and they're one strong team that plays together and wins or loses together.
I'll tell you what, let's do a barrel roll and bring them out here.
Let's do that.
Fnatic, come on out!
Before we wrap this up, I want to say a few words to the crowd gathered here for the award ceremony and to all the fans online. It's hard to believe that nearly 11 months ago we announced this, Season 1. Season 1 came with new features, new champions, and of course our announcement of this $100,000 tournament. So it's only fitting that here now today, we present a new feature, Spectator Mode, and we present that 100 grand check to our new and first ever League of Legends World Champions, Team Fnatic. Now, I'm sure this is a really memorable and special day for them, but I want to focus on what kind of memorable memories we created this weekend. This weekend, we saw some of the most amazing matches in League of Legends history. That's undeniable. We also saw the passion and spirit of these competitors. We saw their sportsmanship, we saw their souls, and we also got to see a glimpse of our fans, the people who support these players and support them and watch them and aspire to do the kind of things they do. And finally, it goes without saying, we saw the amazing turnout by the League of Legends community. This match had almost 210,000 concurrent viewers on it, which is absolutely astounding. Yeah. And furthermore, there was well over 1 million unique people who watched these events this weekend. It's absolutely phenomenal. This event was months of hard work by a lot of people at Riot Games and months of effort from all these competitive players. And you know what? We were thrilled to do it. Absolutely do it for our fans and League of Legends community. And I'll tell you what, we're so thrilled to do it that we're going to do it again for Season 2. So on behalf of Riot Games and all the talented competitors here, I want to say thank you to the audience, thank you to the fans of League of Legends. And Karen, take us away.
Wow, what an amazing year. We started in July, we're ending here in June. Fnatic taking the championship. That was amazing.
It was a truly amazing year, and it's just so nice to have it come to the end. But, you know, we're just getting started, and Season 2 is going to be fantastic.
Thanks to, you know, all of our teams representing North America, Europe, and Asia. Thanks to our viewers live stream on our live stream all around the world. Thanks to everybody watching here in Sweden. Thank you to DreamHack, our production staff, you know, and everyone else who's helped us out. It's been an amazing end of our Season 1. And like Cabot said, we're just getting started. Season 2 is going to be amazing.
Absolutely. And thank you to everyone at home. You've really made this event such an overwhelming success. We thank you so much for tuning in, and you know, we'll see you next year.
And I'm Carrie Bear.
I'm Tamit, and we'll see you there.
And good night.
Good night.
Very well played.
刷一，但是 Super 被换掉一个。
This is insane. Too much damage is being dealt. One more shot to go. The Nexus falls.
Welcome, Summoners, to the Season 2 League of Legends World Playoffs. Broadcast live from Los Angeles. Please welcome your casters, Freak and Rivington III.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Bisman III, and with me, as always, and usually forever, is David Freak Turley. We're coming to you from LA Live in downtown Los Angeles as we prepare for the League of Legends Season 2 World Playoffs. We're so excited to be here. 12 teams from around the world broadcasting in all different languages.
And we are here in a global tournament. It's spectacular, and there are people from all corners of the globe. They qualified from their respective regions, having to beat the toughest competition in their section of the world. The top 4 teams for the regional winners actually have automatic buys into the quarterfinals. M5, the winner from Europe, Team WE, #1 in China, Team Solomid from North America, and finally the Taipei Assassins. And you can tell we have an American crowd behind us. I mean, TSM, everyone goes wild. Taipei Assassins winning out from Southeast Asia and Taiwan. So it's a phenomenal competition in front of us. But there's a couple of caveats. These guys are regional champions. They beat the teams around them locally, but now we're in a foreign continent for a lot of these teams. We've got a lot of new competition these guys aren't used to. Let's look at one of the favorites like Moscow 5 Ben Q. Sure, they beat everyone in Europe. Their worst tournament result, 2nd place.
but they haven't left their home continent yet. Suddenly, now we're here in America. Half the teams here have never played in this continent before in a major tournament. We've got a lot of questions that need answering this weekend.
You know, Freak, these teams have been through a lot of losses, a lot of comebacks, complete team changes, and new teams coming into the light. This event has been a year in the making.
Yeah, these regional qualifiers that we mentioned, you don't get there for free. You've got to beat top competition in your region, even just to get there, and then you've got to win from that. So these guys have a year's worth of top caliber experience.
You know what, Freak? From that year, we are going to get the best and the most amazing 3 days of League of Legends action this weekend.
And it starts today with the group stage. 8 teams split up into 2 groups of 4. 2 of them are going to move on. 2 of them are going to go home from each of those groups. Those 4 winners will move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. That day, we start the quarterfinals, best of 3 single elimination. So just like today, a couple mistakes might send you to an early visit home. If you do well in the quarterfinals, you can move on to the semifinals, which will start on Saturday. Those 4 teams will figure out which 2 are playing in the World Finals next weekend in the Galen Center.
Freak, you mentioned the World Finals. Just bring about again that this tournament is worth a total of $2 million.
Exactly. There is so much money on the line, and even just for getting here, the teams are guaranteed $25,000. All the hard work, the year's worth of effort, the top teams you had to beat, they deserve at least that much. But if you can continue and beat more of the world's best, that prize pool just goes up. The winning team wins $1 million on top of the pride of being the best team in the world.
You know, Freak, at these playoffs, we have 12 teams representing 12 countries. This is truly an international event with players hailing from all corners of the globe. Let's see what these players have to say for themselves.
I play League of Legends in Belgium.
I play League of Legends in Miami.
I play League of Legends in Moscow.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends
in China. In Vancouver.
In Vietnam.
In Spain. In New York.
Korea.
In Scotland.
The Odd One plays League of Legends in Calgary.
This tournament coming up, we've got teams from all over the world. There were 6 regions qualifying.
You've got Koreans in there, you've got Chinese teams, so you've got Taipei, Vietnam, and then you've got Russia, you've got Germany, France, Spain, all mixed in, combined in 2 teams.
We're broadcasting in 11 different languages. We're going to reach millions and millions of viewers. That's more than some of these major sports can account for in certain scenarios.
League of Legends being an international sport is really sprung up out of nowhere.
I think Riot Games revolutionized online gaming by having a free-to-play game.
Normally, esports had been reserved for kind of Korea. They liked the esports scene before us, but now it's kind of starting to explode. People have parties to hold League of Legends.
Yeah, it's a really nice opportunity to see the world at this young age. Basically get paid doing it.
I've been to Hanover, I've been to Sweden,
Korea, Germany, Amsterdam.
We also went to Anaheim, California, Seattle.
Never really been outside of Europe.
The first time in America for our whole team.
It's somewhat of a hassle, but then again, it's an experience that not many get to have, so I'm grateful for it.
Azubu Frost and Najib Sword are celebrities in Korea. Hotshot GG, when he was in Korea, would get mobbed when he'd go to a mall. It's just globally, these guys are becoming famous.
European countries, Asian countries, even Northern African countries. I just have fans all over the world, and it's really awesome.
There really is a global feel to this one. It's definitely going to be a tournament everyone wants to watch because there's so many teams that people have been matching just off internet results, and you're like, oh, what if these guys were to face each other? Well, they're going to, and it's going to be such a big day.
The caster's desk. As you heard there at the last moment, D-Man saying it's a very global presence. And as esports continues to grow, we've seen events get bigger and bigger. We're here with 12 of the best teams in the world competing for $2 million. As these teams put it all on the line over the next 3 days, we will find out who will be crowned the best League of Legends team in the world. Esports fans, get ready for the League of Legends Season 2 World Championship.
And I think this crowd proves it that we do have some incredible matches in store. Guys, are you ready to go to the main stage and kick this off? That's what I thought. Let's bring it over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I'm Marcus Graham, a.k.a. DJ Wheat.
I love you.
I love you, Marcus. And I'm Rachel Querico, and we are here at the League of Legends Global Finals. You guys excited?
We're going to be kicking things off here in an amazing fashion. Two incredible teams. You guys know them. You guys love them. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get right into the introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, starting as the blue team, the winners of the Azubu OGN, the Champions Summer Tournament from Korea. Give it up for Azubu Frost! Ladies and gentlemen, on support, give it up for Mad Life.
At AD carry, it's Woong.
On AP carry, we've got Rapid Star.
And in the jungle, it's Cloud Templar.
And last but not least, in top lane, we've got Shy. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Azubu Frost.
And now, playing as the red team, they most recently won the China Joy Invitational and have beaten top teams from China. Please welcome Invictus Gaming. In top lane, give it up for PDD.
At AP mid, give it up for Z-Tai.
In the jungle, it's Illusion.
On support, we've got Shosho.
And last but not least, the AD carry, Kid.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited for the first game? Let's send it over to two guys that need no introduction. Freak and Riv, take us into the match. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Marcus and Rachel. We're really incredibly excited about this next matchup, Freak. It really is a battle of two of Asia's best teams.
These are actually two of the favorites for the tournament as well. Talked with a lot of the players backstage yesterday. Reginald Special both predicted that both Azubu Frost and Invictus Gaming would be the top two slots from this group. So you might just be seeing some of the best games that this tournament has to offer right off the bat. Of course, Group A is heavily contested all throughout. There's a lot of great names in there. But even though a lot of these players don't know a lot about Invictus, they're kind of coming from a shrouded sort of realm. There's not a lot of video of Chinese teams playing. They are phenomenally, phenomenally good. We've got some great games in store.
You know, Freak, these teams have done their homework, but, you know, we did a little bit of ours and looked into the strategies and what they can do for keys to victory to this matchup coming up. And we're going to start off with Azubu Frost. Coming up for Azubu Frost, it's something that they've recently done in their history, and they really just need to stay cool under pressure, Freak.
This is a major tournament for Azubu Frost. Now, they are one of the heavy favorites in this tournament overall. They just won the OGN Champions Summer League. They beat Counterlogic Gaming EU, Counterlogic Gaming North America. They beat just a lot of great named, big teams overall to do this. They're phenomenally strong. but they've got a bit of a curse about them. They lose the first game of like every tournament and every match ever. If you go back to the group stage, they lost to ROMG despite beating everyone else in that group. That team didn't even beat anyone else in group stage. They lost to a total underdog. You go over to the grand finals against Counterlogic Gaming Europe. They started out 0-2 and had to claw back up and win the rest of those games. These guys tend to start out a little bit slow, and now they're playing on foreign soil. They've got to kind of regroup and realize, guys, we're one of the best teams in the world. Let's just play our game and get ourselves started.
And we will have to see, coming from that Western gameplay, very much more aggressive, low-economy game, and coming from Invictus as well, we're going to have to see a Zubu Frost out-aggress Invictus in that early game.
Exactly. Invictus is a team that loves to push in and dive turrets. You're going to see their jungler Illusion. He likes to pick guys who are tanky early on, like Shyvana, dive in on turrets, do a lot of damage, and kill champions in 3-on-2s. Well, they're going to have to rely on Rapid Star to do that same kind of thing and roam from mid and put more aggression on the map and keep the pressure on.
And really, Freak, you just mentioned his name, one of the biggest players for Zubu Frost statistically and in his gameplay style, Rapid Star.
Rapid Star really lives up to his name, both parts. First of all, it's rapid. He goes around the map. He's a heavy roamer. He makes a lot of plays. He's a really big deal for that team. Secondly, Star. He's the star player for that lineup. I know it's cheesy, but it actually works here. He's got the most kills and assists, the least deaths throughout that entire OGN Summer League on his team. When you're the best performing player of the best team, you know you're set up to be a world MVP.
And that's the keys to the match for a Zubu Frost versus Invictus Gaming. Now, they have also done their homework, but are the team in the shadows, so they kind of come out with that bit of an upper hand. And the first key they can use actually to their advantage is to win through champion selection.
This is something that Invictus Gaming likes to do as a team overall, and to their benefit, they're actually the red team, meaning they have the last pick. They love to counterpick one of those solo lanes. Typically, it's mid for Z-Tai against Rapid Star. They're going to try to find some advantageous matchup. Additionally, they've got some tricks up their sleeve. Their mid and top lane player will actually switch champions at the last second, and so if they pick sort of an ambiguous mage like Vladimir or Kennen who can run top or mid, and they'll pick like a bruiser like Jarvan, the last second they'll swap it and they'll send Jarvan mid, they'll send Vlad up top, and they're looking to make some really big lane mismatches. A lot of mages run magic resist, but not any armor, so if they're fighting a physical damage bruiser, they're in for a bit of trouble.
And next off, it's going to be looking towards the jungles a little bit, and we're going to have to see them avoiding the counter gank from Cloud Templar.
Exactly. This team is all about aggression and diving turrets. And normally when you make a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1 on the enemy turret, you'll come out ahead, so Illusion's plays will pay off. The problem is, what's Cloud Templar going to do? The jungler here from a Zubu Frost, if he's watchful, if he sees what his team is up to, if he sees them under pressure, if he counter ganks and makes that a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3 with the turret to their advantage, they're going to win every one of these counter ganks. So Invictus needs to make sure that the jungler doesn't come up from behind and kind of screw them over.
You know, Freak, we do see that 3v3 situation happening most time in the bottom lane, which brings us to our next point, is that AD carry. They need to get Kid Ezreal.
Exactly. They want to grab Ezreal for themselves and deny it from a Zubu Frost. Quick story time for you guys. Loco Doco used to be on the team as their star AD carry player. He left Frost, went to Startail, and they had to kind of regroup and get a new carry. They brought Woong down from the top lane and brought him down into AD carry. The thing was, he's only been there for a few months now. Now, he actually used to play Ezreal top lane, so he knows that champion in and out. But if you've only been in the role for a few months, you're not going to have all those champions to that same level of competence. So for Invictus's credit, if they can deny Ezreal away from Woong, they can really shut down part of that multi-pronged attack from Zubu Frost.
All right, guys, so we've told you what we think. Now we want to know what you think. Just like last time at the North American Regionals, head over to Twitter at League of Legends and the hashtag LOLWorlds as well. We'll be answering your questions on air later during the broadcast.
Okay, guys, this is going to be an amazing, amazing match, guys. The teams are ready to go. We are ready to go. Guys, are you ready to get into this game?
And we are into Champion Select. The League of Legends Season 2 Championship begins now. Zubu Frost for the first ban of the game coming out here. Now we have talked about the fact that we don't see much of the play from Invictus Gaming. Yes, Zubu could have done their homework and went and dug out a lot of those files, but it's going to be a pretty big mismatch here just for the picks and bans, since we said, you know, IG is very strong there.
So right off the bat, Zubu Frost banning out one of the ambiguous champions. Sorry, not ambiguous, but they're banning out Yorick here, who's going to set up a lot of strategies overall. He's a great top laner. He can set up for 1v2s. He's just a very strong pick in general that you're going to try to remove. Invictus here have grabbed out and banned out Anivia away from Rapid Star. That man is famous for his Anivia play. So right now they're really respect banning each other. And ooh, an Evelyn ban. This is Might be the first time we've seen Evelyn banned in competitive play. So, Eve, welcome back to the game. You're now playable, and she's been banned out here. And again, Azibu Frost really recognizing that the immense champion pool here from Zatai, they want to drop that out and make sure they don't get caught out with a heavy roamer.
And we do have some aggressive support / mid from Rapid Star being taken out here with the Lux ban. And it looks like they're really just going for teams that will not allow a fight to be dispersed or broken up easily with these bans.
Yeah, a lot of it is also they're researching their opponents and they know what their top champions are, what their best roles are. Anivia and Lux definitely really big mainstays. We saw Rapid Star pull that out against Blaze. We saw it actually put on the support there against Counter Logic Gaming Europe. It's been a really strong champion for them, so it makes a lot of sense. These guys are doing their research in banning champions that they know these other teams are playing. That ban coming out from Azibu Frost is Jace, who's a super dominant top laner, and they're finding the Skarner being the final ban. So now we're going to see what these teams are going to go for, what their favorite picks are going to be, and how they're going to set up their strategies.
A good amount of initiation cut out of this. We do see the Ezreal pick going out first. We'll have to see if they are able to get that and take it away from Kid.
It makes a lot of sense. Ezreal's the most hotly contested AD carry here, especially when you've got sort of roster limitations in a way. So yes, that third key is going away. Woong's going to be on Ezreal here. He's going to be comfortable, and he's going to have a great match overall. So that's a small crisis averted for Frost. You saw them kind of click that right away, and we're like, guys, are we sure it's Ezreal? Yes? Okay, yeah. And they're going to grab that one out. But no other AD carries and no supports outside of Lux have been banned out. So there's still a lot of options for the rest of these lanes.
So we could see a double AP comp coming in with some good map control from Nocturne. It's going to be Vlad Nocturne on that pick. Possibly not locked in yet, but it is going to be looking good. PDD is a very switchable player. He has a gigantic champion pool to play from, so he could really pull out anything here.
I really like this overall here from Invictus Gaming. If they lock in these picks, Nocturne spells aggression. Now, if they had picked Nocturne in earlier, you might have seen, other AD carries denied. If you get a diving champion like Nocturne who jumps into battles and deals a lot of damage, ooh, they've locked in Jarvan, so they've already grabbed one Dunk Master. They're going to look at Nocturne here for the second. There is a ton of get-in-your-face aggression here from Invictus Gaming. So the Nocturne almost definitely in the jungle. Now, if you go back in time and you look at a picture of a Goose, they used to run Jarvan Leona as a bottom lane aggression combo. That Jarvan could go mid. We've seen a lot of players run that. Zatai could do it. We've seen Froggen run it in solo queue. Jarvan, a great top laner as well. They've actually set themselves up for a lot of options here. And if you're Azibu Frost, you might want to be a little bit careful of your back line. They can dunk down on an Ezreal or another squishy mage and really deny some options. I think he's just kind of trolling us right now, picking up a lot of different champions. But I want to go back again to the amazing champion pool here from Invictus. It's a lot of melee, tanky, heavy aggression. They will jump into those fights and make life miserable for Azibu Frost.
So Freak, not really knowing where these lanes are going at least for Vlad, but if that is against the Jarvan in middle, how is that going to match up?
So Vladimir's going to be interesting because he's weak in the early levels. He's very easily aggressed upon. His cooldowns are a bit long. He spends his own health to cast abilities, so he tends to become frail throughout that early mid game. But Vladimir scales phenomenally throughout. He does a lot of damage. He amplifies his team overall. Vlad's eventually going to be in that back line just throwing out so much damage, and Alistair there picked up possibly as the jungler is just a crazy aggressive force. He's going to come around that map, gank people from behind, and deal incredible amounts of damage.
Freak, we see again the aggression coming out from Invictus. Leona, Corki, Xiao Zhao, and Kid like to say, if we can get that lane swap to not happen and have two in our lane, we'd like to kill more people.
This is really good overall. Their team is just full out aggression, and I gotta say, I love the Leona Nocturne combo. They can pretty much shut someone down from so far away. Nocturne can dive across half the map to initiate a fight for himself. Leona with Solar Flare can stun someone for a good long time, follow up with their own combo, and continue that crowd control so they can lock down individual targets. They can really shut down Ezreal or anyone in the back line and really make life miserable. Just within the lane itself, Leona Corki is a lot of damage. This is really a tried and true aggro lane combo. There is a lot of pressure available here.
And we do see a very global Shen picked up as well as a Jax for the dueling.
This is going to be really, really nice. So Shy there on Jax, it's going to play into his strengths pretty well. He tends to play a bit more passively and farm a lot. And Jax is a great late game carry. This Azibu Frost team is just full full of damage output, but they've got a giant front line to back it up. So Ezreal, Vladimir, and Jax are all going to just belt out damage in a team fight. Alistar and Shen in the front line. Jax even is going to be quite beefy as well up in the front there. And then if anything goes bad, that Shen, he has a global ultimate, teleports to a friend, gives him a gigantic shield and says, bro, you're not going to die, I'm here for you. And they can initiate these fights. Azubu Frost lineup is just so well-rounded. It's phenomenally strong right here.
Yeah, that lineup is so scary, Freak. Every one of them can dash, jump, pool, or just arcane shift out of a fight if they need to. It's going to be amazing. The last pickup here, possibly that counter, is going to be Swain.
So Swain making his comeback to competitive play as well. This is going to be really good. And again, it actually sets up Invictus for that lane swap. We used to see Swain a lot as a top lane, and these 45 seconds will tick down, and we can't even guarantee if Zitai or PDD is going to be in the mid lane, on Jarvan and Swain respectively. Now, if you look at the team composition in general, Invictus Gaming is all in. They want to initiate with the Solar Flare, dive in with Nocturne, dive in with Jarvan. Swain's going to be in the mix as well, and there's so much crowd control coming out that it's going to be hard for Azubu Frost to know what to focus on, especially if Jarvan goes attack damage based, gets a Hex Drinker, Brutalizer, Bloodthirster in there. He's going to be dealing so much damage. He's a gigantic threat, and he's going to be backed up with a big shield. Everyone here in Invictus is honestly either very tanky or very safe in the back line, and it's just full of damage output. There's a lot of gank potential. There's a lot of pressure. Azubu Frost once more. It's just a late game, just crush team. They've got a front line. They've got a back line. It's about damage.
All right, guys, the teams have made their selections and are about to start the Season 2 Championship. They're ready. We're ready. Are you guys in the audience ready? Freak, we said it before, Azubu Frost a little slow on the first game of a group, or just of a best of 3, but they only get one chance here, and this is going to make it big because Invictus has a back-to-back over this in the group stage.
So this is actually, really, really important overall. They've got to make sure they start out hot. And that might be hard when your name is Azubu Frost. It's a bit of a misnomer. You've got to make sure that you're ready to go and able to push in here. Actually, this is great. Woong picked Frosted Ezreal. Thank you, Woong. You're so kind with the puns. I appreciate it. We're finishing up the loading screen, but this game, it's really, really important. These are two of the favorites in the group stage. They're phenomenally skilled teams, and it's going to set the pace for the rest of this tournament. That each of these teams wants to start out on the right foot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting into game in just a second. We do see, actually, Shy had picked Frozen, not Shy, rather, Illusion picked Frozen Nocturne for us as well. So they're keeping the cold reel going with the puns.
That's nice.
So we have these guys getting prepared to be in game. Freak, are we expecting anyone of a level 1 invasion? You have an Alistar for that ground pulverize. You have Shen to taunt everybody up, as well as Shy to jump in there and stun if need be.
It's scary. Both these teams are actually really, really good at level 1. There's one disadvantage for Azubu Frost, which is Vladimir, who's going to be doing almost nothing in a level 1 fight with that rest of the lineup you just mentioned. Shen's got Shadow Dash, Alistar's got Pulverize, Ezreal dealing a bunch of damage from the back lines with Mystic shots and basic attacks, and yes, Jax, Shy can jump in. The Counter-Strike is a stun as well. Azubu Frost, if they play perfectly, have like 4 seconds of dedicated area of effect crowd control. It's really, really scary overall. That said, though, Invictus has a similar lineup. They've got a lot of area of effect damage. They've got a giant root here with Swain. Guys, we are ready to get into the game. Let's get this started.
And as we start off this matchup, we can hear the pings going down. Teams playing this very careful. It is a game of 1 here in the group stages. They will play a few games throughout the day, but right now they want to start the momentum. That early game in the day is the hardest. A lot of the teams from Asia, from Korea, from Taiwan, China are all saying we're a little worried about the jet lag that's going to be coming in here. They're not used to playing, as we've said, on American soil, and the first time for a lot of them. So this is going to be very big that these teams can come out fast with that first blood.
So Invictus is playing a bit aggressively from the start. Jarvan tosses a flag out there, tries to check in. Corky. Oh, this is super cute. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really interesting because he spots Cloud Templar there, and the rest of the team is ready to follow up. They know Cloud, he's the jungler there. He's going to start at the Wraith camp. Invictus, they're already starting out with the tricks. If you look at Frost lineup, it's all defensive. They're watching brushes. They're just camping around, trying to wait for things to happen, and they're just next to each other. This is I can't even think but giggle here. This is going to be amazingly ridiculous.
Freak, this is absolutely awesome. It's really just a high-level use of the Fog of War, knowing where they're going to stand, knowing that nobody really walks to that position, just already inside the mind of your opponent.
Here comes the invade. They're going to try to get Cloud Templar.
And they go in, they get the Zenith on a rapid start. Another Valkyrie from Kid. They will get the exhaust out, and first blood goes to Invictus. Beautiful aggression. Azubu Frost didn't know what hit them.
That was exactly the right opening, and just that overall strategy was perfect. Invictus starting things out right. They used Jarvan Flash and Chef over the brush, make sure no one was there. Then they sent Corky over to Valkyrie, then he became a living ward. Sat there, took on the role of Evelyn as a living ward, and made sure that they knew what exactly the other team was up to. Okay, ran into the Rave camp, get it started. It's a very good opening start.
3.2 for Azubu Frost now not in the bag. They were not able to out-aggress there, but they can still turn it around. That first blood does not mean the matchup, so we'll have to see what they can bring out here as the buffs are somewhat being denied on their side. Good damage in mid from Zatai as he starts to go aggressive on Rapid Star. He is level 2 to his level 1. More than happy to deal out that pain.
That's what's going to happen when you come up there with first blood and a lot of extra aggression and farm on the jungle. And IG is actually lane swapped here, so PDD is going to be alone at his bottom lane as Jarvan. He's going to have to try to last hit against that turret. Meanwhile, Kid 1v1 up against Jack. Takes a bit of damage as a result there. He's got to be a little bit careful there. They've got an interesting sort of range versus melee dynamic in both of these side lanes.
Shy may be shy in just that, but he knows when to take the aggressive pokes and win that damage trade. Leona now returning to top lane. A very good push here coming from Zatai. Vladimir, not a horrible farmer at the turret. He can keep himself going, but Swain's going to want to roam that lane. Zatai gets all over the place. Back to top lane. Shy just milling about, trying to keep himself in a safe position. They do have an early ward down in that tri-bush behind them for Invictus. So they're going to make sure they see, actually, Cloud Templar coming up now. Or rather, they see Illusion.
Overall, this lane swap rather is really good for Invictus. They're trying to shut down Jax, that late game carry, and that's really, really advantageous here. If you compare to PDD on Jarvan, he's got 2 abilities that can farm from range, so he's more or less safe in this 1 versus 2. And actually a gank coming off in this top lane there, a lot of damage on a Shy.
Shy getting out, having to pump those potions. He is up with 2 more, so he's going to be all right in the lane for a while. He is going to want to go back and get a ward when he can, but he doesn't want to throw himself out of the lane so he can continue to soak up that XP.
Adlek doing a good job pushing on aggressively. There's the stun on the wall. PDD's got to run away from this.
Yeah, he is aggressive. He does have the blue buff, but he's got to be careful of how much damage he takes, because the blue buff, it's not going to heal you. Those potions are going to be gone quite fast, and you can still see aggression from Zatai and mid. Rapid Star isn't getting a chance to get in there.
This is really playing the Swain advantage really well right now. Swain is great at being a lane bully, especially if your mechanics can support last hitting, continue to keep your mana up with that passive. See again, Jarvan forced to last hit under turret, but he's going to be reasonably safe doing that. The Golem buff that was donated over, giving him some mana regeneration and lower cooldowns, allowing him to use both basic attacks and abilities to farm up onto minions. You can see here Jax at 15 and Jarvan at 17. There is a slight advantage here due to that lane swap.
PDD trying to get the poke down, as he does have the cooldowns and the mana for it. He should just be spamming those out, but making sure he can farm. Good push here coming from Kid and Jiao top. They do have the ward down, so they can now pressure Jax against his turret. Quite low mana for Zatai. Has to be careful in middle as he goes aggressive once again to Rapid Star. He's really keeping tabs on him, making sure he has to stay at the turret. It's really helping.
Absolutely, this is still, it's Vladimir's early game being very, very unsafe. You're going to see this pressure continue for a while. Once Vlad gets up to level 6 or 7, he'll start turning around, he can sustain himself and kind of be under the boot a little bit less. You're going to keep seeing a lot of moves early on. Invictus also going for a lot of pressure. They're going for this top turret, dealing a lot of damage to it. This has been really commonplace for Asian teams as of recent, where they'll take that 2-on-1 matchup and turn it into a push lane instead of a zone lane.
Here comes Illusion from behind. The Dustbringer is out, so he has the speed. They're on to Shy. Here's the 3v1, but the counter gank won't be in. The turret is quite low. He could turn this around. Shy comes out with a kill in a 3v1 situation to run out. Now in pursuit, it's going to be Illusion, but they completely back off.
Oh, wow, and that was just a couple of missteps there. Corky managed to pull turret aggro. Everyone else kind of backing out long enough that Jack could just jump on. Knew that he could pin down Corky, leap onto that. Great kill picked up for Shy. That is a nice equalizer. The gold's still 300 behind. But Shy, you thought his lane was going to be bad, but now he's going to be in pretty good shape with gold, picking up that kill for 300 gold.
And you got to notice that Cloud Templar was there by the time Shy reached the river on exit, so he was actually completely ready for that gank to go down. They're really, as I said before, playing in the minds of Invictus right now, but Invictus with that first blood still are 200 gold up.
This top lane actually is a little bit scary for Xiao. With Shy hitting level 6 right now, no, I guess Kid did show back up, but a 2-on-1 that could have been a potential jungle gank. You saw Cloud Templar come in support for a short time, but looks like that top lane once again be safe. This gank in mid though.
Mad Life is a Zulu Frost now roaming the map. It looks like Zitai could fall, and he does go down to Rapid Star. Still, more aggression from that bottom lane. Mad Life helping Rapid Star with the plays there.
That's a nice little inverse there from a Zulu Frost. Normally it is Rapid Star and Roam, but when you've got that 2-on-1 lane, that's one of the things you can do. When you shove to the turret, you've got nothing to farm, you can kind of back off and do something else. Invictus was actually pushing the turret and dealing damage to it and setting up a tower dive. In this case, it was a Zulu Frost pushing that bottom lane and setting up a roam opportunity with Woong and Mad Life making that kill happen. Really, really nice play.
Now, Freak, with this swap, they're not going to be able to grab red buff as much. Obviously, blue buff not really assisting Shen as much as the mana-heavy opponent, but how are they going to factor that in if they still want to control the buffs?
It's actually really convenient overall because now both these teams have their attack damage carries near that lizard buff overall, so Invictus will be able to easily walk up, pick the lizard for Porky, and the same thing happens for Bloom on Ezreal. So it's actually more equal right here actually, that overall the buff's going to be transferred kind of to the same people over and over. Again, PDD taking that bottom lane so that he can grab Golem buff. He's actually walking over there right now. They're going to keep sending him that buff so he can lane a little bit better, cost that more shield, and cost that more poke.
We can see Shy doing a little bit better, I believe, than Jarvan is. No, Shy actually 23 CS to Jarvan's 46. However, he does have a kill, and I believe they're both level 6 right now. We see Shy falling behind. What problems is that going to present for Zulu Frost in the late game?
They needed to get him to late game. 300 gold is nice, but now down 21 minions, that doesn't actually really keep up anymore. There's actually pressure at the top lane. Shen coming in.
Stand United is on. The taunt does not hit. Demon plays very nice, leaving Kid on the outside to just continuously do damage. Cloud Templar flashes out of the situation, and Shy is forced to walk out as well. Very nice try there coming in, but wait, Illusion coming in. The counter gank once again. Shy is forced to run. He has nothing to jump to. The Dustbringer hits. Extra speed for Nocturne. Good job by Cloud Templar bringing himself back for that assisted jump.
That was really good play on both sides, and that is typical Illusion. Oh, here comes Zitai. He's going to find Cloud Templar. He's going to pick up one. Can he get the second? Oh, it is. Double kill coming out. That team roaming so much, picking up kill after kill. Invictus Gaming, the pressure is on. They've got their first turret kill. They're up 3-2 in kills. They're going to keep going.
Freak, you just said it. A clean wipe of the turret and a small minion wave down bottom. But it looks like they may just micro the damage in and out on this one. If they lose it anyways, they're going to continue to attack. Illusion backs off. He trades the damage off here, and they are going to be able to grab a second turret. Now 10 minutes into the game.
This is absolutely the right play here in Invictus, making the dives happen. 2 turrets. That is huge right there. There is a giant open window now. Shy is going to have a lot of trouble now dealing with this mid game. Now, a really good ping by Zulu Frost. They know everyone's stuck on the other side. They get a free Dragon out of it, and that's nice. Dragon equalizes the gold lead that you get from picking off a turret. It makes that the same, but the loss of these structures sets up for some fast game. Oh my God. Wow, PDD, one after another. Can you get out of this one? Taking a lot of punishment here. This looks like it's going to be a trade kill, but a nice dunk onto Woong. This is just crazy now, back and forth. These teams diving into fights over and over. Poor Woong actually had pulled turret, not turret, but Dragon aggro from the beginning from that, so he was very low on health, allowing that dunk to happen there. PDD, a nice pickup there. So back on that turret point though, there's a lot of now open map on the left-hand side. Shy stays up top. He's very, very diamond. Expected to be very unsafe. Illusion will revisit that top lane a lot this game.
Now, Freak, how big does this factor in? Usually you see the bottom lane AD carries support, all bottom lane. That turret goes down first or mid. Now with that top lane down to the second inhibitor, or second turret, now to the inhibitor, they can almost control Baron as well and just kind of farm that top lane down.
They can absolutely kind of put a lot of pressure and make the minion waves, give them a lot of map control overall. Exactly. The Baron, those turrets are gone on the Baron side. There's a lot of opportunities there for them. Oh my gosh, Xiao Xiao taking so much punishment down against the turret.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Wow, what a kill picked up. Mad Life, the exact execution there, the pulverized, headbutting back into the turret. That was a great overall job. But now we've got a bad gank in mid.
Here comes Shen in as well. It's a 3v1, and they get their own gank. Cloud Templar onto Zitai. And there it is. They're just focusing on the aggression they can find now, surgically removing them one by one.
Perfect moves overall. Exactly. This is really the focus here for this Azubu Frost early lineup. Because there is a lot of early aggressors. A lot of crowd control is available. Cloud Templar now twice has actually used Stand United before the fight starts, saying, I don't care about the shield, I want to show up out of nowhere, and just piggybacks on top of a friend, making it 3-on-1 out of nowhere every single time. He's really now the playmaker here. It's not counter ganks, it's just actual ganks. Cloud Templar is really the force right now for this early game of Azubu Frost team.
So free. Wow, Wound going down very low here. His mana just about the same, but the HP is not matching. The blast in, the last attack, the Ignite takes the auto attack to get it.
Nice job, Kid. Those plays. Notice that Wound burned his flight and said, you know what? I can land that one last missile. Did so. Excellent job. Let's see if they move on and push for some more advantages. They could go for turrets with a number advantage on the map.
You know, Free, Kid may be amazing on Ezreal, and that's going to totally help him play against it in lane as well. So the factors on both sides, the dunk down, the kills just going back and forth right now. Cloud Templar to come in to help, but no, it's not enough.
That is again Illusion being so aggressive, teaming up there as well with PDD. This is Invictus Gaming. They will die for your turrets. You are not safe under your turrets. If you're going to play Invictus later on in this tournament, guys, your turrets are not safe. You've got to be careful. Their third turret kill now up. 6-5 in kills as well. Invictus keeping the pressure on.
Freak, it took them 9 minutes to take those two, but it only took them another 3 minutes to take that one. This is not looking good for Azubu Frost. They definitely have not stalled that aggression that's coming from Invictus Gaming. They've been able to come out way too strong on each one of their ganks. Azubu Frost is keeping them some in it with those inch-by-inch fights. You did see him just take down Swain in mid. Z-Tai got a little aggressive, but they were able to come in with Shen. So they have a lot of possibilities, but we're seeing that all in the late game, and right now they may not get there.
It's going to be risky. Now, they're only down 1,000 gold, so they're holding on more or less. Azubu Frost, you know, they're not defending themselves to the ganks all that well. These ganks are succeeding really on all sides, but at the same time, they're still making ganks of their own. They're still pushing themselves ahead. You can see, again, 5 kills picked up because of the plays being made by Azubu Frost. They're not down really any significant margin of gold, so they want to keep those pushes going. And the saving grace here for Frost is that they have a great late game lineup. Again, Jax and Vladimir, if they can get rolling, and they're starting to, they're finally picking themselves up in minions. Actually, Rapid Star beating his lane opponent in minions. Jax from Shy pretty close by as well, so they will continue to catch up throughout this game. And when we hit like the 35-minute mark, you're going to see just the general champion power actually shift over. I think actually the impetus is really on Invictus to make the plays right now and keep that pressure on.
So we actually have Wound going up and grabbing the blue buff. They don't really need it in mid so much. They don't really need it up top. And they're going to give it to Wound. He's down 2 kills, but he's up in CS. So they're really trying to gain the advantage back in this bottom lane. Still has perfect turrets on it.
And that's going to be really the next point of contention, I feel. With the 2 top turrets down, the first middle turret down, Invictus is going to look for their next big advantage, I think, at this bottom lane. I would expect to see some ganks coming through in the near future. Now, it's difficult to gank an Ezreal and an Alistar. There's a lot of crowd control and mobility still available, but they've still got a little bit of time with Wound's flash still down. Professional teams will time enemy summoner spells. And so, and it's really convenient too, because Kid flash at about the same time. Kid can easily time Wound's escape ability to say, hey, look, Flash is still down, Nocturne show up, let's make a 4-on-2, let's get some kills. I expect to see that if they want to go for this next turret.
And it's really what Invictus Gaming has been doing. They're playing inside the mind of Azubu Frost. The homework has really paid off for them in these lanes, even though not so much aggressive for Xiao Zhao and Kid bottom. They've been playing it wonderfully against the Alistar Ezreal that just came down there. We saw picking up a kill, Wound, or rather Kid for himself onto Ezreal. Wound trying to pressure. He has that blue buff. He should just be throwing out his spell.
And he's poking as hard as he possibly can. He's getting a lot of damage out of it. This mid lane, once again, you can see that blue buff is so nice, especially for Z-Tai, who can spend his mana basically on health. That Raven form, his ultimate, it just makes, it sends these Ravens out, they deal a bunch of damage, and they return life back to him. And so it is so hard to shove him out of lane, he will keep being a force.
There's the Zenith Blade, very nice headbutt, but they're coming in still, the pulverized wing, but Illusion is just on the outside, and the 3v1 comes in strong. That Life forced to walk out of this one.
That is, again, the timing that flash, it actually is coming up in the next 10 seconds, but Rapid Star taking the punishment in mid.
Z-Tai forced to go back on this one. Cloud Templar is everywhere, and this shows you if they can span these fights out long enough and continue to have Cloud Templar in it, they're really able to stop a lot. However, this time they get Dragon. Last time they were top taking turrets. This time they're going to go ahead and grab the objective and have the timing on that as well.
Really, really good for Invictus. This is proper gameplay as well. Whenever you remove an enemy champion from the map, you want to do something for your team afterward. Getting a kill and picking up 300 gold and then going and farming, it doesn't help you all that much. Picking up a kill and killing some turrets, picking up a kill and taking away Dragon, that is a big boost in resources. They're now up 2,400 gold because they're not just getting a kill, they're getting a turret and an objective afterward. You're going to keep seeing these teams throughout this tournament convert kills into something else over and over and over again. That's the proper way to play League at a top level.
So, Freak, we have actually some builds coming out here. No, down bottom, some aggression on Illusion. He catches himself out. Shy is also down there as the top lane is really nothing to be had, and Woong finds himself a kill.
That was excellent. They actually snuck through the brush there and waited and kind of baited out Illusion to show up. So, Woong is chilling, not a big deal, but everyone else waiting in the brush and diving out of nowhere, that's really big.
So pressure on the bottom third as we see them taking top as well. Cloud Templar forced to flash. And that's going to be noted by the team. We just said they're keeping control of those summoner spells. It's down to that point where they have to know what's going to happen in these team fights.
And that just really sets them up still for this mid game. I don't think we're quite into full-on team fights just yet. I don't expect a lot of crazy pushes. It's not going to be a Baron attempt, but a lot of pressure at the top lane. Cloud Templar really getting chunked down. BDD taking it down in a one-on-one. Burned his ultimate earlier to just get rid of the flash and then said, great, I've got cooldown, let's do this. Picking that kill up.
Very nice job, and just knowing mechanics of that champion, able to close the gap between Shen if he doesn't have enough energy and just continue to beat down on him with that long range. He needs to hit that Q. 6 to 8 at 18 minutes, Freak. 2,000 gold in the lead right after that Dragon in control of these turrets. Still holding off a shutout on turrets against the Zubu Frost. Invictus Gaming has really came into this one strong. They haven't worried about the buffs in a Zubu Frost jungle too much, but they're really controlling them once they're in the lane.
Exactly. They are absolutely making a lot of great moves. Really, both these teams are. They've both kept the pressure on 6 to 8 to 18 minutes. They're constantly showing up for kills. Now, sometimes they're getting away with the skin of their teeth and they're surviving just the last second, but these guys are all looking for lane fights over and over. They are trying to get into battles. They're trying to bully their opponents out of lane, picking that kill up. It's nice to farm minions, but you can farm champions. They're worth about 10 times as much, so why not do that instead?
We do see the Wriggles Lantern onto Nocturne, a little objective focused as well as mass control for him. That armor really helps just his build in general, especially against his team. You have the Shen, Jax, Alistar, and Ezreal. You're really only looking for Vladimir with that AP damage. Jax a bit hybrid, but not going to factor into that huge fight too much. You see the bottom turret going down. Invictus Gaming just globally roaming right now.
It's really strange. You don't see this very often. A 5-man just runs to a turret to pick up that kill, because here's the counterattack from a Zubu Frost. It's a 2-on-0. This turret's taking a lot of damage, but looks like they're not going to keep the pressure on. They're worried about getting counter-ganked here. So they're going to actually just trade a turret for nothing. Really, really nice move by Invictus, reading their opponents, knowing there was no push available, at least not enough push available at the top, and they're still going as 5. They're going to look for another objective for us.
I think they really considered how much damage was in that lane. You have Vladimir and Shen, not exactly the greatest tower pushers in the world. Somebody throwing off a ghost there as they're getting away. Yep.
Again, this roaming squad actually working quite well, and I might have called it wrong. They're milling around near Baron. It seems really risky. I don't think they have quite the Baron damage overall. Okay, yeah, now you're seeing Leona recall back. They're going to be safe, but it's a nice little move. Out of nowhere, Invictus Gaming is like, okay, normally people sit in lanes, they'll force a turret, they'll force an objective or something. They're just like, guys, let's group up and play someone. They actually showed up at the bottom turret, pushed that bottom lane away, picked up the kill there, and then just showed up as a team in mid lane, forced everyone else, Cloud Templar, to run away. They brought Rapid Star's Ghost, they looked for Golem buff, and they're back to the lane. So, they spent 2 minutes roaming around the map, they picked up some advantages for it. Pretty good move.
Kid farming bottom still, the AD carries quite close, 171 to 167, but still those 2 kills for Kid. He is really helping himself out here. And as Zubu Frost continues to roam, it looks like Mad Life is just hip and hip right now with Woong. He is not leaving him. And they are quite an aggressive group together, so they will go in onto some kills. Xiao Xiao trying to get a little bit of gold for himself here. Support struggling.
Yeah, well, support getting some gold. It's really what these teams are doing, the last year or so, is they've been really sharing the jungle as a team objective. You call one of the members on your team a jungler. His primary profession is sitting in the jungle, killing off minions and ganking for the sides. But setting up more gold for your team is a really, really good move as well. Zubu Frost finding a kill here on BDD possibly.
BDD knocked up, the crowd control is on, but that's a pretty tanky person to focus with your first amount of abilities. Able to make it out, and they have Cloud Templar's ultimate down as well. So we could see Invictus Gaming looking to initiate a fight here.
They're really going to want to set up either a direct team fight or a split push here. With Shen's ultimate down, it's a lot of team fight pressure and a lot of split pushing lost there that they no longer have. And so it's really good for Invictus to force objectives in various places on the map, knowing that for the next about 2 minutes, Shen will not be showing up out of nowhere. This is kind of a go time here for Invictus.
You know, Freak, even without the Anivia, even without other champions that are going to spread out that fight, they still have Jarvan and Cataclysm someone out, jumping over the wall. They see Shy up top. He is going to be forced to blast, but he was feared out first by Terror, and he may go down. The Ignite won't pick enough, but the follow-up may just do that for himself. A beautiful Corki missile, and they find Shy up top.
Again, Invictus as a team roaming around and forcing their will on the opposition with Shy dead. They can absolutely go for pressure once more. They've pinged Baron. This really could be the picture. They've actually started 22 minutes in.
Super. Well, they do have the Triforce finished. Really relying on that. Oh, wow. Whoa, getting crushed out. Not even a chance, and they go for Baron, Freak.
This is now, I think, the actual Baron. The first time was they know they had some more sweeping. You know, they said knocking the sweep out with Oracle is no big deal. They knew they'd force the opposition to stop them, which just meant they could start a 5-on-4 with no real worries. The difficulty, though, is these times running a little bit low on mana, and it's going to be a 3-on-5. It's going to be very, very close here.
They're going to let them take as much damage as they can. They are just watching that bar of Baron right now. Mad Life on the outside. Rapid Star coming in, throws down the Hemo Plague. It's all with Baron still alive. He is just trading damage to the closest. They slay Baron Nasser. It goes to a Zubu. And it looks like they're forced out of the fight, though. They lose 3 as they walk away. Invictus full team.
That was a really nice setup there by Frost. They focused the jungler. Oh my gosh, the True Shot Barrage is out! Shy getting chased on, but he shouldn't go down here. 2-on-5, that's Zubu Frost can win right now. Xiao Xiao really getting shut down. Shy's gonna like his chances. Ultimately to 3 for 1 with a Baron seal. I like that for Frost.
That was a really great job. A little miscommunication there by Invictus Gaming. Going into the attack, we saw the Zenith Blade just separate himself way too much from the team. But with that, they will be quite close now in that gold, still at the 2,000 mark. They're down 3 turrets, so they're really closing this gold gap now around 25 minutes into the game. It's 13-7. Invictus Gaming coming out early with the first blood, coming out very early with just team roaming aggression. And once again, they will control the dragon. The first dragon going to Azubu, the second and third dragon to the victory.
But this is going to be really, really big for them. The return trade is a good move there. Shy knows he is safe wearing Baron buff. His flash is down, but he knows that he's very, very strong right now in this game, trying to finish up Infinity Force when he can. Overall, there's a lot of power in a lot of really good places. That Baron buff, the Baron kill really helps so much. While yes, they are down in kills, you'll expect to see many members on Azubu Frost negative in the kill-death ratio. They're keeping up in gold regardless. Again, it's an 1,800 gold difference, which is basically pennies at this point in the game. You've got to consider these teams on equal standing. The only real separation here is that actually Baron buff is being worn by 2 members of Frost. That's actually a pretty big deal. You need to be a little bit bigger bullies in the fights right now. That might transition away, though, in the near future, because there's a lot of burst damage available on the other side here. Invictus, they're going to like their chances with Jarvan, Nocturne, and Leona. They're going to have a good chance here at shutting down Ezreal. There's really 2 to 3 major worries here on both teams. The Blue Cross needs to be worried about losing a squishy carry with the burst combos available on the other side. Invictus Game needs to be worried about the fact that there are 3 major threats. Vladimir, Jax, and Ezreal could all carry a game by themselves, and while their team is great at shutting down 1 champion, can they shut down 3?
So Freak, I feel like once this gets to turrets, once Azubu Frost isn't found with 1 or 2 people, you know, walking around a turret, I think they're going to be able to hold these. If it's just the push that comes into the game, where is Invictus Gaming going to win if they have to start split pushing and really spreading themselves out thin?
Split pushing is not going to be the best answer for them overall. It's half decent because they have not kind of segue from one lane to another without a lot of difficulty, but they're still against Shen, who's probably the prince of split pushing, second only to Twisted Fate, who actually takes a crown as king. But Shen is going to be able to, if Frost wants, he can split up to the side lane and force out the
But it's not even going to matter about the turret for Invictus as Azubu goes in. A great True Shot Barrage going through, and it's going to be too close quickly for Azubu. The turret isn't even a factor in this fight. A double kill coming in for Bloom, and they will focus now onto the turret.
That was a great aggression there. They had Shen waiting in the wings. Alistair starting that fight properly. Mad Life living up to his name. He's an aggressive player, really like jumping into those fights. This could be a really good push for Frost.
That was such an extended initiation. Shirelius needed to get in with 3 or 4 steps before Alistar. It was so telegraphed to the team, but it still caught Invictus off guard. They were just not ready. They have not seen that type of aggression yet in this game from Zubu Frost.
Yeah, that was an all-out engagement that was really a one-of-a-kind sort of attempt here by Frost. And the good thing for them was they shut down Z-Tai right away. He actually got pulverized back into the lineup. He killed off with True Shot, Mirage, and Ignite. That's exactly what they want to do. There are a lot of damage that's here on Invictus, just like there are on a Zubu Frost. But chief among them is going to be the heavily farmed Z-Tai, who's got Rod of Ages, he's got Sorcerer's Shoes done, and he's almost got his Abyssal Scepter. When that's completed, he's going to be tanky. He's going to be putting out a lot of damage, and he's going to be fighting opponents with no magic resist, making him continue to deal a lot of damage and keep his health bar sustained. Zubu Frost is very melee heavy. You can kind of consider Vladimir a mid-range mage. He's going to be in range of auto attacks with the opponents. So everyone but Ezreal is going to be subject to the damage output from Z-Tai. And that's going to be a very big risk here. And it's going to be the focus, I think, of the match from now on. It's all about Z-Tai.
So we do see Invictus Gaming coming in now, a 3 Aegis build.
Triple Aegis? Seriously?
Triple
wow.
Aegis.
They went triple Aegis. These guys want to be tanky. They really, really do. I don't know if there's communication, they just really like the stats on it.
That will benefit each person, though, with an Aegis to the other Aegis.
Yeah, so those two champions will have basically a double Aegis aura. They'll get 16 attack damage, 36 armor, and 48 magic resist, but still, that's pretty rough overall. We've got a replay set up, though, of that prior fight between just what went down. He has to jump off solo initiation. Alistair jumping in, gonna just use as much damage as possible, pop the bullshit, and just go to the all-out distraction. You can see Swain just dropping way too fast, and now there's not enough damage output really available. Cork has to come into the side all too late. His teammates are already dead. It was ultimately somewhat of a 5-on-4 with too much aggression early on.
So Zubu Frost getting a little bit of a flame behind them there. Will they be able to melt the competition now? 30 minutes into the game, 13-10. Those 2 kills, 3 kills that they were able to get in that last fight are really bolstering that gold. Now they're 42,000 to 40,000 as they've taken the lead there. 5 turrets to 4. Zubu Frost now in the lead once again with that statistic. It's all like they turned this game around in a matter of 3 minutes.
It was just a couple of good engagements is all it took. Mad Life really taking the initiative there, and a great mechanic. Oh, but we're getting jumped on right here!
Forced to get out of that, and the ultimate from Illusion onto him. The Paranoia makes it! He does keep with it, and he sticks in to follow up his shot. They lose another one. It's now 1-for-1 in the battle. Swain coming out very big. You can see Z-Tai hardly taking any damage with that sustain. And he gets a double kill. Chasing down Mad Light, an ultimate finish from Kid, and it's now onto Cloud Templar, the slow, not affecting him enough. And they make it out into 3-1.
No, 4-1. 4-1, exactly. PDD, you are your team's new MVP. 20 seconds ago, it's like Z-Tai has got to do well in the fight, and it's going to be great. Nope, PDD out of nowhere. Full dunk combo onto Ezreal, followed up by Leona, and followed up by Nocturne. Those champions, those 3 working together every single time, trying to shut down Woong, trying to kill Ezreal. Every single time now, most of the time now, it's actually been working. When they're able to put their combos down, the AD carry drops off. And without that dedicated source of single target damage, they don't have an easy way of removing Z-Tai from the lineup anymore. He's so kiteable. He can deal damage while running with that ultimate. It just deals damage for him, so he can kite Jax. Rapid Star, he's area of effect based on Vladimir. He can't shut down a single target. He helps the entire team. And when your big single target damage source from Ezreal is out of the fight, and Shy on Jax can't really chase down the target he wants, Z-Tai's gonna have free reign. Those 2 working together, making those fights happen. They needed one more team fight like that. If they can control Baron, they're really gonna be in the advantage. But right now, it's a tie game.
You know, Freak, we've really seen definitive gameplay from both teams up until this 30-minute mark. We have a Zubu Frost just coming in full 5-on-5 fights when we saw them. They dove under the turret. Now, this could be a huge problem for Invictus Gaming. Each one of their fights has started catching somebody out in a quick 75% health burst, and then they're able to take the fight without that person being in it. So these 5-on-5s, we said it earlier, it's a late game team from Zubu Frost, and if Invictus Gaming starts to lose their jungle that much more, they will not have the Fog of War to work with.
And there's a couple of good things happening here for Zubu Frost as well. They picked up a Chain Vest and Negatron Cloak here onto Woom. His item build is Trinity Force Last Whisper. Oh crap, I need durability! And he's going for that. And if he can, and that's all he really needs. He just needs enough damage. He can rely on Trinity Force Last Whisper for a long time and just rely on base damages and Triforce procs to deal all the damage he needs. He just needs to survive that dunk team because the late game is so good from Frost. You need to withstand the early burst and then just team fight well. If he's alive, if that initial burst doesn't kill anyone, they can DPS with the time heal. They're really relying on the time to withstand a 5-on-4. If they don't have that, it's really good for Frost.
Looks like double Triforce as well being finished for Invictus Gaming. A very, very tanky, but mostly Glass Cannon Swain, except for that Abyssal Scepter giving him a little bit of magic resistance. He's got a lot of health to sustain the fights. Like you said, Freak, he is just walking around wreaking havoc and no.
Oh, sure. Basically, the big decision point here with the needlessly large rod is it going to be Death Cap or is it going to be Zhonya's Hourglass? Death Cap says that he feels safe and he just wants to be that hyper carry, and that's a possibility. They've been doing a pretty good job in fights overall. Zhonya says, you know what? I'm still worried about their burst. I'm worried about Jackson Ezreal, and you're going to see what decision he goes for. It'll kind of tell you how he's feeling about this match. If he feels safe or whether he feels pressure. He's going to look at a glimpse of psychology in the very near future.
See him once again going back and forth in the jungle with a little bit of vision. That says we have enough to do Baron. A 33-minute attempt at 17-11. The gold lead is pretty much even. They gain a 2,000 jump with that. And it looks like they are on the upper hand now. A 4-minute pause button to Invictus Gaming. Big for Zubu Frost. They are good on the fight under the turret. They're more than happy now to do it with Baron. That regeneration and strength that they get, Freak. This is going to be a very big push.
This is going to be a really, really big attempt here. This will be a game-defining battle here. That middle turret is down, so the inhibitor is free for them. I don't even think Invictus can really defend here. I think they'll lose if they go into a fight without kind of perfect initiation.
Oh, great arcane shift, and it leaves Zhao Zhao in there by himself. A perfect use of abilities, but they trade 1-for-1. Again, DDP coming in first. DDD huge coming in. A good job by Cloud Templar focusing on the Nocturne, and it looks like this fight heavily going in favor of the Zubu Frost. No, the turnaround. They catch out Vladimir and Jax. The double kill as they chase down Mad Life. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. They do have the proc from the phase on Triforce, and the triple kill for Kid.
Number one team fight call, NA. Invictus Gaming is showing up. Again, that dunk combo, I thought with Ezreal having a Negatron Cloak and Chain Vest that he would have been okay there. Turns out, not the case. There's just too much damage. PDD going for so much. Got the Trinity Force and Hex Drinker. He is so deadly here.
Sick little dodge there, putting on his Nikes and lacing him up. PDD faking out Cloud Templar for a trade in damage. He's not really hurt right now, but he's just getting harassed around as they take down his turret. Nothing to do there, and a little bit of a rebuttal after an overzealous fight there from Zubu Frost, which I thought they had quite easily.
I really thought so too. They were up in gold, they had the Baron buff. Looks like they could have closed that out, but now they're really paused until Guardian Angel is done. Of course, when I say that, Guardian Angel is done now on Ezreal. Now we might finally be tanky enough to withstand the burst combo. There's no guarantee though. The one thing you've got to worry about is with Guardian Angel, you won't die right away. You'll revive a few seconds later, but you only come back with 750 health. If there are cooldowns back in time for Invictus, 750 health is nothing for Trinity Force, Jarvan, and a Nocturne. So if they can initially dunk and chunk down onto Ezreal and kill off Wound from a Zubu Frost, they're still going to be fine. But all the resistances that he has now, he's running 150 armor, 128 magic resist. Honestly, I feel like finally he's actually going to be hard enough to kill, but who knows? If IC can keep scaling up, if they can keep over-damaging his defenses, that's going to be the make or break point here. Can Woom die?
You know, you can tell that at least Kid right now is having fun. He's completely set up his items exactly like Woom has throughout the inventory. He actually moved around the Negatron Cloak as he bought it. These guys still mentally in the game, but still composed as well. They're not down, they don't feel down on each other. They're really ready to play here in the championship. And they are just doing a perfect job. Right now, they are 9 kills ahead of Zubu Frost, and the gold is only a 400 gold difference. Barons and turrets have been taken down. Dragon Control has went back and forth. I believe it's at 2-2 now, and we are just seeing an amazing game here between the two of Asia's best teams.
This is such an all-star match overall. I've loved everything that has happened so far in this game. The Baron steal from Zubu Frost really putting them back into the mix. I mean, they're 2-0 on Baron. It's crazy here. There's pressure really everywhere on the map, and the teams are very different in their team fight strategies as well. So it's just a mix of different styles the whole way through. And so, you know, it's going to be difficult here for Frost. You know, if Ezreal can live, that's a big deal. If he really can't, I think they're going to have to rely on Shy. And the pressure's on him. It's difficult because he's the newest member of that roster. We talked in the intro about Loco leaving that team for Startail. They had to bring Woong down. Well, the replacement for Woong's top lane was Shy. And, you know, his name, it's actually fitting just like with Ravenstar. He's a little bit more timid of a player. You know, the pressure's been on him the entire time. Could he fill Woong's shoes in the top lane? He's got to do it here if they want to win this match.
Quick jump on and then never move on to Jack. Now, we just saw Invictus Gaming win a huge fight. Let's talk a little bit about why that open inhibitor is actually keeping them from pushing any farther.
So the difficulty here is ultimately that anything can turn into a bad aggressor here, but a fight's going to start here by Dragon.
Xiao going down. He may get quite hurt. He tries to jump back to his teammates. Zitai coming up with a kill, but he is falling fast. Xiao falls, and right there as well, the 1-for-1 coming out. And it looks like they will continue pressure on this fight. A double kill coming up top for Shy as he puts himself in the middle. Illusion going down as well, and they are continuously fighting this one in the jungle. I think that's hurting them a little bit. The vision is back and forth denied, and it comes out very big in the side of Azubu Frost. Kid looking to finish off one more kill. A great arcane shift out of the Gatling helps him to stay alive. The Arcane Angel is still up.
This is so good now for Frost and Woong. Finally surviving the beginning of a fight. IG spent all their effort killing off Ravenstar's Vladimir, and that was a lot of damage. But when you have a living Ezreal with items in the background belting out damage, you can see they actually were able to kill off Zitai. Shy just went in there, picked up a double kill early on. Really one of the major impetuses here. It's a 3-on-1 in the base. IG needs to respawn to keep the Nexus alive.
Xiao just trying to pull the damage to himself, but Woong focused right on that Nexus turret. Drops the first one. And Freak, I think this would be a great time to just talk about how this is opening up the base.
This is really now a very open scenario here. You can't really let if IG goes for a Baron and tries to sneak it, Azubu Frost can just kind of dive in and just run down the mid base and win it for free. They've got to be very careful about exactly what happens here. Because Invictus has a base in shambles. Only one turret keeps their Nexus alive. They've got to kind of sit near mid at all times. The first thing they have to watch for is the minion wave in the mid lane. They can't let it shove back to their base. If the minions are there, they're just going to dive right in and close the game out. They've got to spend a lot of effort shoving these minions away. That gigantic super minion you can see shoving this mid lane is a very, very big threat here. They've got to keep those killed and keep that wave outside their base.
See Woong now picking up some finalized items. We'll see what he goes back to build here. Xiao and Illusion grabbing up some buffs. Or rather, that was raids. And moving into mid, it's just Alistar, Jackson, Vladimir hanging out right now. We do have a replay of that last fight to really just see what happened at Dragon.
And pay special attention to Shy, the MVP here on Jackson. Initiation goes off a little bit caught here, but they're going to turn back around and go for the damage out. But look at the burst coming down, picking up that kill, but then just check it out. Shy in the front, damage the whole way through. You see them trying to flash out, trying to stay alive, but it just does not matter. He is wrecking everybody's day right here. Cloud Templar as well in the front line, putting everyone together. And you can see Kid trying to help out, but he's not quite able to.
As they all quickly move back into position, the pings are going down. Freak, Baron is up, and this is the Baron dance. Who brought their shoes, and who's ready to go for the longer amount of time? See some movement from both teams. Invictus trying to move in is Azubu coming from the top. They will come from the bottom. Xiao getting hit with a missing shot there. They will be able to tell. Looks like they're pulling the loop around. I believe it was Counter Logic Europe that did this, faking the Baron and loop around, but there's vision on it, so it's not going to play as much of a role as it did in that previous game. The Guardian Angel onto Jarvan is up. Wounds is up as well. So this fight is going to go for a little bit longer than usual with a special focus on those champions. Ezreal is going to be in the back of this fight, Freak, as they try to start it off. The dance goes out, and it looks like IG is trying to bait this one out, saying, yeah, we're taking it. But with the long-range initiation, they know not to. Jarvan jumps in, but it's on Alistar. The ulti goes off from him, mitigating so much damage. They jump onto Zitai. The Zonius goes off. Who will they focus next? Illusion is quite low as well. Zitai will fall. Kid goes down. Mad Life, Illusion, they're all falling. And it is going to be a huge pickup here. Another one goes down. BDB left with a sliver of health.
Surviving up with the Guardian Angel, trying to jump over the wall. Looks like a flash from Cloud Templar. Can he chase down PDD here? But it doesn't much matter. The minions are dead now. They've actually killed the turret on the Nexus. Woong's going to dive in for the base.
You have Woong going. Shy and Templar are right behind as they chase from mid. He's going to be by himself, though, taking down the Nexus. The first game of the day. It does not talk to Zubu Frost, but Zubu Frost will defeat Invictus Gaming.
Good job of Zubu Frost breaking that curse. Damage goes out. There's the kill. Next, the Zubu Frost starting up the World Championship 1-0, proving themselves to be that favorite.
An amazing game and one that really faltered for Zubu Frost in the beginning. Invictus had many tricks up their sleeve, but those instances weren't brought into the team fights. They said, we know how to team fight. Let's practice these that will give us the upper hand, but that couldn't be controlled.
Yeah, a great set of openings here from Invictus, but it was a couple of really, really nice team fights. They had a nice synergy there, Invictus. They had kill the Ezreal, let Zitai carry because he can't be killed anymore. But two major things happened. Ezreal finally stopped dying, and their top laner Shy just got the damage he needed. Even if Ezreal did drop out, it didn't matter. That Jax got to late game status. The lane swap was there trying to shut down Jax early on, and it worked. The strategy from Invictus was so good. They set up so many strong early and mid-game advantages, and up through the first 30 minutes, they had everything going their way. I mean, Baron steals aside, they had everything going their way. They made a lot of correct moves, but Frost finally, with the Baron steal especially, really helped them catch back up, kind of level out that playing field, some really good pressure in the mid lane as well, and they finally got themselves the late game they wanted.
You know, Freak, let's see how this affects the standings. We said it earlier, Invictus Gaming to go on now to play a doubleheader, but that's a win for Zubu Frost.
This is really, really good. Frost, they're going to look at the rest of this lineup and realize, guys, we beat one of the favorites. We're ready to go for the rest of this. Now, if you don't count tiebreakers, you're going to sort of realize that you need to go 2-1 or 3-0 in your group. 2-1 still available here for Invictus. Again, Frost is a heavy favorite. Invictus losing a close match to one of the best teams in the world doesn't mean you're down and out. They need to be they need to have resolve and be resolute and realize, guys, we lost one match, but it's okay. We can win the other two. Invictus about to play their second match against Counter Logic Gaming North America. That's going to be a really important game for them. This is a very do-or-die moment for Invictus in the near future. Frost, they're going to feel much more secure. They've still got to win some more games to get themselves through, but they're looking really pretty right now.
So Invictus Gaming not getting all of their picks there, but we did see Kid playing against his favorite champion. We're actually going to look at a replay of that ace as we listen into the players as well.
이제한테 일단 궁섰어. 이제 앞으로 가. 아 잠깐만. 이겼어. 야 그렇게. 나 지금 뒤에 때리고 있어 지금. 녹턴 나 녹턴. 들어봐. 이겼어. 미드가. 그냥 바로 안 찍고 미드가. 죽여. 나온다. 죽여 이 개새끼. 죽여 이 씨발 새끼. 야 일로 와 이 개새끼야. 이 존만한 새끼야. 죽여 이 갓나 새끼들아. 오케이.
Freak, it was a great momentum to just keep going for the base. That fight came out of nowhere. I think it was a wrong initiation on Alistar.
I think it was up to Invictus though. I think that with the inhibitor dead, with the minions just knocking at the front door, with Baron on kind of on the way, Frost had all the tools they needed to force any kind of fight they wanted. They knew Invictus had to defend their base. They had to defend Baron. Invictus had to make a one do or die moment and say, nope, we've got to go in now. We have to force this fight before they get Baron, before they bait our base any longer. An inhibitor down means the base will push itself and actually kill the turret for you. We saw that actually happen. That final turret fell on its own without any support from the rest of that team. Invictus knew they had to fight and win that exact battle. If they won, they could keep their base alive, get Baron, and keep it going. But Invictus had to fight there. But that do or die moment came a little bit too late. Zubu Frost just simply scaled themselves up, and it was just crushing from Shy on Jax, really the playmaker at the end there.
Freak, can it really factor into the gameplay that pushing that top turret does allow Shy to farm more, does allow him more chance to roam around the map and not have to worry about, a consistent turret lane?
I think it was overall the right choice for them to push down the turret. And actually, I would have liked, at least on Invictus' side, to see Illusion camp that top lane more. We saw him show up time and again and force those advantages. And getting 2 turret kills like that makes the entire lane bare. yes, you'll be on your own side of the map. Yeah, it's a little bit safer for Shy, but with no turrets to run to, when you're fighting Invictus, not even turrets are safe for you anyway, but with no turrets there, they should have been able to dive Shy even more. They let him breathe a little bit too long, and he kind of caught up to that end game.
So we saw guys as Zubu Frost did what they needed. They didn't out-aggress, but they did help to get into the counter ganks, which was a key for Invictus Gaming. Zubu Frost coming out with the win, but we're coming up next. Invictus Gaming takes on Counter Logic Gaming, North America. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more League of Legends action. League of Legends Season 2 Championships.
They are trying to... A lot of great names in there, but... Late bullies versus mechanics really playing the advantage really well right now. Wow. Still does well in just keeping the pressure.
第一是他的泥大力，然后给我们留下非常深刻的印象。然后是，他非常英俊的外表。
Hello, welcome back to day one of the World Playoffs. I'm DJ Wheat alongside Rachel, and we are bringing you all the action live from sunny Los Angeles here at LA Live.
Now our next match picks Counter Logic Gaming North America against China's Invictus Gaming. Let's take a look at the obstacles that Invictus had to overcome to get here.
In late July, Invictus Gaming and Noah's Ark faced off in a best-of-3 match at the regional finals in Shanghai. Noah's Ark took a lead early in the competition. But mid-game, Invictus had poured on the heat and turned things around to take the lead.
进化我们看到刚才姿态这个进化真的是完美啊，秒解对手卡牌的黄牌。
And they never gave it up. Invictus went on to rout Noah's Ark in the match 2-0, becoming one of 2 teams to represent China in the World Finals. Invictus Gaming is joined by World Elite, who battled a veritable gauntlet of challengers throughout Season 2, earning an early position representing China in the finals.
Now, as the blue team going into their second match of the day, let's welcome back Invictus Gaming.
And going up against IG is one of the oldest League of Legends professional teams in the world. They spent the last year in Korea, and they are looking to prove that their training and all their competition has played off. Playing as the red team from North America, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Give it up for the AD carry, double lift.
And on support, we have Chowster.
The AP carry, Big Fat LP.
And in the jungle, it's Hotshot GG.
And last but not least, in the top lane, give it up for Boy Boy. These teams look ready. I think you guys are ready. Let's go to Riv and Freak for the match analysis, guys.
Thanks, guys. We're back in full force here at the casting desk. This is a rematch of a contest that took place weeks ago in the IPL 5 qualifiers, where Invictus Gaming came out of nowhere to 2-0 CLG. It should be interesting to see whether or not that victory gives them the confidence to take this matchup.
Well, speaking of confidence, I'm feeling pretty good. I've got a Trinity Force hat on. On the back, that's tons of damage.
All the damage is being done.
It's pretty nice. You know, you guys are missing out not being here, by the way. We've got sweet merch with Blitzcrank hoodies, tons of damage hats. Wish you guys were here in LA with us.
Completely.
But you know what? There you go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You guys are here in LA with us. These guys are awesome. You guys right here below me on the screen, but you know, behind me in real life. These guys are freaking awesome. I love that you guys are here. You guys are amazing. Guys, anyway, look. We had a chance to sit down with the teams earlier. Here's what they had to say about their chances in this match.
We lost them in 3 separate tournaments pretty badly. And they underestimated us pretty badly, I'm sure.
虽然我们小组里面每个队友都很强，但是我们有大招。
I don't like the word cheese. Why would you call it cheese when it's cheese just means it's like cheesy, you know? It's like, But like strategy, if you got out-strategized, when you lose to cheese, or when you lose to cheese, you just say we got cheese instead of we got out-strategized.
Good strategy.
We're lactose intolerant. Cheesing someone just means you have no skill, and all you did was win because you had this strategy that thought a little bit, and you all in on one thing.
Winning is everything to me. You know, coming in last sucks. It's the worst thing that could ever happen. Winning is the best. You know, you want to win so bad. And we play a solid block of we're just not mozzarella.
And you can see, guys, how lactose intolerance plays a role in League of Legends. So let's take a look at the keys to the game for Counter Logic Gaming here. They're really going to have to, and it's what Freak said in the interview with Monte Cristo at PAX, or what Monte Cristo said at the interview at PAX with Hotshot GG, is that this game needs to unveil secrets and innovation.
This has been a really big thing for Counter Logic Gaming. Over the last year, they've been kind of reinventing themselves and figuring out how exactly are they going to play the game. They've got a lot of things in their sort of playbook that they can bring out here. Now, with the group stage, these teams know who they're playing against. They can prepare per individual opponent. CLG's got something prepared for this game. They've had, as you heard Hotshot say in the interview, they've lost multiple times to these guys with Invictus Gaming. They've got to bring out something new, something secret, something that IG is not yet ready for.
You know, Freak, this second point plays out perfectly to the match we just watched. They need to overcome the early aggression that was First Blood and a lot of kills for Invictus Gaming.
This really plays out to what we saw with the last match right there, where IG started out strong, but it also plays to how Counter Logic Gaming tends to play. Now, if you look at them a year ago, they were all about the late game. They picked late game, team compositions. They picked late game champions, and they won at 35 or longer. They haven't really broken that trend so much. They've got new strategies. They've got new gameplay, but it's still centered around that end game sort of composition and working out, as the game drags on. Just like before, they need to sort of respond to early aggression, withstand it, and get their strategies rolling.
All right, Freak, and if that doesn't work out for them, Counter Logic Gaming is one of the best all-star lineups in North America. They need to utilize that flexible lineup.
This is interesting for them because every player on that team used to play a different role at some point, most of them for CLG, most of them elsewhere. So, Voyboy kind of got famous from the very beginning by kind of showing up with Ezreal and making Wriggle's Lantern really popular. You've got Hotshot used to be the top laner there. Big Fat LP and Chowster used to kind of swap around as AD carry and mid and stuff like that. Chowster now on support. And of course, I actually said Blitzcrank instead of Doublelift in my head, but Doublelift kind of famous for that Blitzcrank initially, and then kind of showed up as an AD carry player. All these guys really, they know all the ins and outs of different roles. All of them can really take over the match as a major carry, and they're going to kind of need that to pull through in this game.
All right, so now that we know the keys for CLG and how they can achieve victory, let's see if IG can do a repeat of their previous upset. For that first key to victory, they're going to have to react to the innovation that Hotshot's going to bring out with Counter Logic Gaming and react to new strategies.
Exactly. These guys know they're the favorite in this matchup. I talked to their manager backstage yesterday, and he said, we feel about 75-25 against CLG. We give ourselves 3-1 odds in this game. Feeling very, very confident. They know that they are kind of top dog in this matchup between these two teams. So they know CLG is going to bring out some special sauce. They know that's coming from CLG. They've got to react to that properly, get the counter picks going, whether they win in Champions League or whether they win from in-game actions. They've got to react to something new from Counter Logic Gaming.
And they actually set up to do this last game. Invictus Gaming needs to punish Voyboy's aggressiveness with possible swap.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing here where Voyboy, he used to play on Dignitas where he and Skara both would kind of like push forever and just farm and get over-aggressed. People would tend to camp Skara. And so Voyboy's kind of safe because no one's going to go, top lane. They can just kill Skara over and over. Why not? Well, Voyboy's on a bit of a more reserved team, and if he plays all-out aggressive again, he's going to be the one to get caught out and camped and killed. He's got to be able to check that aggression. Or, if he doesn't check it, IG can just camp him and crush him over and over in lane.
And Freak, their last point to victory, and if so be it again, it's a Valkyrie over the Dragon Wall to start off with first blood. They need to take CLG by surprise.
It's really still, even though CLG has played them many times before, remember that CLG's done a lot of research, and even though they've lost those last few games, they're going to learn from those mistakes. So CLG are going to be a different team here than we've seen them in the past. They are going to be new. They're going to have some new things going on here. And they've had a lot of time to research Invictus, knowing that that's their opponent, and they're going to know what Invictus is up to. So they're going to have to bring out something a little bit different themselves as well. IG needs to take CLG by surprise, because otherwise they're going to be read like a book.
All right, guys, so again, you've heard what we have to say. Let's chat it up on the social media. Head over to Twitter, @League of Legends, and the hashtag LOLWorlds, that's LOL Worlds, to voice your opinion. We'll be answering a few of those questions on air later in the broadcast.
All right, so here we go, guys. Champion Select is here to begin. We are ready. The players are ready. Audience, are you ready for this?
And Freak,
right.
The Vuvuzela is so good. Right into the game, we have Double Lift being a focus ban. Sivir is out in the bans.
Yeah, we are in a Champion Select here, and you know that these guys have done their research. CLG, seeing Invictus, and seeing that the Ezreal being a top focus as well. These are just research-laden bans. Olaf was Voyboy's just best top laner. Actually, at the North American Regional, it was actually said, I forget who said it to me, but Voyboy was really only comfortable on Olaf the entire tournament.
Yeah.
It was really the only champion he wanted to play, and most teams hadn't learned that in time and weren't just chain banning Olaf to shut him down. In this case, some research has been done. You're seeing a lot of good bans being dropped in here by IG, picking out Double Lift and Voyboy specifically. You're seeing the rest of these bans, though, just phenomenal top laners. You're seeing actually kind of generalist bans from CLG. I don't think Triple Teleport Promote is actually the strat here. They've not dropped out the major initiators. They've dropped out split pushers. They've dropped out just strong champions overall.
Freak, they're once again going with that Alistar. He's pretty much seeing the most tournament play he really has in a few months now, being in these last two games, always on the ban list, but now we see Hotshot GG picking up that Cho'Gath. Very common to him as a champion to play. He used to play that top lane as well. We said this team is completely versatile, and we're looking for that pick from Voyboy now. Doesn't have to be his. He can choose for his team. Picks and bans is all about countering what you're seeing from the other team, as well as making sure your strategy is completely viable. So it looks like there's actually going to be a choice for Diana, and Hotshot's going to get his move up.
Wow, so right off the bat, CLG, actually I'm a little bit worried for them based on what we just saw happen. They picked champions. Okay, guys, I'm going to run jungle Cho'Gath. We're going to run a top laner. It'll be fine. Wait, guys, hold on. I got an idea. We're going to run Diana Mundo, okay? Sure, and they switched at like the last second. And that, to me, actually spells a little bit of trouble because now, right off the bat, they're not on the same page just yet, right? They know they're against an Alistar. I mean, we know they already pre-planned their bans. They already knew coming into this that CLG was the red team. They knew they were second pick. They knew what their bans were going to be. They knew Alistar was probably going to be on the table for them. And then even still, they didn't react, confidently to that pick. They actually took some time and they said, you know what, it's going to be Diana Mundo. So it's a lot of assassination, a nice front line, and a really fast jungle clearer.
I want to say this is a little switch up as they do put Diana on Voyboy for assassination, and you pick that up, but we'll have to see what they do. We see the pick coming out for Skarner and Yorick.
This is interesting here. So it's got a heavy front line, heavy initiation here from Invictus, and that Yorick side lane, though, is very, very versatile. He can win pretty much any matchup here. Invictus has a lot of options open now to choose their two carries. CLG, though, you're right, it looks like that they are going to send that Voyboy to a side lane and give him a golem buff. Meanwhile, they've got Cassiopeia as a major mage here. Is going to be really good at wave clearing. They still have to pick their AD carry. That's still last up in this lineup, but they've got a very likely golem buff, bottom lane Diana, jungle Mundo, Lulu up with an AD carry, and Cassiopeia might be mid, might be top, but that would be a little bit risky here. And we're going to see what the rest of that lineup is going to be. Meanwhile, Invictus picking up their last few champions. Looks much more like a normal sort of standard lineup here. Corki's going to be teamed up with Alistar. We've got Skarner in the jungle as a phenomenally strong initiator. And actually, this is interesting because Cassiopeia is a great pick against Skarner. Skarner's going to be up in the front trying to dive someone and pull them back into his team. But when he does that, he just sets himself up for easy counter initiation from Cassiopeia. She can kind of stop him in his tracks and really set up a nice fight. So CLG finally now picking up that Graves for a full lineup here. There was a lot of area of effect. That is going to be the term I'm going to use for Counterlogic Gaming. Graves Lulu can push really hard. Cassiopeia and Diana can wave clear. Dr. Mundo, a great frontliner also with a lot of AoE damage. So CLG looking very strong here. This could be very good.
Yeah, this is really interesting, Freak. How many times in Champion Select of any huge tournament do you see really the AD carry super focused for both teams?
Yeah, it depends though, because with the only real like super contentious ban being Ezreal, Sivir is more situational. CLG runs her in a split push type of strategy, and that actually might have been a reaction there when they knew Sivir was banned. They had to switch pace and say, oh, okay, we're not doing triple teleport promote. Let's run something new, and they changed their bans around. That might have been the case here, but you kind of see an interesting scenario where they've run kind of more of a standard type of composition. And actually, Chester looked like he's going to Q dodge real fast. We're going to get that game recreated in a second here. But basically, you've now got a new situation here. It's an air effect comp coming out from CLG, making that reaction. Invictus Gaming looking just strong overall with a great front line and a great back line as well. As to your question, though, about AD carries, right? The first game we saw of the day, they insta-locked Ezreal because Ezreal right now is the hottest, most contended AD carry here between these teams. So when you drop that off the table, you no longer really care quite as much about what's there, so you can kind of pick your champions a little bit later on.
So, Freak, what do we see really coming in for these games after this? It's going to be IG 2-0 if they win, and CLG down 1. How is that going to work for them in this group stage to come out? IG is on their back heels right now.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, they've got to make sure they win here. This is do or die for Invictus. It's very scary. It is so hard to get through a group when you start out 0-2. If there was a tiebreaker, if there's a big three-way tie, and if there's any group that would have a three-way tie, it is Group A. These teams are really all on that same level here. You can see SK, CLG, Invictus, Frost. Any of those can pull ties together. But if you're Invictus, you don't want to rely on that. You want to get your record going forward and push ahead. Again, they said they were 75% confident in this match. They had a really good chance of winning it. They feel really good about that match overall, but there's still not a heavy guarantee here. They've got to make sure that they play this game right, they get themselves to 1-1, and they win that last match against SK. This is really big here. Now CLG on the same side, they've got kind of a vengeance here. They've got to come back and realize that they want those same wins. Azubu Frost 2-0'd them in Korea just a few months ago on LAN. That's a scary place to be in. CLG is facing a lot of teams that have good records against them in professional competition. CLG needs to avenge themselves over and over in this group here. It's a major matchup for both these teams.
Freak, let's talk a little bit about that tie matchup if it happens. How is this going to work?
So if we end up getting a three-way tie, whether it's one team going 3-0 and every other team is 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, or if we have a three-way tie where one team is 0-3 and three teams are 2-1-2, 1-2-1, it's going to be another playoff. The three teams are going to go head-to-head again and see who's going to come out on top of that new, smaller three-man group. And they're going to keep doing it over and over until an actual winner is declared. Theoretically, we could be playing League for like 25 hours a day to keep tying with each other. I wouldn't actually mind that. I love this game. I'd cast for days. A couple of cheers there as well. I realized that. We've got at least 12 games lined up for you today. We're down 1. We've got at least 11 to go. Tiebreaker could happen. We never quite know. But these guys have finally picked their champions back up. We're going to be getting into the game very soon.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, Freak. Invictus Gaming's lineup just says we are going to initiate on you over and over again. Once somebody gets pulled out by Skarner, they're going to be locked in by Yorick and by Alistar, and it's just going to be very hard to get out. How do you feel about the matchup down bottom? The safe ADs were gone for Double Lift to pick. He loves Graves, but with the movement of Corki, could that cause some problems in the lane?
Graves Lulu versus Corki and Alistar. Actually, I gotta say I like the chances here for the Alistar Corki lane overall. I think it's a bit stronger. I mean, you saw they first picked Alistar going confidently saying, yes, we're gonna go for the aggression, we're gonna go for it, let's fight. And Invictus has a bit of an advantage here in coordination as well. They are all aggressive players. They want to go all in, laning with an Alistar together with a Corki. There's a lot of pressure available there for Invictus. CLG though, it's going to be a bit harder. They're going to be on their back foot.
All right, guys, the teams have made their selections. If you want to see Invictus come out on top and take care of CLG for a second time, let me hear you.
However, if you want the home team here, Counterlogic Gaming North America, to represent their region on home soil, give it up.
All right, the game is underway. You're seeing these teams now gather together in their positions. Oh, seeing that Skarner come out, Hotshot puts himself in the push, sees 3, takes a good chunk of damage. Freak, a very good level 1 fight here to come, but it looks like that will stalemate it actually with the amount of damage done. We do see that CLG is going to be a little bit on their heels because of that and the amount of damage Hotshot took.
Well, thankfully for CLG, though, they've got some time still. It's only 50 seconds into the game. You can recall, get his health back up, and go back in. Ooh, Big Fat getting forced to flash away. Chowster winning off from the wings as well. This is interesting. CLG burning now 2 of their flashes are now really on the defensive here. They know that their teamfight presence is not going to be quite as strong. Hotshot actually choosing not yet to recall and is staying at low health. This is a kind of a risky proposition. I don't really... I'm surprised at that a little bit. Mundo is a safe jungler. His health bar will stay high for a good little while here, but it's still an interesting choice to actually stay around like that, not with full HP. Now, IG still waiting around a little bit. You can see them camping in this brush down by that lower side buff. They might be waiting for a gank here at this bottom lane. See what they can do. Diana waiting around. She's going to be given the golem buff, so Voyboy looks like he will be, in fact, going to that bottom lane on Diana in a 1 versus 2. You can see as everyone else sets up, Cassiopeia helping out Mundo in the jungle. There's early aggressive clearing here from CLG overall. And Voy has teleport actually, so he's actually going to be teleporting to that top lane to do this. A pink ward goes down, IG wants to invade here.
And they are grabbing those up. Beautiful job of the wards. I was trying to figure out why people had CS already. And we do have it going down onto the blue. Looks like IG is quite far in there, but they're not even being seen. They're going to get out of this one quite easily. PDD now onto the other blue as well.
This is really a great opening here for Invictus Gaming. That wonderful invade puts themselves in a great situation. PDD just picks up that kill onto that golem. He's going to get himself back to that lane. Doing 1 versus 1 with golem buff on Yorick. He's going to be able to outlane Voyboy, I think, pretty easily here.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for that top lane. Diana's very bursty. However, you have the sustain on Yorick, so it should work out both ways. We'll have to see if CLG can avoid that early aggression and take it into late. Zitai doing exactly what he did in the beginning to Swain on, rather...
To Vladimir on Swain.
Rapid
yes.
Star, yes,
Yeah,
Vladimir on Swain. But now doing it as well to Chowster, or Big Fat in mid, so pushing Cass back. He's going to get pushed back as well. Once Cass starts to level, once that miasma is up and she can clear waves, it's going to be very hard for him.
The thing, though, is Zitai feels very safe here. He's against a Mundo who went flash, so there's no exhaust, there's no easy game for Hotshot GG, and Cassiopeia not the best pressure either. Oh my god, that flash
down bottom, great job.
I mean, you get about a quarter of a second to time that. The flash dodging that headbutt from Xiao Xiao, that was amazingly strong. The difficulty, though, is they still don't have ward coverage. He's still going to camp that bottom lane.
And they do know he's still there, saying, all right, Doublelift is going to go back. He does have some good gold under his belt right now. He's got enough for some potions and to keep the lane safe with Lulu. So we're going to do that. Voyboy farming safely top, using that shield to mitigate some damage. You can just see how much the blue buff is affecting that lane. Voyboy has to go back already.
Hotshot spots Illusion, lands the cleaver. Illusion going to take some damage here. He's going to get away pretty much for free, though. Big Fat did come over to try to put some support down. So not a lot was ultimately gained. Seeing PDD still very safe at the top lane. The bottom right now, Blue capturing a bit of pressure here, doing some good damage as a tie. This is the one thing that is advantageous here for Big Fat LP, is Vladimir is a mid-ranged mage, meaning that when he goes to last hit minions or do any kind of harass, he is in range for Cassiopeia's counterattack. And as far as a one-on-one battle goes, Big Fat LP on Cassiopeia is going to have a better chance of this.
The big push in mid here, it's going to be the 3v2, or bottom lane rather, and they're going to get first blood onto Doublelift. A lot of pressure coming out, and that was just what they needed. It was very slow, came in strong, and they knew what they needed to do.
This is a really good play overall. Again, when they're laid up with an Alistar, Alistar is a ganker's best friend. He's got crowd control, he's got displacement, he's an immovable wall, he's going to keep people at full health, even like the tower dive. So when you gank for an Alistar, you know you're going to have a good time. They exactly had that right there. The first gank burned Doublelift's flash. All they had to know is that, guys, next 4 minutes to show up again, he's going to die. And in fact, they had that. So a great overall move there, showing they could re-up that gank on the Doublelift. I would expect to see one more in the next 2 minutes.
Harassment from PDD as that blue buff has worn off. You can see Voyboy not having as much trouble in lane, usually using, or not usually, using his mana to farm instead of really attack PDD in the damage tray, but PDD still pushing down strong. You see Hotshot over by the Wraiths. We could see him in middle at some point. No, that's going to be taken by Big Fat. They're kind of trading off on a little bit of experience there. Pings on Skarner show that he is down by Dragon. Looks like he's just going to kind of hang out. Illusion waiting for movement from one of the teams from top to bottom lane, but he's not going to find it. 5 minutes and 30 seconds in. Invictus Gaming did grab first blood once again. Comes from Voyboy. A lot of aggression from PDD trying to stay in auto attack range. The turret just too close.
This is really, though, it's a good advantage here for PDD overall, though. It's going to be a good matchup for a good long while. They picked that partially as a counterpick to that early Diana grab. This is going to be difficult for Voyboy.
Hot shot top, though. Didn't take it out on PDD. Forced the flash as Double Lift taking some damage down bottom. Nice job. His kid just continuously hitting those auto attacks every time that he can to get the upper hand. Huge burst from Jouster. Wow.
Yeah, that turret shot plus all the spells coming out. Jouster with the Glitter Lance, a basic attack, is going to do some good damage. Zatai actually just spammed his abilities trying to shove away Cassiopeia. Actually burned his ultimate as part of that trade. Just wanted to put some pressure onto Big Fat. Flash as well on both sides here. So again, no cooldowns are available. And Skarner, as soon as Illusion hits level 6, someone's going to die.
It's exactly what they want, and that's what they are looking for. Jouster once again to the push to kind of hold some control in bottom lane. Going behind, they found Chow down his own, or going through the jungle invading, and he will be taken out. Clean it up, 1-1.
Nice reactions there by CLG, finding what they needed to do. You can see Zatai will just keep shoving that mid lane. Not worried about, not really worried about that whatsoever. They can actually choose to stay after seeing that lane shove happen. He's going to have to go back for items pretty soon. He's low on mana. He's got some gold to spend, so you're going to see him run back pretty soon.
More invasion coming in. Illusion feeling good, goes behind. They are going right onto the turret. A huge burst of damage coming out, and it looks like Illusion taking that first turret angle. Oh, they let him get away!
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You can't make that kind of mistake in a game like this. They had the pressure. Big Fat had to go back. He was low on health, with no mana, no flash, no ultimate. They let him walk away.
Simple miscommunication there. You know, the thought was right. Farm Zatai in mid, give him the kill. But if you can get it, it's going to be an assist. Still go for it. 7 minutes and 40 seconds in, we see Invictus with a little bit of miscommunication there that they cannot afford to have any longer.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do bridge those gaps. The one advantage they have, though, is even though the kills have been traded back and forth, they're up 600 gold. A lot of that is coming from advantageous lanes. You're just seeing their gold just creeping up over time. They're just farming better than the opposition. That's a very, very big deal for them. You know, the early game was kind of what Invictus was going to be about. We saw that with Frost, where it finally petered off in the end. And we know it's how CLG likes to play, where we're going to get some late game. Oh, Illusion's going to steal the blue away! They had the ward there already. They had that buff time. Nice play there. Illusion is walking by saying thank you very much. That's a very big deal. Big Fat LP on a I can't think of Cassiopeia, sorry, really is going to be reliant on mana. Because Thornspring and Chalice will be okay in that lane, but still would have let them move up.
Yeah, going against Zatai with 0 mana, like you said before, Vladimir using his health to cast spells. That's a very aggressive lane, and he needs that buff. You can see Double Lift and Chalice taking up as much experience as they can around the map, just trying to feed themselves in that lane. Bottom lane not too bad. He is down about 15 CS on Kid, but that lane still 0-1. Kid has that kill, and it's going to be very big as they pressure on continuously. They did not lane swap this game. They left York to go against Diana top. They like the pick on that as York can sustain against that burst of Diana. So the lanes for Invictus are working well, but they're not capitalizing on their chances yet.
I really like the overall gameplay strategies, though, from Invictus. They're choosing their lanes based on the map objectives. So normally, you know, you see teams default to a solo lane top and a double lane bottom because you want to kind of have some pressure around the dragon. This is not what the choices here are for Invictus. They're actually choosing their solo lane based on the golem buff. You can see them, you know, the very first game they gave Jarvan blue buff and sent him bottom lane. This time they're repeatedly getting PDD on York golem buff and saying, nope, you're going to stay top. Even though York is normally a great 1-on-2 champion, they don't care so much about that matchup. They're curious about giving that solo lane golem buff all the time. And it's giving them a really good lane advantage here. You know, even though you see the minion kills are similar between Voyboy and PDD, remember that kills on fools are tracked as well, so that's an artificially high number there.
So Invictus Gaming with more than a big enough wave to take down this turret. Especially getting the heals out from Alistar as well. Looks like they will back off top lane. Voyboy going quite aggressive.
as they hit each other out here. Vladimir actually going down bottom for the gank, but he starts to back off as he knows he can't get under the turret. Both fights here walk away without any damage.
So a nice gank attempt overall there. And that's actually a nice move by CLG. They actually sent Hotshot to mid. He's completely shoved out that mid lane, denying a bit of farm from Zatai. That's actually really, really useful. It's going to bridge the gold gap just a little bit. Anytime they can kind of clear a lane and deny farm to the opposition, you're always going to start throwing ahead.
It's always good to remember separate harassment, knowing that's going to hurt Zatai as he goes bottom, even if he got the kill. Very well played by CLG right now in the mechanics of the game. PDD again getting blue buff as it came back around. Not much needed from Vladimir, and with the control of CLG's blue buff, they don't have to worry about that lane getting lost.
But the one really good thing here, though, is they're going to keep that pressure onto the turret. The first turret kill going down right here for Invictus. They're going to keep that pressure going. You're going to see, again, just farming against each other in the mid lane. There's not going to be a lot done there. There's great wave clearers, great minion farmers for both those sides. You're not going to see, outside of a giant gank attempt, heavy pressure on either of those turrets. But the sides, they're absolutely available. We could see Skarner come in for someone in the near future. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to gank for Voyboy all that well. Ultimately, the lane matchup does not really reward ganking Voyboy's aggression. Yorick is not the best at bursting someone down. He's just best at being a bully, leaving him alone and letting him make his play. So you'll just see him grow over time, and they're going to let that be sort of a late game lane because they're going to like what Yorick does here. Instead, their pressure is going to be on Big Fat LP. Got to worry because his flash and ult are back up, but they can still make the moves there. The pressure has been on that bottom lane as well.
So Hotshot going for 2 Doran Shield in the jungle. What's the purpose of this? To just get himself tanky for early aggression?
He's basically worried about a lot of attack damage early on and allows him to sustain himself just in general in that jungle. He's got health regen, Doran Shields, a lot of health and armor as well. I think it's actually not even so much a counter strategy, but Hotshot realizing that Doran's shields are hyper efficient items and realizing, guys, just buy Doran shields. They're really, really good.
All right, Tear of the Goddess going out on top to Yorick as he builds up his mana for himself, continuously sustaining and lane the blue buff and everything, just synergizing very nicely with that lane. However, the kills have been quite scarce this game. 13 minutes in, we saw about 3 or 4 kills between the last matchup of Azumu versus Victus. Now Counter Logic Gaming has avoided that very, very early aggression. They did lose the first blood, but they've kind of thwarted it since then.
Yeah, I really only expect to see moves at the bottom of the map right now. We've got oracles now on both junglers, so you're going to see these lanes get a lot less safe very, very soon. You guys have invested 400 gold in an item, lets them see invisible units such as wards, clear them off the map, and really sort of deny that vision so that ganks can come in blind and get behind people. So you're going to see a lot more aggression coming very, very soon from Illusion and Hotshot.
Great CS in mid so far by Zatai. He's looking at 118 minions that he has farmed up. That's going to be gold and experience for himself while even being denied. We saw Hotshot trying to get the lane and harass him a little bit as he went down bottom. It was a good job though that the lanes followed each other. Each team is really keeping themselves in the game mentally here, especially first game of the day for CLG.
Oh my gosh, that was a near steal. That was a nice attempt there by Kid. But because of Hotshot's oracles, they had that swept out. There were no wards in that brush. No one was able to time that buff and clear it away. Otherwise could have been another golden steal. That's actually the first blue buff that CLG's even gotten in this game. So finally starting to get their own buffs on the map. You're going to see this mid game start to get a little bit better for Counter Logic NA.
You know, Freak, something we noticed last game is they didn't have oracles until about 25, 26, 27 minutes into the game. Invictus was knowing which lanes the champions were in because they were pressuring so hard. Now with Hotshot going in and clearing out wards, they actually have picked one up as well because they know that map awareness is so crucial.
So they're going to start off on Baron as they know they swept the wards out. They had to take care of the bottom lane. And this one, though, is Voyboy has teleport. If the fight starts, it would be a 5-on-5. However, they just did such an amazing job of sweeping out the map and denying vision. They got a completely free dragon attempt, 3,000 gold up. Voyboy making a good counterattack move. He's going for the turret here. The problem is he's been denied a lot in lane. He's not going to kill this turret too easily. There's not a really all that important of a counterattack. Some units were lost there to the turret. There's a little bit of farm that PDD's not getting here, but really that dragon move was the right call. Invictus continue to claw themselves ahead in this game.
So it is going to be 19,100 gold to 15,600. A lead that used to be in favor of CLG for just a few hundred gold is now quite in the favor of Invictus Gaming. Cassiopeia getting that blue as we saw them. said that Oracle's paying dividends so far, and really if she were to continuously but not be denied that blue buff, it would be a very easy lane for Zatai in mid, and Big Fat would be forced to just farm under the turret without any aggression. Hotshot coming in here, the Oracles to face off against each other, but Boy comes in as well. You'll see movement from Zatai here. Big Fat's kind of trying to hold him off as well. They get the flash out of Illusion. This is already an amazing play if they can get out without wasting the summoner. But it's going to be a big fight as PDD comes down. They find themselves in the 3v3. So Boy flashes as Twin Fang comes out to spit out a few bits of damage. Xiao Xiao very close. They take out Boy. Big Fat blows the flash as well. This is quickly going in favor of Invictus Gaming.
See if they can close anything out. Looks like everyone else trying to run away. Hotshot, though, a bit isolated in the jungle. Can he make it out? Walks into Zatai and Xiao Xiao. There's the stun. That's going to be, blast Hotshot. What a move right there.
Amazing job. Xiaoster now very hurt, but that's not the focus. Kid trying to put some damage onto Doublelift so he can't turn around back in this fight. A beautiful push here in mid. Invictus on the aggression that we saw very early against the Zubu Frost now as they just continuously go for turrets. It looks like they will full on go for this one. Xiao Xiao taking some area effect damage from Big Fat. And it looks like he will be able to clear and save the turret in 16 minutes.
And that is one of the reasons you pick Cassiopeia. She is great at clearing out minion waves. She'll be up there with Mr. Fate and Anivia as really good counter pushers. So CLG keeping that turret alive is actually hugely important for them. They cannot give up more mid-game advantages. They need to withstand that IG aggression. The fight's been going in their favor, but only down one kill. The turret's been going away, but only down one. The dragon's been going away, but only down one. CLG are just barely holding on, but they need to get something back in their favor pretty soon.
Freak definitive minion kills in lanes. 129 to Yorick, 103 to Diana, and Boy losing that top lane quite a bit. Middle lane goes down, however, and they get everybody some very much needed gold. We see Zatai against Big Fat, 142 to 107, and the AD carries Kid versus Doublelift is 132 to 99. That average is about 25 to 30 more CS on 3 of the heaviest carries.
That's actually a huge deal overall because individual power just means so very much. Getting gold on a carry means more than getting gold on a support overall. Hotshot chasing down PDD. He's going to get something out of this, but I don't know if it's too much. His team does chase on down, but Hotshot not able to put enough slowing down. He couldn't slow him long enough for his team to show up. But CLG kind of taking a page out of Invictus' book. Suddenly they're 5 strong on one side of the map out of nowhere, and they're going to go for some pressure. But a little bit too long. That last minion wave kind of stopping that aggression. The rest of Invictus did show up to the top lane and stop that push from really happening. But CLG would really love to get some extra turret pressure here.
Yeah, it's going to have to work out that way for Counter Logic Gaming. If those instances where they travel as 5 do not work out, they're still getting less and less experience. And with the minion count being so low for their team, the late game is going to be quite difficult around the mid game. Until those fights start going 1 or 2 in their favor, they're not going to get their core items as fast. You can see Doublelift trying to get that Bloodthirster most likely out as quick as he can. Corgi has already finished a try for him.
Yeah, that just came in there, and you buy that item for 2 reasons. One is mid-game power, and 2 is to keep bullying the opposition. You know, when you come into that game and you realize, like, hey, I'm doing really well. I'm chunking my opponent. We got first blood. I'm doing a lot of good things. You want to get that Trinity Force to cement your advantage. He's got a gigantic item swing over Doublelift right now. He just grabbed the BF sword. If they get into a battle, while the basic auto attack damage is a bit better for Doublelift, there's just a lot of damage sources here for Kid. He's got some extra ability power for his spells to come out, and he's got a lot of damage due to that Trinity Force proc, whether he slows his opponent down and keeps chasing, or he just gets a lot of bonus damage every time he puts his ability out.
Freak. Oh wow, Xiao Xiao taking a lot of damage, and I don't think his ultimate's going to be enough. He does turn back around to go down.
Nice move there. CLG really, they're collecting themselves together, and Big Fat LP is being a force to be reckoned with. He's landing those crowd controls and setting up his team for a lot of good situations. It's the kind of thing that CLG needs. They need constant aggression. They need things to go their way mid-game.
Now, Freak, 2 or 3 of the wards just went down, but we can see the control, the aggressive wards in the side of Counter Logic Gaming, all the way up through that red buff, and then down towards Dragon. As well, 3 wards on Zatai, the AP carry, and 1 on his support. Huge pull-in, impale onto Doublelift, and he goes down. Zatai with 1 more.
That's exactly what they wanted to have happen, and that is why you bring Skarner into a lineup, is he makes your attack damage carry just suddenly die. And this is going to be hard because Doublelift is still trying to finish the Infinity Edge. He's going to have to spend another 1,200 gold to finish that item, and then spend the other 1,600 in order to get a Quicksilver Sash. He's 3,000 gold away from being able to survive Skarner.
Boy keeping that global presence down. Oh, they're coming on the turret. It's going to be a huge invade here by Invictus Gaming, but it looks like they push everybody out of the attack range. Kid could go down. He gets the ultimate thrown on him, and they do grab a turret out of it. So that's going to be good gold, good pressure. They've got him on their heels, but Boy, meanwhile,
meanwhile, up in the top lane is just going for that turret pressure over. Actually, a PDD might get jumped out here. Hawkman's going to keep trying to clear him out. He lands the cleaver down as well. He's taking some damage from the backside. Those minions in there as well. He's trying to buy time for his teammate. And Boy coming in from the side. Down, good fall. PDD, good fall. There's one, there's two. And the dragon was killed, but those 2 kills are worth it. Nice job, CLG.
Very nice job. Coming down from the top, I like how Hotshot stood in the middle, kind of pulling their attention as Boy can come in strong there. They see that was thwarted out, but like you said, grabbing those 2 kills, Invictus kind of won that fight.
It's very, very back and forth there. Invictus getting that dragon does keep the gold lead the same, but if CLG can turn those kills into an advantage somewhere else by taking a turret, that's going to be ultimately worth it for CLG. If no capitalization happens here, then it's pretty much a wash. You can kind of continue, as you were and realize, hey, it's still dragons in one lead, hey, it's turrets in lead there. But it looks like with 3 members bottom, they are going to turn those kills into a push.
So Boy bringing himself back into this game. Now only 10 CS, which was 30 off of that Yorick top. Jazai getting harassed in middle here, trying to continuously slow for Big Fat to get there for more damage. Looks like they're just forced to farm at that second turret. A lot of ground has been gained by Invictus Gaming, but that turret being taken down, the second tier in top lane, could pay huge dividends in late game's push. Hotshot is very good at just splitting off with his team, and they also have a team freak that can fight as 4 effectively.
Ultimately, though, I like the overall team from Invictus. Their team fight potential is just so very, very good. If you look at CLG's roster, it's a lot of backline damage effort with Cassiopeia, played by Big Fat LP, and Doublets on Graves. There's a lot of damage there that's going to be, thrown out and putting out a lot of pressure. They've got a nice front line with Hotshot GG on Mundo and some good utility from Trashers Lulu. The wild card here, though, is Boy playing that Diana. She's going to want to jump in primarily as an assassin. You can see Sword Shoes and Abyssal Scepter already done. You can expect a Deathfire Grasp likely to be up next or very, very soon overall. She's going to try to kill off Kid's Corki. That's kind of the primary target here, the primary kill attempt for CLG. Kind of like what Invictus was doing last time where they were diving an AD carry. They have the same kind of choice here. The problem is they've got Yorick. Yorick shuts down that kind of strategy. He's just going to clone Kid, and if Kid falls, that Revenant's going to revive him, and he's kind of just going to be back in the battle.
Xiao Xiao being taken down, about 1/3 of his HP, forced back here. Now, if they saw that happen, this could easily be a dance for that Baron. The damage is out. Looks like Double is still trying to finish that Infinity Edge. He is about 500 gold off of that with a little bit more to add on. So he's got some work to do here. He is not getting minions in lane anymore. He's not farming. These kills are going to come a lot slower. So the fact that he has not finished his core item between that 15 to 18 minutes is going to really affect the team.
So let's see how this actually ends up panning out here, because you've got a really scary situation where CLG's got to buy a little bit of time for them. They need Double Lift to finish that Infinity Edge. And the thing is, it might not even matter if he gets caught by Skarner. So CLG needs 2 major things here. Double Lift needs a couple hundred more gold. He's currently at 800. Actually, he's get back to base and buy an item, ultimately. But he doesn't have time. That Baron, of course, getting danced for. But after that, he needs to be safe in a fight. There's so much dive potential from ING. Now, they're not going to focus him with bruises so much. Vladimir's not going to dive onto him. They don't have like an Aurelia or a Nocturne or a Jarvan like we saw last game, where they're going to go and fight with Double Lift. It's really, they're going to pull Double Lift out. It's all about Xiao Xiao and Illusion. Can they make that happen? Can they pull him in and focus him out? If they are not able to, Double Lift with an Infinity Edge is going to out DPS Kid on Corki. The overall damage per second is going to be higher for an Infinity Edge with Quick Draw, with Lulu in the back giving you a shield, having that pick steal some extra damage with you as well. There's a lot of damage output there.
Oh, we have Corellia's on Impale into Hotshot. Can he get his ultimate off? The Ignite is on, and it's just too much front and burst. They take him down in pursuit. No, Freak, it looks like they turn for Baron.
This is a great attempt. The jungler is dead. There is so little chance for a steal here. If the steal does come out from CLG, it'll be the most magnificent play ever. It's already 4 on 5. Their jungler is already out of the mix. It's already down to half health. This is looking like a very, very safe Baron attempt for Invictus with a very slim chance to steal.
Hotshot did it with the Ionic Spark last time. Zitai on a killing spree as Chowster goes down. They're trying to get into this one too quickly, and it looks like they may be able to take out a few in their favor. Skarner smiting down Baron. Big Fat takes down Alistar, and now they will pursue into this fight. We do see just above them, here comes Zitai on top. PDD getting the Ignite down. A nice petrifying gaze, trying to slow this in. And I like how Boy tried to stand behind Big Fat, but it just was too much burst from Phosphorus. Boy looking to go down here. There's a lot of chase, but it looks like he will make it out alive. Corky is on that top side, going towards Tribush. He will have the movement as Valkyrie comes in, and it looks like he will be able to get the chase on. He's just within range. Valkyrie is 2 seconds from up. He's going to be on Boy right now. The attack goes in. Boy trying to burst, and he comes up with the pursuit kill for Kid.
Nice job overall. Invictus now up in kills. Dragon's turrets and Baron. They are in the driver's seat here. Now it's a 7,000 gold lead. That initial pull on the hot shot, and that's what happens. That Invictus Gaming team is rolling as 5, starting from like 20-minute mark, and they just look for that one guy to pounce upon. The initiation here, the flash, the Shirelias, everything coming on from Skarner, just trying to find a champion to kill. They do it, even when it's hot shot, even when it's a tanky Dr. Mundo, they just have the damage to make a 5-on-4. And from there, they just control every other advantage. I like what they did with the Baron attempt, where they sent 2 out of the pit just to zone out the Synergy opposition, trading some kills out, but securing that Baron kill. And now it's still that Baron buff, they're going to keep pushing on.
They have a great team for pushing these turrets. Wild Growth going out on Hotshot, but again, the Ignite goes down and he is just obliterated. The ultimate not even saving.
This is really one of the weaknesses of Dr. Mundo, is his mid-game crush is when he's least tanky. Now, a lot of times you see them go for early gold generation, Nautilus and Maokai, they'll grab a Philosopher's Stone and a Heart of Gold, and they'll just sort of try to get a Glacial Shroud finish in time to be tanky. Dr. Mundo on Hotshot, he's still trying to finish major items. He's got the Soul Shroud Spirit Visage up there, he's got Mercury Trace, he's got a Heart of Gold, he's got Doran's Shields, he's got a lot of like moderately good items, but he's not to the point where he can face tank and heat right now. He needs a Warmog's armor or a Sunfire cape or a Rand with Owen to withstand what IG is throwing out there. So the next 5 to 10 minutes, as Hotshot tries to get some gold on, he's going to keep dying this way, and they're okay to focus the tank. If Invictus have 10,000 gold, they can just keep picking off 1 kill and picking up a turret, picking up a kill and picking up a turret. They're up 6-3, they're going to keep that going.
Freak, I like the last donation. We saw Corky, there was Kid and PDD going in for red buff, and they gave it to PDD. What's the point of giving your melee that red?
Well, there's a difference between giving a melee champion and a ranged champion that lizards off. But when you're a melee champion, your slow is actually much heavier, and you're going to kind of just see him in general, be in the front line and land a lot of basic attacks. On the other side, though, of course, Corky with that Trinity Force has a slow anyway, so you don't need to stack them.
Good slow back, keeping Illusion off at last. Impale as Chowster is the one to the backside to tie. However, they're looking quite aggressive as he builds up his Tides of Blood. He gets more spell vamp in his attack. A hit out on Chowster, and they are the one to find him. Still, I believe, not having the headbutt. No, they go for Chowster. Wild Growth pops him up. A good slow for the entire team. The Glitterlance could not be enough here. The Valkyrie in. Kid picks up another kill. 5-0-2 on the match now, and they are going for the inhibitor turret. Not enough minions, though. They're going to be forced to back off, but they have full control, and they're just more than happy to go around the horn here of CLG's base.
Yeah, they've got a giant mini wave in the top lane. Whenever you want to push, try to ride the mini wave in. And there's the initiation. They're going to catch up with Boy.
Boy goes down in a second. Hotshot GG once again. The Chemo Plague doesn't even get time to proc. They wipe out Counter Logic Gaming in their base. One more attack onto Big Fat will be the ace, and they're just chasing him down. He can't get a kill. The double kill coming in for Big Fat, and now they're forced to just mill about. They can't hit the inhibitors yet. They need some waves to get in here. You can just see PDD. He's like, I think I can back here. Give me 8 seconds.
Well, they're going to try to regroup here. Invictus, oh, looks like the GG call is out. They don't even care. They're just going to die to turrets for free. Why not? GG called out. The surrender vote is in, guys. Congratulations to Invictus Gaming, bringing it back 1-1. They're taking the win over Counter Logic Gaming.
An amazing game played there, and sometimes in the group stage, you really need to just sit back and say, this isn't our game. It's not like we can go into a best of 3 here. So let's rethink this and come into our next matchup.
So here's where you're at. Right? You've got Invictus Gaming sitting at 1-1. They've got one deciding match still to go against SK. it's very tempting for them. They've got a good win here against CLG, one of the best teams in the world. They just took a commanding victory here, and they've kept their reputation up. The teams that they've beat in show matches, they beat CLG 2-0 for the IPL 5 qualifier. They beat them here again in the best of one. They're still feeling pretty good. They're winning the games that they know they need to win. So they're feeling pretty good. They're going to go into SK, but I think they're going to feel confident doing that. Counter Logic, they knew that they had rough chances here against this matchup. They know they've got tough competition still ahead of them overall, but they know they're a world-class team. CLG, they know they have what it takes to pull this one still through. They can beat Frost. They can beat SK. Heck, they can go for a three-way tie if they really want to, but the cards are still here for both these teams to make it through.
And let's see what this does to the standing, Freaks. We do see the 1-1 for Invictus, that 0-1 for CLG now, and a Zubu Frost 1-0.
And this is really, really good. It's just close overall. It's still a neck and neck group. You've got to watch the rest of these games come out because there are just no guaranteed victors no matter what. None of these scores necessarily are any kind of a final standing yet. You're getting partway through the group. You're seeing some of these things shape up, but you haven't seen SK play yet. They could crush everyone under their boot. You never know. There's a lot of different options available here. You've just got to watch the rest of these games come out.
We could see it happen very big, and the curse of first blood actually broken on that game. They did go through with it the first game, but they were able to find the way this time, and it was really all due to that composition. It was just so amazingly picked.
Exactly. So we're going to see what that composition was all about. We've got a replay of one of those last few fights. See, next, an inhibitor all open, Mundo up in the front, and they just picked out Voyboy completely. The damage output was just too high. That Skarner over and over isolating champions. Vladimir diving in out of the turret, and they tried to pick up Big Fat LP. They honestly weren't quite able to, but it just didn't matter at that point. Their initial opening has been too strong over and over. The Skarner pulls got them kill after kill. Great job to Invictus.
Yeah, they came out very strong. It was not the early aggression that CLG was able to stop. They came out quite strong just after that. The 1-to-1 kill as they were like, hey, that was pretty tricky bottom lane. Let's go ahead and do something of our own. They came out with the kill, but it just wasn't enough. I think Hotshot going for the Dorans put him 2 all in and a little bit of money for items that would have kept him a little tankier in the later to mid game. But then that's when you said they caught him in that mid game where he doesn't flourish the most, where he is kind of in that situation of limbo where he's coming off for being very good at dispersing a fight and really peeling somebody off, but he can't continuously do it as a tank.
So, that's them kind of falling off. Very unfortunate there for CLG. Starting out 0-1, but you just saw Invictus start out 0-1, and they still turned it on their head and won a bunch of games. They just won a game very convincingly here and are poised to stage their comeback in this group stage. CLG can mirror that performance. They can lose their first game, but come back and make it out strong. It is still anybody's group here. There are just crazy matches still, in line for us today.
And we've really seen what Invictus Gaming has to bring. They do love the 3v1 situation, getting their jungler down to that bottom lane when the support has to back, when somebody's out of position and warding. They really take advantage of something like that. We saw Zubu Frost able to counter that with their Shen pick, but Shen wasn't on Counter Logic Gaming. They couldn't get to that point very fast. They couldn't stop those fights. So Invictus Gaming is all about the aggression on those 3v1s.
So let's talk about the rest of this group here. We've got another 4 matches in Group A and another 6 matches in Group B. So with Frost 1-0, how are you liking their chances against CLG and their chances against SK?
Frost was very good and strong, particularly. They came into the match. They did get first-blooded, but that was off what you would call a cheeky strat. Just the Fog of War was used perfectly, and then they really regrouped and they figured out what to do. SK is going to be very aggressive as well, so they're kind of ready for that from Invictus. I think they're going to take a little more consideration in the early game of their jungle as well, and then against CLG, I think they can play not quite a normal game, but they have to feel CLG out first because I don't think we saw anything that CLG has been working on up into this tournament in that game.
Yeah, this looked like a very, very standard Counter Logic Gaming sort of lineup, and I got to believe that their picks and bans were sort of revolving around, what is Invictus good as and what are they good against? But I think Invictus picked a lot of counter lanes overall. Giving them Alistar right there at the very beginning, he set up the Flash Force on a double lift, and then Alistar set up that kill. That felt like a little bit of a Champions Select mishap here from CLG, where they just gave away a lot of power and it enabled a lot of kills there right off the bat for Invictus. Now, the top lane counter pick was great as well. Yorick having a great time against Diana. The mid lane was fine. It was back and forth. A couple minions in the favor of Vladimir, but overall still a pretty close match. So CLG is going to have to come up with something a little bit different. You know, they didn't show up with any kind of special strategies. They kind of did not withhold or not withstand any of that early aggression. The early lane plays, the early ganks, they all came through very, very well. And Hotshot, though he picked a farming jungler, you know, Dr. Mudu is going to come in and not gank nearly as hard as Skarner, not set up his lanes nearly as hard as something like that. You know, if you came up with Nautilus or Maokai or even a Shyvana who can kind of get into those fights a bit better, you know, that might have worked out a bit. I think they played a little bit too late game there. Muda was not able to quite catch up and become that tanky tank in the front line. Their lanes, just due to the pressure from Alistar, the pressure from Yorick, the pressure from Skarner, they were not able to keep themselves really safe in that mid game. So CLG, they've still got two aggressive teams coming up. We saw Frost pretty much match IG's aggression. As you know, ganks came in from Invictus, they picked up the first blood, but you saw that kill score 7-6 really in that mid game because Frost would keep showing up for ganks themselves. They would have Shen teleport onto a ganker so that they would come in together and make 3-on-1s. That's the kind of play that Frost is going for. CLG's got to realize every team in this group is about those really aggressive early mid-game plays. If you look back at the European regional SK Gaming against CLG Europe, they did the same thing. They invaded that jungle. They took, I think, 7 of the first 8 buffs on the map. They just denied every resource. That kind of looked very similar to Invictus for CLG, where the first 2 golem buffs, you know, not only were getting their own golem buffs, but the first 2 of Counterlogic's golem buffs went to Invictus. From the jungle invades at minute 1 and at minute 8, they kept denying those resources. So, you know, CLG needs to realize, guys, everyone here is aggressive. I don't think they can really pick Mundo again because he doesn't put any pressure on those lanes. He doesn't make those ganks happen. You know, the early Diana was there for a nice mid to late game sort of carry assassination, but when you're up against Yorick, not only do you not have a good laning phase anymore, but you also can't kill that carry anymore. He's going to get revived by that Yorick Omen of Death, and then, you know, what do you just do as Diana except pick up some gold and then die in the team fight? So I think CLG needs to kind of go back and realize, guys, we've got cool strategies, right? We've got this. We know what this is, right? We're lactose intolerant. It's not about cheese. It's about strategy. It's about preparing for the game and seeing what your opponents are up to. And it seemed like IG prepared a bit better. They won a champion select, honestly.
You know, they really did. They did their homework, and I love the nets they set up for themselves. Just kind of supporting. You know, they took the Vlad in mid. It's a viable AP mid. And they also banned out Sivir, which is usually run in the 3 teleport promote strat. And Vlad's very good against a 2v1 situation. So they were preparing themselves for really multiple things to happen in this game.
They were. It was nice overall. IG just picked up a lot of great picks in Champion Select. And again, that early Diana grab, it set up risks. I don't know if CLG hasn't played against Yorick in a while and didn't know that was a good counter lane, or if it was just amazing play by PDD. He did show up to lane with a golem buff. That's going to really sway. Well, of course, yeah, but it's going to sway, you know, how that lane plays out. Normally you say, okay, it's a one-on-one, you know, he's got some ghouls, you know, I'll deal with it. You know, Omen of Pestilence costs a bit more now, so maybe he'll run out of mana. Suddenly he shows up with a golem buff there, and he's got no cooldowns and no mana concerns to worry about. Okay, you're going to have a bit of a different matchup here, and you know, CLG losing their initial golem buff as well to the great jungle invade, I can see how that would have panned out a bit more difficult because they were actually planning on giving Void golem themselves. It was actually the opposite of what they were anticipating, where Void ran Summoner Teleport. They sent 3 members down. Lulu and Graves were there to support him on that golem buff grab, while Cassiopeia helped Hotshot GG jungle on Mundo. But the invade came in. IG read the strategy. They know CLG, when they picked Diana, it's a Void by 1v2. We called it in Champion Select. IG called it in Champion Select. They called it in the beginning strategy where they said, oh, they're going to go for blue and give it to Void, so let's pink ward the invasion ward and let's go walk in. Oh, look, Void's there. Our blue, thanks very much. And you just saw Skarner have a great time of it the entire way through. So, you know, IG, they prepared so beautifully. You know, they called the strategy, they called the early game moves, and they reacted to every single one of them. And, hey, they reacted to CLG strategies.
Yeah, no, they really did. The huge key to the match. And the thing for them was, and that I like about Invictus Gaming, kind of just, you know, growing, is that it's not just the early game. It's not just the snowball there. They control that beautifully. They did say, hey, you know, we got those early buffs, but let's focus that lane a little bit. Let's make sure Void Boy has a really hard time, even though PDD has blue buff, and we'll keep going at him.
And it's absolutely going to work really, really well overall. You know, Invictus, they played their mid game beautifully as well. You just said, you know, it's not just the early game, it's not just Champion Select, it's everything, and they completely played it to the advantage. I mean, this was a pretty low kill game, 12 to 7, and you know, a lot of those were just right at the very end there, where they, you know, picked up a lot of kills on tower dives, and they got, you know, kind of traded back. This game was neck and neck in most cases, except for the laning phase. So Invictus kind of said, look, guys, we won the laning phase. We're up in gold on minions. Let's find out how to close this out. You know, and that is difficult sometimes when you're winning early on. We saw it against Frost, really, where they had a lot of leads and they couldn't close it out. They tried to force Baron, but Frost played it beautifully. They forced Illusion out of the camp and then got the Baron steal themselves. That's the kind of thing, those are the kind of moves you need to make as a team. You know, guys, we won early game, let's close it out. They didn't quite get it against Frost. They did get it against CLG. It's a Shirelia's Flash Skarner. That's going to be a pull almost no matter what. They just will keep chasing, keep hasting, keep going, and they'll pick up those kills. They'll make them happen, and that is exactly what Invictus did. They made that mid-game happen.
All right, Freak, that's that game. We've had two amazing matches. Two of Asia's best teams in the world, and then North America versus Asia as well here on home turf, and we saw that Asia still very strong in their gameplay. Coming up next, we see SK Gaming make its first appearance in the tournament against Azubu Frost. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with Jat and D-Man here at the League of Legends Season 2 Championships at LA Live.
One of the World Playoffs. I'm DJ Wheat here with Rachel. And guess what? We've got another amazing game coming up here. We are live from sunny Los Angeles here at LA Live, and it is gorgeous out.
It's a beautiful time, a beautiful day for some League of Legends. Our next match is Europe's SK Gaming against Korea's Azubu Frost. It's been a long road for Frost. Let's take a look at what they went through to get here.
Korea, home to some of the most dedicated fans in the League of Legends community and arguably the most competitive esports teams in the world. Two teams will represent the region here at the Season 2 World Championship, although it's not the two teams most people predicted would qualify. Azubu Frost's strong start to Season 2 set up their qualifying chance at OGN's The Champions Final, where they squared off against one of Europe's top teams, CLG EU. After falling behind 0-2 in the best-of-5 series, a determined Azubu Frost turned it around, winning the next two games in a row. In the blind pick fifth game, they dominated CLG EU to secure the win, giving them enough qualifying points to advance on to Los Angeles. At the Season 2 Korean Regional Finals, all eyes were on heavy favorites Azubu Blaze, as many thought they would join their brother team at the World Championship. But Najin Sword, led by MacNoon, shocked the world and defeated Blaze 3-2 in the best-of-5 series. The upset moved Najin Sword on to the Season 2 World Championship and left Azubu Blaze on the outside looking in. Azubu Frost and Najin Sword will now look to put all arguments to rest and prove once and for all that the best teams in the world come from Korea.
Now playing as the red team, you've watched them dominate up on stage once already today. Let's hear it for Azubu Frost.
With players from France, Germany, and Spain, give it up for one of Europe's most popular teams, playing as the blue team. It's SK Gaming! First up on support, we have Nif.
The AD carry for the team. Give it up for Yellow Star.
The AP carry, you know him, Ocelot.
And in the jungle, we've got Arane.
And last up in the top lane, it's Kevin.
And if you guys are ready, let's kick it over to our casters here for this match. Give it up for D-Man and Jets.
Thanks, guys. I'm Joshua Jat Leesman, and here with Lee D-Man Smith.
Yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here at Season 2 World Finals, you know.
People said it wasn't going to happen, but it was. It was always going to happen. That was always coming here. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, wow, SK game of Zubu Frost. We saw a Zubu Frost this morning against IG already, and what a fantastic match it was. It was incredible. I mean, IG started off super strong, but Zubu Frost showed it again, didn't they? They showed it in the OGN finals. They came back.
And it's going to be really scary here for SK because we saw how well Invictus Gaming did against COG in the last game, and Frost, even though it was a very close game, beat them somewhat handily in the end there. So, man, SK really has to bring their A game into this very first game. So, this is really, really exciting.
This is scary stuff for them. I mean, because we were watching that game and we were just saying, you know what, we think Frost have got this in the late game, but there was such a back and forth match. You know, IG are so strong. So IG are sat 1-1, and Zubu Frost are 1-0. SK Gaming have, they've had the advantage to sit and watch these teams play. They've got a bit of an advantage in that way, but these teams are damn good.
And even SK, people have been counting them out ever since the European regionals. They went on and destroyed COG EU in that tournament. So every time people count SK out, they seem to come back again. They have so much emotion. You saw just in the back, they did the scream on this, and this is just going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. So we had a chance to sit down with the players about competing in these playoffs. It's such a grand occasion. Let's have a look at what they had to say.
SK 게이밍 정말 잘하고 있고요. 경기 정말 많이 챙겨봤고.
We need all of us to step up our game. Maybe not step up our game, but play like we did in the bootcamp, and everything's gonna be all good.
We have to win 2, but we are going to win 3.
SK 팀이랑 할 때는 아무래도 SK가 굉장히 게임을 즐기면서 하는 게 느껴지더라고요. 특히 오셀로 선수의 세레모니라던가. 저희도 같이 즐기면서 이 게임 내에서 겨뤄볼 생각입니다.
I think our chances are pretty good. They are really high. I think we will probably go into the final.
We will go through. All of us are playing lately extremely well, and we're in a good shape and ready to rock.
He is ready to rock. That's what I was like. He is always ready to rock. So, I mean, we've seen what they've got to say for this. Let's have a look at the keys to the game for this match. SK Gaming coming into this one, as really, people weren't expecting them to get second place in Europe, but they did.
And a lot of it went down to their emotions. They are the most emotional team in this tournament, and the very first key there is just to let those emotions flow, let them take over. They have to play with the passion that they have always come with, and when Ocelot's screaming, when RNA's screaming, and they're going in for those team fights and coming out on top, that's when they're at their best.
Yeah, that's how they were made popular. I mean, when we were in Poland, people were saying, oh, SK are about to get a kill. They can hear them before they saw it.
On stream. There was no mics on Ocelot, by the way. He was 100 feet away from the caster booth, and we could hear him scream.
Yeah, and of course they've got to match the aggression of Frost. We saw it earlier on, the crazy play they have.
And that's what SK does when they're at their best, too. Ocelot flashes into team fights, much like the Korean teams. So SK's never been good playing defensively.
Yeah.
They can't let Frost take it over. They have to take it to them.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of Ocelot, there's the new team that's melded together. They've only been together, it's probably 2 months now. The fact that Yellowstar came in there, Areneas took pressure off them. They've helped Ocelot get involved.
When SK wasn't working, it was because he was almost trying to do too much. What they've done with Kevin in the top lane being there for so long, Yellowstar in the bottom lane, Arne in the jungle, they have support around him so they can get him going. They can let him get rolling. And when he gets rolling with all that emotion, they win games.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen what SK are going to do. Let's have a look at what Azubu Frost are going to do. We saw them earlier on this morning. If you missed that game, you missed a corking opening to this series. First of all, though, Jat, they've got to control the pace.
And that's what they did when they took control of that IG game. They were getting pushed around a little bit early, but they won the 4v5 team fights. They took that Baron steal, and then later in the game, they just took the Baron without even fighting for it. So they can take control of the game, and they can push. And that bottom lane with Woong and Mad Life is the core of that team. When they were down in the OGN Season 2 finals, it was the bottom lane that brought them back. There was a support Lux band that got drawn out in the first game against IG. It's really, really key. They have to take that lane.
Yeah, and we saw how much IG were focusing on Woong, actually, earlier on in that first game.
Everything was trying to go on.
Everything was on Woong. Got himself caught in a few positions, but, we talk about that, but the jungler, Cloud Templar, has got to get himself in there.
And the last thing, if they can disrupt Ocelot and Arene with all their emotion, they're the two screamers on that team.
Yeah.
If they start getting them on tilt, if they kill Ocelot early, if they shut down RNA's jungle, that's not going to translate well into SK's motto. They got to get those guys out of the game if they want to take a quick win.
They do have to get them going. I mean, these teams, we talk about the emotions of SK. God damn, if they lose this game, they were going to get down themselves. If they win it, they are going to be hyper. And you guys at home are going to see it on the camera because these guys can scream. If, you know, the North American scene's probably not really seen SK in full flow apart from when they were IEM New York. But nevertheless, we are going to get in towards Champion Select, so let's see what these guys are going to do. Will IG leave everything open? You know, Azubu Frost, they got the free picks against IG.
Against IG, I just let them have a lot of those things and almost took them out. Whether SKs decided against that or not,
bans are fast.
They have prepared for these bans because now in Champions League, 4 bans going out already. The Ezreal ban, not letting that get through. Azubu Frost actually got the Ezreal with the first pick. Since they don't have first pick in this game, they made sure to get rid of it. And just back and forth, these guys.
And interestingly enough, you know, I think both teams maybe want to leave Alistair open. I'm not too sure how much Azubu Frost have researched SK Game, because if Alistair's left open, SK will pick it first. RNA absolutely loves that champion. Jax being banned out there, definitely an interesting one. We saw it in game 1. You know, we saw how strong Shy was on that one.
So just the bans going out very early. Skarner ban is just something SK doesn't want to get taken to them. Skarner's something that he initiates. He's someone who takes it to the other team. They wanted to block that off right away. Other bans very targeted here. That Orianna ban on Ocelot, that is what he was keying with. But here we go. Alistair on the table. If SK doesn't take it here, they're giving it to Azubu Frost.
They're basically saying Mad
block it up right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And Orianna, I mean, that was a given. That shows that they've watched the EU regionals, they've practiced, and they've checked out SK Game, and they've done the research. I mean, that's a Korean team. Of course they've done their research. They are the kings of esports, and they'll be expecting this one. So 30 seconds to go on the timer. I'm expecting Kevin to lock in Alistair here.
Surprising amount of discussion.
If they didn't take Alistair, who do you think they would go for?
Right now, Alistair is by far the safest pick. If they didn't want that, they'd go with something like Sona. They'd try to pick just a generic, safe, really good support, and then try to mix it up elsewhere. But, you know, there we go. Alistair right away.
Yeah, so it was kind of expected, and it's a pick. It's RNA as one of his favorite champions that are in there. We expected it. Mad Life would almost certainly have taken it. We are seeing Shen coming in. We saw Shen in the jungle before. Very strong pick.
And this is something, in the previous tournament, Shen was banned almost, I'd say, 90% of the time, but he's been getting through here, and teams are ready to deal with him. They think they know how to take fights to teams. They're not as worried about the split pushing, but in all of that, Shen's done quite well in these last 2 games. Jungle Shen last time for Cloud Templar, just the general of the team. Shen ulting in aggressively on top of Jax a few times. That's kind of like how they like to play that. The great thing about this, though, is even though Cloud Templar played in the jungle, he can go top lane as well.
He can go top lane, he can go anywhere he pleases. He's not quite Mundo, though. We're just waiting for the final pick to come in from then. It will be Corki. That's interesting, because Graves is open, and Gunwong is choosing to go Corki rather than Graves.
It is interesting. He must just have the favoritism on there, or he thinks that the Corki matches up better with Graves and he'd win that one-on-one matchup. So much of these AD carries have been the big 3. We've seen Ezreal, Corki, and Graves. Ezreal kind of emerged as the champion of that group, and everyone started prioritizing him, now banning him out.
Absolutely.
So there's just the 2 left. If these teams want to switch from that a little bit, something like Sivir does work very well against Corki, but I just don't know if Yellowstar is going to bring that out. Also, Kog'Maw, any of these things that aren't part of the big 3 are still really strong. I'd be excited to see him come out.
You know, it's just dawned on me, the Twisted Fate being banned out there. That was one of the super secret champions that Ocelot had tucked away for EU Regionals that we began talking about. That shows they really have listened to what we were saying. Wow, somebody does. Somebody has to listen to what I say. It is going to be Aurelia looking like Kevin, of course, out Aurelia at the EU Regionals. He just made that dance around the top. Going to switch it possibly to Graves. We talked about the fact that he's open. I expect Aurelia to be picked in there later on. There he is, locked in straight away. So Aurelia going to be on Kevin on our top lane, and Sona down the bottom nip.
And there's something interesting here. The Korean teams have said Nunu is not a strong pick in their meta. They just do not like him. Normally they do prioritize the Sona pick, so SK taking that away right now, instead of taking Nunu and trying to go up against the poke-heavy Sona, really actually blocks the Nunu pick entirely. Not only does Azubu Frost not value him as a strong pick, but also Sona's a really good high poke counter to Nunu, so they couldn't run it even if they were just kind of playing it, saying he's weak, just to hope to get him.
So what are we expecting to go alongside Corki in that bottom lane? Will it be a Janna? I mean,
I'm surprised at the time these guys are taking, because normally these picks are just rocketing back and forth, but these guys really wanting all this. If they go support Lux, that would be really entertaining and exciting, because he played a bunch of that.
Well, we saw IG banning Lux
in the finals, and it was banned as well.
He was banned in the first game, so IG obviously realized there is something in there that Azubu Frost have in the pocket. Well, Singed, good we see Singed. I mean, Dyrus is here watching. He'll be happy with that one, surely.
That's really exciting.
And it is locked in. It is going to be Lux. Is that going to be Lux support or Lux mid, though?
They still have the versatility here. That's actually really good because this is going to depend on what Ocelot picks for his mid lane here, because we know Kevin's playing Aurelia. We know Yellow Star and Nif for bottom lane on support. We know the Alistair pick. Ocelot has to now pick against blindly. Normally, it's just...
Yeah, he's got no choice.
No choice. They may have picked their soul lanes. If it's anything for him, he's played a lot of Anivia.
Kassadin is available.
And Kassadin's available, but I think it's too dangerous to pick Kassadin here with the counter picks. If I had to guess, which I guess we have time, I would say... I was going to say Anivia, but he might just go for Karthus here.
Of course, Karthus being available, you know, he's heavily banned in the European scene, certainly with Froggen in the action. It's definitely something we've seen Ocelot playing Karthus, but we don't see it that often.
He's normally not his go-to champion.
Yeah.
It's interesting because he does like to flash in a lot on something like Morgana. He can do the same strategy with Karthus. He lands a good wall. He could flash in with his Defile on and try to take them out. This is still very interesting, though, because something like Singed, if it gets going in this game, he's going to be able to run amok around Karthus and just flip him where he pleases for the most part. And speaking of Anivia, we might see that coming up against Karthus. That's a really good matchup for Anivia.
We could see it, and we've talked about it. Rapid Star talked about, you know, his matchup against Froggen in the OGM finals. You know, how he thought he matched him pace for pace, and it's no surprise that Anivia would get picked up here. You know, it's one of those champions that everybody always talks about. He can stall the game out very strong for a late game, which is a definite possibility for Zubu Frosty. You know, the late game would certainly suit a Singed.
And Rapid Star also has huge respect for Froggen, as well as saying he matched up for him. So it would make sense that he's learned his Anivia, tried to replicate what Froggen can do, and really just learned all the tricks of the trade here. If this is going to be the lock-in, we get to see that support Lux that was banned out in the first game for Zubu Frost, and we get to see why it's so feared.
We get to see why it's so feared. And, you know, you could think of him, I mean, as a utility champion, he's got a great slow. You've obviously got the Pew Pew Laser, which you've renamed lately to, you know, Much Avail, I guess you could. I'm not too sure, you know, it was a mixed feelings on the rename of that one. It is going to get locked in. It is going to be an Anivia in that mid versus Karthus. So Ocelot is going to be well prepared for this one. He's played Froggen a lot of times, just as much as Rapid Star in that mid lane, especially as Anivia.
These lanes are going to be really interesting. The Ocelot Rapid Star matchup, as you say, tough matchup for Ocelot. He really has to play and get support from RNA, because Anivia normally could just bully up on Karthus, but with the Alistair presence, he might be able to come in from that lane. Really, just getting the jungle Alistair gives them the early game lane advantage, almost regardless of the picks, because of the presence that Alistair can add into this game from the jungle. Something would have to happen level 1 to try to shut that down, but early on, all the lanes are going to be in SK's favor just because of that presence.
Yeah, so until the summoner spells do get locked in, we will not announce them. I mean, obviously the players can't really hear what we're saying, but they can't see them until the game loads. So it's only fair that we save those things until the game is actually underway. You guys can see them on your screen, so it's all good. So, what are you going to go with on this one? I mean, we're seeing the two teams setting up here. We've got a bit of global presence. We've got the Karthus ulti, we've got the Shen ulti, could come in from any angle. Which way are you going to swing on this one?
So much of this, I think, is just Azubu Frost and their team fight presence in a lot of ways. Because support Lux, as fearful as it is, really shines in team fights. The shield that comes out is vastly underestimated, and especially that there's no high amounts of burst damage coming out from SK, the spam W shields are going to be absolutely crazy in team fights.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the first 2 times these teams have ever met. SK have never met Azubu Frost. They've never played a Korean team, and I don't think a Korean team has ever played SK game. I mean, there's no other team that's ever gone in that way. I'm trying to think, obviously, back to Counter-Strike. There's probably something in there.
Gonzalo,
but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see Azubu Frost take 2-0, taking SK Gaming, give them a cheer.
If you guys want to see SK Gaming take the first game out of this set and just give themselves a good emotional start, let's hear it for SK.
Okay, so it sounded like the SK Gaming seems to be the crowd favorite. Just waiting for things to get underway. And honestly, which way are you really going to swing with this one? I mean, you kind of sat on the fence with that one. Are you thinking Azubu Frost? We saw them earlier on against IG. They were fantastic. But SK Gaming, the European team, coming into this one, they absolutely outshone CLG EU in the regionals. You know, it was a different SK Gaming. We were not used to seeing that. They showed glimmers of potential while ECT Poland. They obviously went 2-1 versus CLG. They topped them, but when it came against Moscow 5, they kind of folded. So which team are we going to see today?
so much of SK Gaming is about growth. I mean, even near the end of Season 2, they were still a very fresh team, and you saw all of their potential when they beat SK, but then they went to the finals and just kind of fell flat on their face.
I feel they may have partied a little bit the day before.
They may have partied a little bit, right?
They were
had all
celebrating.
the
They're in
relief.
Season 3. They're here in LA. I mean, what a fantastic feeling that's got to be as a player. I mean, as yourself as a player, how goddamn good would it be to be here right now?
It's absolutely incredible. This is the Super Bowl of League of Legends in a lot of ways. This is the grandiose finals. This is the biggest tournament I've ever seen in North America.
In North America.
For esports, easily.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a bold statement. I'm trying to think of other North American tournaments, but that's definitely out there. I mean, we're sat in this massive lighting rig that's been set up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the crew that set this thing up, this is the biggest lighting rig that LA Live has ever had in the history of LA Live. This is a pretty damn big thing. You guys at home that are watching, sucks to be you, doesn't it, really? I mean, you're not here watching it, I've got to be honest, but, you know, all credit to the crew that set this thing up.
It is absolutely crazy as the fans give it their all here. Yeah. Wow, this is just an amazing setup. Looking at these team comps a little bit more, though, the matchup in the top lane is going to be very, very interesting. Kevin has teleport on Aurelia, and Singe is just Ghost and Ignite. So this is actually all going to be about Shy just trying to split push, trying to pressure, and then trying to make 4v5s out of the rest of the map. Shen's going to be the roaming guy who can make 2 in one spot or 4 in the other, and he's really just going to be farming his jungle. That's the strength of him.
Yeah, so
I really like Azubu Frost chances in all this,
effectively,
honestly.
we're going to see probably Aaron Air diving down the bottom. We're going to see Kevin going down because he's going to have to match Shen, because Shen's going to ulti in there. He's going to have to teleport down. The question is, can Shy interrupt him? Can he get that flip on him? Can he get the poison out? Anything to interrupt that teleport. We're going to see Ocelot popping that ultimate coming off as well. So it's effectively going to be a 5-on-4, possibly down that bottom lane.
It's potentially SK's chance to jump out at them is just... It's tough, though, because Kevin has that teleport to counteract the Shen ult, and they're going to fight against each other. So unless he comes down there before Shen's level 6, he's not going to be able to do much. And if he does go down there before level 6, that's going to give Shen the free farm, Singe the free farm up top. And when he gets back there, it's not going to be friendly. If Singe gets his ult before Aurelia, he's going to completely crush that lane.
Yeah, but the good thing is, as Aurelia, he's going to really be able to bully that top lane.
It's true, at least early, until Shen gets his ultimate. It's just, oh man, these matchups.
So many possibilities. I can see your mind is actually blown right now.
Trying to cycle through all
You're
these.
trying to cycle through it. It is our first game of the day, and what some great games we've had today. I mean, IG beating CLG NA, that's in this group, so that's in itself opening things up. We're going to see CLG NA versus SK Gaming after this match. So, you know, if SK can go into that one with a high, CLG obviously going to be down on themselves. The fact that they surrendered before they lost an inhibitor is a pretty big deal.
CLG has to win the next game after this, and it's going to be up against SK when we finish up. That is actually going to be a very deciding game, I think, for both of those teams.
Absolutely.
I think the loser of the SK-COG team is going to have a really hard time making out of the group.
Well, they could potentially go into it both 0-1.
They could.
That's assuming that Azubu Frost are currently the favourites in the group. You know, they beat IG, who have beaten CLG. So I guess it's safe to say we think Azubu Frost, the OGN champions, are now the favourites in this group. Could they go 3-0? I mean, SK Gaming are going to do their best to stop them right now. Could they go 3-0?
I think they have a very good chance of going 3-0, actually. If you look back just at the Azubu Frost history, they've been down and they've been up. They were the A team for MIG even back in OGN Season 1, and they got 3-0'd in the finals by their sister team, Blaze, actually. They lost Loco Doco, moved Woong to AD carry, picked up Shy, and then they were really kind of the B team for the whole rest of that season until they beat Blaze again in the semifinals, flipped the tables, won the finals against COG-EU, and really just kind of back on top, really confident, and we haven't really seen them lose.
Yeah, and the European viewers and the American viewers may not have seen them too much. I mean, when OGN is on, in American time,
it's
like
4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, so you guys don't get to see it. Me as a European, we get to watch that. It's usually on around about lunchtime. You know, we've seen it, but the English viewing crowd probably has not seen a great deal of the Korean teams, the Chinese teams, and certainly the Taipei Assassins and Saigon Jokers that are here. So they probably wouldn't have seen a great deal from them. So they are having their eyes open to them right now. I mean, Azubu IG, the first game of the day was wild.
There was so much unconventional stuff, even just the
Valkyrie
Jarvan pick.
level 1.
The Valkyrie level 1, but just the Jarvan pick in general is something we haven't seen much of in North America. People say he's good. They play him in solo queue, but no one brought them out in the tournaments. And Swain, also both on the same team comp, and they really took it to him. That level 1, which, speaking of, is going to be something we see a lot more of this tournament. We were talking with a lot of the other players. I know Crepo from COG-EU was saying so much in this tournament is going to be decided at level 1 because you can only do so many things at level 1. So much of it is about surprise, and so much of it is about just catching the other team off guard. These teams have months and months of rehearsed level 1 strategies that they've been hiding because so much can swing with these early things. And that Valkyrie Jarvan thing is a great example of what happened.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing because from a European perspective, we're so used to not seeing level 1 fights. But like Crepo said, you cannot give it up. You cannot just let them take your buffs. I mean, we saw it at the very first game of the day that went straight in. That level 1 fight from IG forced the red buff. They stole that red buff straight away from Cloud Templar, but you know what? They got themselves back in that game. They had the late game comp. The question is, late game comps. What are we looking at here? We've got Singed is going to get very strong late game. Anivio is always strong late game. Shen's definitely going to get stronger and stronger. Lux may even get stronger late game.
This game is potentially going to stretch just because we have Anivia. If Froggen taught us anything, it's that Anivia knows how to stall these games. And it's just going to be a matter, actually, whenever you have a Singed on a team, the things that can shut him down aren't really the AP damage, it's the AD carry. So if Yellowstar can get fed up here and Shy can get going, we see the big cheer going out. Good stuff can happen.
Good stuff can happen.
Sorry, I got distracted by the crowd.
You got completely distracted. I mean, we're talking about Karthus, and Aurelio, definitely strong late game champs. Caitlyn, we're seeing a return. Caitlyn, we've not seen in a tournament as an AD carry for quite some time.
We haven't, but that's the big thing. We were talking about the big three and how one of them could get broken out. Graves was available, but they decided, no, we're not going with that. Caitlyn should be able to outlane Corki on Wound just because of the range, because of the poke combined with Sona. Sona's got one of the longest harassment ranges in the game with her Q. Caitlyn has the longest auto attack range of anyone in the game. And Corki's there sitting at 550. Lux has absolutely no sustain, so they're going to be able to punish that lane if they decide to play aggressively.
And now I'm looking at the two team setups. I've got to be honest. I think Azubu Frost have got such a strong level 1 team fight right now. I mean, they've got the stun, they've got the flip, they've got the taunt, they've got the prison. They've just got so much in there that they could possibly use and just disrupt someone. I mean, if, say, for example, Yellowstar or Ocelot, or even Nif, for example, got caught out, they would definitely, absolutely get destroyed.
And so much of this can happen. We've seen some sneaky level 1 Qs. They can just... everything would lead off with the Anivia Q, right? Or the Lux. If they can shoot around corners, get behind things, just pop them off, then obviously so much of it can fall off, as you were saying.
Yeah, apologies if you notice I'm looking around. So I'm looking to see what the disruption is. At the moment, the sun, being that we're in an outdoor arena, is actually shining across, and something's catching the player's eyes. So that you can just about see, if you look on the right-hand side, you can see there's a beam of light coming right down. It's actually catching, I think is it Shy screen? It looks like it's on the Shy screen to me. Looks like it's catching straight through. So that's the current problem we've got at the moment. So they're trying to sort that out. So apologies for the delays, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are at home, we are sat in beautiful.
What are we waffling on about?
We're in beautiful sun in LA. So what can I say? These outdoor events. This is the problem you get. The sun shines always in LA. Apparently, I've been here since Monday, and I got to be honest, as an Englishman, it's a pretty warm town.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been here February and it's rained twice. I can remember. So.
As a Canadian as well. Yeah. I mean, do I call you a Canadian or American? I mean, am I bringing up some dodgy ground here with WCG? I'm not sure.
I think it's all been smoothed over at this point. I'm very much a dual citizen. America is homeland as well as Canada.
Anyone that's aware of Scumbag Crepo will be well aware. Scumbag Crepo, Scumbag Jat.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I like the fact that while we were in the offices earlier on with you, the Riot staff even call you Scumbag Jat.
It happens from time to time. It's a very easily catch-onable term.
So, once these guys sort themselves out, getting ready to go, I mean, let's talk about the rest of the tournament. There's a lot of games to play today. I mean, there's a lot of games to play today. This is going to be the third game of the day. There's 12 games to play in total, so 10 more games to go at the very least. If we don't have a crazy draw situation, we could be here legitimately till 1 a.m. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, the production crew behind the scenes probably are saying, don't say that, don't jinx it, don't do it, but it could happen.
It could happen. And it would be crazy because everyone would just get to see more League of Legends. The best teams will go through. We want to see the highest tier of competition, which is what we've already seen from these teams. The first game was honestly such an amazing way to kick off the tournament. Even going on to the next group, still got COG EU to come, who we haven't seen. This is our first game of seeing SK Gaming. We're going to see Dignitas, who say they have some pretty secret strategies wrapped up.
Apparently so.
Revolutionize the game.
Revolutionize.
I'll believe when I see
TSM,
it, but-
TSM are talking big as well, as you'd expect. Reginald is
TSM
talking
always
big.
talks big,
They
yeah.
always talk big. The American teams are talking very big, but look at that. The sun's shining on your screen. You can see it out there. It is a beautiful sunny day here in LA. It's great to be sat doing League of Legends in the sunshine. I mean, I'm happy with that. This venue itself is pretty damn awesome. We talked about the lighting rig, but the LA Live itself, we've got the Staples Center right behind us. We've got a massive arena there as well. I mean, there's just everything a player could want here, other than sunshine. I'm not too sure if players want sunshine.
I just look at how far esports has come, even since I just started shoutcasting.
Yeah, since you were a player.
Even since I was a player, right? The events have only gotten bigger and bigger. I remember doing my first big shoutcast thing with you during Kings of Europe in my house, in my room, closing the door, hoping no one interrupts me or knocks on it, waking up at 5 a.m. And now we have this, which is broadcasted to potentially millions of people that are going to tune in over the weekend.
Absolutely millions. I mean,
we're going to have thousands of people here. Next week, we're going to be in the Galen Center with 10,000 people. There's $2 million on the line. It grew so fast. It's breathtaking.
And it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah.
I'm not going to throw too much out there, but it's only going to get bigger.
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, this is a big event. I mean, let's talk about, as you as a player, you're talking about, when you came into it, you went obviously over to Korea, you went to WCG. We got roles reversed effectively here for the Koreans. They're coming over to America. The nerves that these guys must be feeling here in the sunshine.
Ooh. The nerves are actually way more than you would think. You see so much people have those hand warmers out before the game, and it's just actually, sure, it's not cold here, but I'm sure some of these guys' hands are cold because the anxiety gets to you, and you get kind of that fight or flight response where the blood just leaves your hands.
Yeah,
and
the adrenaline.
Your hands are just freezing after the game, and that happened to me all the time. It's it's a really, really hard thing to deal with. You have to calm yourself down. You have to simulate these scenarios, and at least for these guys, they've played so much on LAN. At least Ocelot, he's been in it since Season 1. Zubu Frost in Korea, they play on LAN all the time during
he played
their
Warcraft before they.
So these teams are probably ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Froggen talked about it as well. How much he likes a warm environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back underway. Finally, it is going to be a Zubu Frost versus SK Gaming. We talked about that level 1 fight. Will it happen? We will find out, that's for sure. We can check out the screen at the moment. Jan, I mean, from a level 1 point of view, I said myself, a Zubu Frost definitely have the stronger level 1 fight.
They have the stronger level 1 fight if they want to go for it, but honestly, so much of this nowadays just comes down to strategy and catching the other team by surprise. And if you have a vastly superior level 1 team and you get caught off guard, it won't matter. But surprisingly enough, with all the aggression we saw in the first 2 games, both these teams coming up with very, very defensive positions.
Absolutely defensive. Keep my eye on what SK Gaming are doing. Playing very defensive here. I think they're expecting it. Maybe they're in the exact position that IG went for as well earlier against the Zubu Frost. And the Zubu Frost are going to push for that one. Of course, the blue team.
They would have a Corki to Valkyrie over into brush, and that would not be a good brush to Valk into right now.
It would not be the wisest choice. He has actually leveled up Phosphorus Bomb already. So no craziness from Woong this time around. Just seeing where Cloud Templar's going to go. Is he going to go across for that red buff? It's looking like they might well think about it,
They could.
I think they're going to go try push.
Invade. This is something that teams have been getting better and better at. Instead of invading right away and blowing all your cards, they go in late. This is something blue team always goes for double golems with Sona and Caitlyn. They're going to maybe try to disrupt this with 4, but they step on a Caitlyn trap.
Straight onto that trap. SK Gaming are going to be completely aware of where they are. We've got to be careful that Kevin is on his own at the Wraith. So Kevin taking the large Wraith away from the fact. Cloud Templar now going to come in, going to spot him, but he's already taken the large Wraith. That's the only thing that Zubu Frost were really aiming for there. They were gunning for that. Blue buff, meanwhile, will be given across to Aranea. So Aranea is going to be happy with that one. Shy returns to top lane.
Disrupt this.
Yeah, in that red buff, they're continuing to disrupt. Their ward goes down. Can they get it? They do manage to get the steal. It was Cloud Templar that picked it up, so they have managed to steal that red buff.
So, and also going over to the side, RNA picking up that blue buff, but his red was stolen, and now he's going into his own side of the jungle. So, Zubu Frost has a potential to clear 3 of the 4 buffs here, which would give them an early game experience and gold advantage.
Okay, so it's looking like we're going to have some standard lane play coming here, Jan. Let's just take us through exactly how these are going to stack up. We talked about Kevin versus Shy earlier on.
So Kevin versus Shy right now, Aurelia might be able to jump on him a bit early, but the problem with this is Kevin spent time trying to defend the red, so Shy got early experience. Now he has a slight edge on Aurelia and might actually be able to bully that lane. You go across into mid, you have Ocelot and RNA, you have Ocelot against Rapid Start. And that is where he has to be fearful of RNA's ganks because he has an advantage on Karthus, but not if the Alistair gangs come. And then you swoop down into the bottom lane, and this is the poke-heavy comp by SK, trying to punish the support Lux. Support Lux is all about hit kills if you land a Q and team fighting, not necessarily about laning and poke. So SK is going to try to jump on top of that no sustain lane.
So meanwhile down the bottom, you can see the shove coming from Yellowstar. They're forcing Gunwoong back to that tower. Kind of expected. I mean, Caitlyn with that tilt over Peacemaker will be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, certainly in the early few levels. You can see it's level 3 versus level 1 already. That's a big advantage.
And that's just the fact that they've been able to push them back. They spent Azubu Frost a lot of time in that red jungle. They also missed a few early minions, which is what's contributing to this early XP advantage. They should be able to get some of these creeps on the tower, but you can even see they're far behind their tower and still getting a fair bit of poke damage from Sona. It's going to be a very difficult lane early on for Woom and Madlow.
Let's see how that one's going to progress through. Yellowstar, as you can see, is aiming up, trying to get that tilt over across both members of Zubu Frost. Meanwhile, at that top lane, we can see Aranea is in position to possibly go for something on Shy here. I'm going to try and keep my eye on both lanes. He is going to sit this one out. We saw earlier on, actually, IG sat in that bush for a full minute waiting to try and get that gank. Kevin is trying to bait Shy in there, but I don't think he's going to fall for this one.
It's rather clever. He placed that ward in the brush, trying to make sure he had, trick him into having vision. Gets the ghost to be blown, but that's all they're going to do. He might go back to that brush and camp, but nope, he's just going to walk right away. Still a successful gank, despite not touching it.
Yeah, absolutely forcing that summoner spell to be used there, so Aranea returns. Let's see if he's got anything to go for. Rapid Star is pretty much pushed against his tower. He's going to try and see if he can steal the raise. Puts the ward down. Going to check out that red buff, maybe, but maybe may just go back towards Shy up that top lane. Golems are available to him, as it is at the moment. Cloud Templar just taking the wolves, so he's a long way off. They have good positioning here at SK early on. You can see Shy continue to be harassed, and that bottom lane still very much a level advantage for Yellowstar.
He actually steals the blue right there, but gets spotted out by Cloud Templar. And they've done a really good job shutting down RNA and making sure his ganks don't dictate any lanes. The red buff steal was a big part of that. They kept his XP down, they kept his threat down, and now he's heading back up against top. But Shy's so close to his tower, this would be a very difficult game to execute.
Yeah, we've also got Cloud Templar on the way up the river as well, so this is a dangerous, dangerous game that Aranea is playing. He's going to take 3 tower hits there, less than ideal, and you can see immediately that Cloud Templar's like, yeah, I think we could have a go at this one. He's double buffed up, he just needs to get that Thorns Cross on towards Aranea. Good stun from Kevin now, defending his jungler, and immediately turns our attention down there. You can see that the Rapid Star was making his way up the river, so wise play from SK Gaming. Very cagey stuff here from both teams.
Actually, a lot of caution coming out from both of these guys. It's really just on Azubu Frost to stall and wait for Alistair to no longer be effective. So all of this posturing is coming out in favor of them quite strongly. Once Rapid Star hits level 6, the wave is just going to be cleared by the Anivia ultimate. Especially the Cloud Templar is an energy-based jungler, so the mana and the blue buff getting handed to Rapid Star is not going to set him back one bit. Can't say the same for SK with Ocelot and Aranea, because Karthus is going to demand that blue buff and Alistair's not going to have it.
Yeah, Yellowstar in that bottom lane, he's got to be careful. He's playing it very aggressively. Just has 1 minion. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught by that light binding from Mad Life. Easily could get pushed on. Just a couple of shots from that tower would definitely be very harmful to him at the moment. A flip coming out on that top lane. Kevin versus Shy. Kevin puts the stun down, but Shy hits level 6 before Kevin, which means he did return to
be
that
pretty
lane
big.
on.
He's now just going to shove that lane entirely into the tower, and he would actually have the potential to even run behind the tower temporarily until Kevin hits level 6.
Yellowstar on his own down the bottom. He has been caught by the line binding down the bottom there. He will get the damage down. He should be able to back off from this one, trying to be aggressive on towards Mad Life and just tank through that damage. Hasn't really got it to face against Gunwoong, and he's going to have Nif rejoining him in that bottom lane. But he has taken a lot of damage. I expect to see Yellowstar go back at some point. However, he's only just used his first health bar.
RNA is just not able to put any pressure on this game. We just saw Shy hit level 6 on Singe and just go behind the tower and clear a wave. That's not a good lane for Kevin right now. He's getting, despite being even on minion kills, he should have been ahead of Singed early on at this point. Even bottom lane, though, it's coming around a bit to the other side. Once Azubu Frost hits level 6 is when the threat's going to come on for them, but SK doing a really good job poking him down. 46 minion kills for Caitlyn, only 28 for Corki. Doing a really good job out poking them early.
Yeah, very even on the top lane as well. We've just seen Shy going back. Actually, it looks like he's going to go towards the Hextech Revolver rather than going straight towards a Catalyst to protect. Definitely a different start from a Singe player.
Interesting choice there. The Hextech Revolver is just going to allow him to lane and sustain more and more, which would make sense since he does not have teleport. A lot of Singes do that. That just means all he wants to do is sit in that lane. All he wants to do is just push past the tower and create as much 4v5 pressure for his team as possible. Spellvamp is one of the ways to do that, and when the teamfight phase does come out, if he gets a Will of the Ancients, it'll help. And here comes RNA.
Very much coming in now. I think the Ghost is going to be available. There's the ulti popped down in. He's got to be careful. He's very low on health. Shy nearly finished him off. Couldn't quite get the flip down on him. And instead, Kevin's going to have to back away from that one. So from a 2-on-1 situation, Shy continues to just trot on past that lane and continue his farming merry way. Meanwhile, in the middle there, you can see that Ocelot was also being pushed out a little bit by Rapid Star. So we've got to be careful, but this is all buying time for Cloud Templar to get back into that jungle, go for the invade, and steal away the red buff.
And Shy is going to be trouble for SK because they just sent 2 people up there and had to run away. Went in and counter jungle. He is beasting right now. There's not much SK can do against him unless they have 3. And here comes a potential big fight bottom lane. Cloud Templar sneaking all the way behind SK.
This could be first blood. He's just taken the red buff. He's surely going to get on towards Nif there, but he's had to flash away straight away. The light binding catching on towards Yellow Star. The damage going to continue onto him, towards him. And Cloud Templar looks like he's just going to back away from this one, but Azubu Frost kind of winning out that farming session. We saw the Wolves already being taken away by Shy there. He's been very aggressive. Like you say, went straight past it. It's like, yeah, you're going to try and gank me. I don't mind. I can pop my ulti and continue farming my merry way. 73 CS 67, so not that much of a big advantage right now. RNA did go for the boots of mobility early on. They're just not walking out for him yet.
He's really quite far behind at this point. Still hasn't hit level 6. Not going for any GP10 items early, but still not pulling off successful ganks. When you go boots mobility, you're all about getting the ganks. He realizes his red's been stolen once again. And this is going to be trouble for Alistair as this moves on because he's actually too weak to assist meaningfully in a lot of these ganks right now. He has to find a way to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, Cloud Templar almost a full level ahead of RNA now. He's just about to hit 7 while RNA is only just about to pick up 6. Rapid Star meanwhile going and getting them wards down. Look towards that top lane. Now is Shy working out towards Kevin. Shy has been back, got himself that extra gunblade. He has actually just popped his ulti there on Kevin. He's just using it to farm, so he's not even really worried about the fact that he could get ganked. He's just quite happy to pop in, just continue his farming his merry way. Kevin definitely starting to struggle up here.
He's on a 90-second cooldown, and he has all that spell vamp. He's just free farming, and bottom lane has the Alistair camping, trying to bait Azubu Frost and getting aggressive, but they don't seem to be falling for it.
Yeah, Arnea is sat there, but he's going to have to back away, and again, look at Shy. Shy is in the jungle. He's taken away actually the siege minion, and he's just looking for the wolves. The wolves were not there, but he'd quite happily taken them, and we are seeing Cloud Templar beginning the dragon.
They have so much pressure here. The thing is, though, Kevin has his teleport up, has not been harassed by Kevin. He's just getting pressured, so they have complete control. Actually, sorry, SK could turn this around if they had a ward, but they actually don't have vision on the Azubu Frost right now.
They have no idea this is happening. I'm guessing they realize that people are missing from it. Aranea is heading down there. May even get caught out here. Just puts the ward down. Rapid Star could have stunned him there. Possibly the rest of the team could have followed through, but first dragon of the game on 11 minutes, just going straight towards him, and Shy once again, almost playing Dyrus style. Remember, I've never seen Dyrus doing the exact same thing. I guess you could say Darian as well from Moscow 5, pretty much taking everything away from that jungle, and it's just all snowballing against Aranea. Aranea have fallen behind, and Ocelot now, the ping goes down. Ocelot wants to go for this one. He's going to have the help from Kevin in the moment. Can he close that distance? No, he can't, and Shy just walks away again. Singed is causing himself problems.
Even though Shy is even in minions pretty much with Kevin, the pressure he's applying on the map is putting RNA very far behind. So he's actually disrupting RNA and Ocelot and all of SK just by being where he is at these times. Really, really solid Singe play by Shy, and that's a great counter pick to Aurelia just by the way he's playing it and how he's been able to take advantage.
Yeah, the saving grace right now is Yellow Star down this bottom lane. 93 CS compared to 65 for Gunwung, but we know that Gunwung will certainly come into it late game. He was bullied out of that lane against by IG earlier on today, and he still managed to get himself involved. It's like, you put the pressure on me, the rest of my team will carry the load. And as it is right now, Shy is definitely going to become a problem late on. The question is how much they could deal with that harass if he was to get involved, which it looks like they're going to try to gank him again. We can see Aaron now, the ping goes down. They are going to target on towards him. There's the head, but hasn't used the Fulbright yet. There's the Fulbright going down. The tower getting dropped as well, which means there will not be any tower damage coming down here. Shy is going to surely try and walk away from this. The cast off, he's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, they're also going down the bottom lane. Nif should go down. First blood comes down. It will be Gunwung that picks it up. Gunwung goes down as well to Yellowstar. You can see Mad Life going to get caught out. Yellowstar's not got enough in him. Shen should be able to get the taunt. Just flashes out of it. There's the teleport from Kevin. Can he get on towards Mad Life? Mad Life will surely go down. Yes, he will. Yellowstar picks it up. 2-on-1 exchange. Kevin wants to get on towards Cloud Templar. Cloud Templar should be able to get away from this one. What a crazy, crazy exchange in that bottom lane.
flurry of action, the Ocelot ultimate actually attempting to assist 2 places. They could not get Shy, but the bottom lane fight pretty much just collapsed everyone. That was one of those try to appear everywhere fights, and it's pretty much what happened in the bottom lane. They had a 3-on-3 that went on, and they traded kills actually just 2 for 1. So something SK had to do, because they are getting out farmed, they are getting out pressured, they have to start getting kills, because if they continue this farming game, things aren't going to work out.
Yeah, well, the Ocelot's tower is pretty much gone, so there's absolutely nothing left of that one, so it should be 2 towers for Azubu Frost next time they push on. Meanwhile, the bottom tower of Azubu Frost is also very low, so Yellowstar's been pushing heavily on there, so it's working out both ways at the moment. Shy, though, is definitely farming up so well against Kevin at the moment. Kevin will become beastly. You can see he build that wits end to try and sort of counteract what Shy is doing, but Shy, honestly, now he's got that catalyst in now, expect a lot of ages to come out shortly. It's just so strong.
Got a bit of wind coming in here, actually.
Yeah.
Shy just continuing the pressure, and look how much he's sucking RNA into that lane. RNA's not been able to do anything to Shy right now, and just that took the pressure from mid. RNA would have been able to maybe hold that mid tower, but because he got pulled over there by Shy, they're just pressuring everywhere here. That's 2 towers to 0 and the Dragon. So global gold-wise, they're actually up by quite a lot.
Yeah, as it is at the moment, keep my peep on that bottom. Oh, the wind. I think the LA wind, who'd have thought that? The LA wind picks up a little bit, but Kevin and Shy just can really do a great deal of volume. Meanwhile, Rapid Star in the middle there is pushing Ocelot back. RNA was there to try and go for it. As yet, they've not even popped the rebirth once on Rapid Star. Definitely having problems down that bottom lane. Yellow Star certainly going to hopefully be the saving grace for SK Gaming. He has got that BF sword already. And looking towards where's Rapid Star going. RNA is going to come around the backside of him. Ocelot may get caught out here. Has to flash away. What a great wall! But he managed to dodge away from the crystal ball. Surely will get taken down. Yes, he will. And that is Rapid Star picking up the kill. RNA was there, but Kevin had already been bullied out of the lane, so he was unable to help out there on Ocelot drops, and there's not a lot he could do about it.
I'm going to keep harping on this because what Shy is doing is absolutely winning them the game right now. That created the kill on Ocelot. They couldn't stop him with 2, so they sent a 3rd, and with that, Rapid Star was able to cut him off, and Arnie having to burn his ultimate to save his oracles there. Rapid Star pressuring mid lane almost as hard as Shy's pressuring top. They're not necessarily needing the team fight. They just have so much pressure on the lanes right now, and it's absolutely handcuffing SK.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can see that, well, that red buff has been taken away for the 3rd time by Cloud Temple. He's now absolutely controlling that jungle. Meanwhile, Kevin goes back towards Shy. Can he manage to fight him this time? That's Shy at half hit points. I'm not sure if Kevin can even manage to match him this time. The ultimate has been running. Is it going to be enough? Just managed to get in there. Should be able to get the stun down on him, but it's still, you can see. And here comes the Shen ultimate now going to be coming in. They're surely going to turn the tables up towards Kevin. The flip will come down. There's Ocelot's ultimate. It's not going to be enough. They're trying to pick up the kill on Shen. Instead, it's not going to happen. Here comes Rapid Star. Surely going to pick it up. There we go. Rapid Star finishes off and puts the wall in our eye and says, get the hell away from me.
Unreal coordination by Azubu Frost right now. The aggressive turnaround on the fight there by Shy. Kevin thought he might have a chance to kill Singe. Nope, Shen was there.
So was that desperation moves from Kevin? Was he feeling, I can get this one? He had no help anywhere near him. He just went for it. And, you know, he should have realized that the Shen ultimate will be available. Ocelot was struggling so heavily. Meanwhile, down that, but yes, see Gun Wung in trouble here. He should go down. Trying to do as much damage as he can to Yellow Star. Will go down. Of course, the Shen ultimate was just used on that top lane. Can SK turn this into anything? You can see Nif and Ocelot going aggressive here. The Dragon will be due in another minute. I believe, actually, no, it's due now. I was going to say it was on 11 minutes. It is due right now. And SK should be able to take this one away. Remember, Shy has no teleport. He can't get involved. Cloud Templar has no ultimate. They are not anywhere near this one. So SK Gaming trying to save a little bit of gold there, and they are still 5k behind. There's the looks, trying to get the steal just at the end. Wasn't quite enough. Mad Life trying to get in there.
That was really the first lapse of judgment by Azubu Frost in this entire game. Woom getting caught out in the bottom lane there completely enabled the Dragon. You could tell SK was trying to turn that around. They actually had 4 people down in the bottom lane early, hoping to get something like killing Woom, which they were able to get the Dragon. The first lapse in pressure really that has happened the entire game. Azubu Frost continuing the pressure though, Shy, popping his ultimate once again. RNA's down there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything.
But he's got the tower damage. He's had about 3 or 4 tower hits this time. It should be enough. They managed to keep him stunned there for quite a while. But you can see Rapid Star coming across. There's a beautiful wall across. Kevin now split. And Kevin's got to be careful. Tables are going to get turned. He's going to get stunned out. Rapid Star picks up the kill again. and Kevin is dropped one more time.
The synergy between Rapid Star and Shy has created so much for them right now. Applying the pressure, Rapid Star comes over and just finishes people off as they try to collapse. That was technically a 2v4, and they came away with a kill.
Absolutely, and you know, that tower hit Shy probably about 4 or 5 times in there. They managed to keep the stun control on him, but it's just not enough. He's managed to get that tanky stun to become troll mode, and it is a dangerous, dangerous thing. Meanwhile, Gunwon is starting to catch up on that farm. You can see it's 155 to 119, but a 3-0 Yellow Star is still the saving, only really saving grace for SK Gaming right now, because Ocelot has struggled out in that mid lane. You know, I'm not convinced by an Ocelot pick on Karthus. It's just not one of the champions I'm used to seeing him on.
He is getting a little bit pushed around. He's getting outrolled by Rapid Star, but here we come. Arne actually getting the catch on to Rapid Star.
That's not a good exchange. You can see Arne is going to get caught out straight away. They were from a 4-on-2. Ocelot's going to get caught out in this one. He gets exhausted. Cloud Templar continues on to passive. Cloud Templar now might be in trouble. He does take down Ocelot. Cloud Templar should get dropped. He's got an Oracle on him. He needs to try and save it. There's the crescendo coming across. Kevin picks up the kill. Now he's going to try and chase Rapid Star. Rapid Star still has Rebirth available though, so he doesn't want to go for it. And Shy joins the fight. He's going to have to back away. You can see that Caitlyn trying to keep him back there, net shots across, and just backs away from that fight. A 1-on-1 exchange, a 2-on-1 exchange there, as Arne and Ocelot, the initiators, get taken out.
You said that one of the only saving graces for SK was Yellow Star, and that is so true, because early in the game we showed how Singed doesn't necessarily care about AP damage dealers, but a really fed 80 carry late game can actually take down Singed. So if Yellow Star can keep it up, keep getting kills, keep getting his farm, he might be the thing that can finally take down the monster that is Shy right now. They need him to get going, and really, right now, nothing can touch Shy. They need to get a lot more farm on Yellow Star before they can even hope to win.
Yeah, now what's going on here? I mean, SK Gaming are trying to farm this one out as long as possible. They want the late game. They know Aurelia's going to get stronger. Karthus seems to be getting stronger. Obviously, will get stronger. It becomes a hyper carry. Yellow Star's going to get stronger, so they are not pushing for the 5v5 fights yet.
They're really not, but even if they wanted to push for the 5v5 fights right now, they probably couldn't, just because they have no one to deal with Shy. They need to put 2 or 3 members on his side, and Azubu Frost is not going to just group up with him and allow the 5v5 fights to happen. Either way, Azubu Frost doesn't necessarily have a bad late game, it's just they're much stronger right now than SK, so SK has to stall regardless of team comps. Overall, the team comps are fairly balanced when you look towards late game.
So as it is at the moment, we've seen Rapid Star, who has picked up 4-0-1, got that Theme's Holy Grail early on, and walls off Arne here. Arne may be in trouble. Shy comes around, doesn't manage to get the flip on him though, and there's a good wall though, Payne there, managing to keep him away from that tower. The stun's going to come around, Niv's going to be a little bit careful. Take another burst of damage from Rapid Star, but Zubu Frost had to back away there. Shy came in a little bit cocksure of themselves. They just weren't able to back it up, so Arne tanking out that damage. That's going to be a good sign for them. That's the first time they've been able to tank that initial burst.
This is a 6,000 gold advantage, though, coming out for Azubu Frost. The last dragon was given up, but soon they're actually going to be able to posture around Baron or just continue the split push pressure. They've done such a good job controlling. They also have the first Aegis of the Legion coming out in this game to Cloud Templar, so if they do want to start forcing those 5v5s, they would have the small advantage on there right now. They're ahead of them in many, many ways.
But they are allowing Yellow Star and Kevin to continue farming. They've both stayed in top and bottom lane while all that was going on in mid. They just stayed around there. Shy has been taking all the jungle, and then see the pings going around. Madlife spotted it. Madlife with the Oracle should be able to take that ward down. He's just making sure he doesn't get ward baited. Has to back away. Now see this case starting to gather in the mid lane. Yellow Star realise that inner turret is dangerously low. As it is, 3-0 in turret, still no turret for SK Gaming, despite the fact that top bottom turret was taken exceedingly low by Yellow Star early on. He chose not to take it, he had the opportunity, instead continued to farm, he was happy to farm it. Meanwhile down the bottom there, Cloud Templar continues to pressure. This is what the Korean teams do, they will go for those turrets. If they're available, they'll take them.
And this is also why they pick Shen, because his split pushing presence is so high. They're going to have Shy up top on Singed, Cloud Templar on bottom on Shen, and then potentially 3 people pushing mid. And SK is just so stretched that they won't really know where to engage. They have to try to force something. Yellow Star trying to fly through onto Rapid Star. This might get turned around on him.
Yeah, my well doing. There's going to be luck managed to get the ulti cross. Crescendo went across, but it was a bad call because it only hit Shy. Cloud Templar alters himself in there. You can see the damage go down on Nif. Nif should drop down here. Cloud Templar picks up the kill on that one. Kevin and Ocelot trying to dive in. Ocelot trying to do as much as he can. Should be Rapid Star, but he's got Rebirth available. That's going to be the ultimate from Karthus. But no, he managed to block it off. How on earth did he manage to survive through
Manchi's
that
bail
one?
popped up right at the end.
Bail just at the right time. Shy picks up the kill on Aranea, and Azubifrost should walk straight through and pick up this inhibitor. You can see that Kevin is the only one available. Is he going to try and suicide himself on there? Rapid Star has got that egg available. It would be crazy to go for it, just trying to use that ulti to try and pop him as much as possible. But there goes the tower, there goes the inhibitor, and Azubifrost looking strong now, 10-4 up. A 9k gold advantage.
Just the combination of so much pressure they'd applied early in the game. They had a big gold advantage. They had the team feed items, and there was no way they were killing Shy, especially when Cloud Templar came into the fight on his back. Now the only fear they have to worry about for now is SK trying a Desperation Baron, getting some picks, but if they actually start staying together or keep only Shen away from the team, there's very difficult roads ahead for SK because they can win 5v5s and they're having trouble getting split up. So they pretty much have the Desperation Baron play ready to go if they need it.
Yeah, they have to go for it right now, and it's not going to happen because Yellow Star is down that bottom of the map. He was looking for the red buff, it's not available. Instead, SK are going to try and ward this one out. They realize they don't have the timing on it. That's why Azubifrost backed straight up as soon as they took that initiate inhibitor. As it is, Cloud Templar is just going to pick up another red buff. So as it is at the moment, Azubifrost, correct me if I'm wrong, have taken every single red buff of the game.
They've taken, you're absolutely correct, they've taken absolutely every red buff of SK. The only objective they've given up is that one lone dragon when Woon got caught in the bottom. They've yet to give up a tower, they've taken 5 themselves. Really systematic domination of SK so far this game, just taking them out of the match.
Yeah, and that big advantage that Woong had, that Yellow Star had over Woong is slipping away as well, because Woong's quite happily picking up the free farm. You know, they've got the control of the map. Yellow Star is desperately trying to keep things at bay here. To fight off those super minions. They're going to try to go for Shy again, but honestly, this double combo of Aranea and Kevin, they just do not have the damage to deal with Shy there. The headbutt foremost combo came out, and he just did nothing.
He just ignored it, and this could be why they just allowed Alistair to get through to SK, because they knew they'd be able to take tanky enough laners and just out-pressure Alistair. They had a plan for this, and it's worked out quite well.
Yeah, that plan looks like it might backfire. It looks like Azubifrost are going to dive from the turret. They wisely backed away from that one. As it is, you can see the split push once again.
And look at this, Shen is in the bottom lane. They're going to poke around Baron. If SK comes to fight, they're going to peel off Baron and fight them. If they decide to just poke around, then Shen's going to get this bottom tower. SK essentially has to go headlong into a 5v5, which they're most likely going to lose, or just give up the game.
As it is, Lightbind is going to go across. It does catch on towards Nif. They will have seen that. Are they going to try and sneak around the backside of them?
Azubifrost will stall as long as they want, because Cloud Templar is unstoppable in the bottom lane around here until they send some opposition. Kevin's teleport's down, so they can't even send him down to teleport back up. It's either force a 4v5, give up towers, or give up Baron.
Looks like they're going to have to give up that bottom tower. They know they can do nothing about it. Kevin was poaching his way down there. They don't want to lose that second inhibitor. As it is, Azubifrost are in such a strong position. Yellow Star's got to be careful. That's a double light binding catching on towards the AD carry. They can drop him very quickly. Aranez get caught out. He's had to flash away from that wall. Now he's down to half health. He's going to have to back off towards the turret. This may well be prime time for Azubifrost to pick up that Baron. They realize they've done the damage. They realize that Aranea has the jungler with that smite. And there we go. Oh, Ocelot just walked straight into a light binding. Dropped in second. Aranea now getting caught out as well. Are they going to finish it off? Crescendo comes across with a double kill from Madlife. Picks it up. Very nicely done. And that is going to be a Baron. Thank you very much, Azubifrost.
There's the support Lux kicking in for you. He lands a light binding and finishes them off with the ultimate as well, giving them the Baron. Wow, Cloud Templar didn't even have to use his ultimate to join the team. So once again, just systematic destruction of SK's strategy, and they're potentially demoralizing them with this victory, just taking everything from them and giving them almost nothing.
Absolutely. We talked about how much the moral high ground is used for SK Gaming. They really do get themselves G'd up for this one. You know, with CLG Prime coming up after this, it's a desperate, dangerous situation for SK Gaming. As it is, though, Azubifrost just so strong right now. Who is going to be able to stop them? IG tried. They had a damn good go of it. It didn't work out for them. SK Gaming are being rolled by them right now.
This is a display of domination so far by Azubifrost as they pick up the dragon. They had the one hiccup in the lane, which was, let's survive the Caitlyn Sona lane so we can get support Lux and Corki into the game. They did that just fine. Their other two lanes were absolutely crushing. Cloud Templar didn't even need to gank on Shen. He just farmed up to get to the point where they can split push. Everyone took care of themselves, and overall their team strategy was just so strong.
Yeah, honestly, I feel that SK Gaming got the team they wanted out of this fight. The picks and bounds, I think, went well for them. We talked about the IG game, how Azubu Frost, we felt, got given everything.
Yeah.
But IG knew better than we did. I mean, they knew to take away that Lux. Lux seems to be working very well for Mad Life. They took away Alistair from him, or they tried to in this game, but he pulled out that Lux. Well, 2-1-7 right now as a support, not a bad score. 4-0-6 for Rapid Start in that mid lane. Gun Wung has been focused so heavily with that Ezreal ban, but he just switches to Corki and carries on regardless.
Just carries on. They're pushing into the inhibitor here. You can see some elixirs coming out from SK. They're trying very much for a last stand. Yellow Star with that green elixir. So far behind, though, they don't even want to fight despite not having Shen there. He could always just ult in. They're going to try to systematically now, as they have the entire game, just take out one inhib after the other and just push in for a victory.
Got so much crowd control, of course, that wall just blocking them off. If anyone gets caught out, if Yellow Star or Ocelot pokes their head out too far, that light binding, or again the stun from Rapid Star just being poked out there, that's what's happened at the start of every fight. Again, like I say, they've still not had a chance to have a full-on 5v5 because Kevin is being kept busy. First it was Shy, now it's Cloud Templar. They're just having so many problems. And Super Frost time to push in on towards this one. You can see Rapid Star getting there. Shy goes aggressive. Div gets dropped instantly by Gunwung there. Yellow Star's trying desperately to back away, but Shy is causing himself all sorts of problems, just running through the turret. Exhausted, doesn't matter. Slips Yellow Star just before the out towards the fountain. Yellow Star gets dropped finally, and the whole of SK Gaming forced to back away to the fountain. The Nexus turrets are going to go down. Azubu Frost should take this one. It will be 2-0 Azubu Frost. They are looking shoe-in for the quarterfinals, and honestly, they are looking like one of the #1 teams right now.
Quite a display there by Azubu Frost, especially hands down in that game. MVP is Shy on Singe. That is some of the best Singe play I've ever seen in tournaments. He knew exactly when he needed to push down. He never died that entire game, despite spending the entire match in SK territory. He drew RNA away from everything. He shut him down. He was the one who disrupted Jungle Alistair more than anyone else, and he just completely schooled him right there.
Well, that's it. I mean, RNA focused on that top lane. We barely saw him go down that bottom one against Gunwung. It was always at the top. He needed to help Kevin out. Kevin, a very, very good Aurelia player, struggled so heavily against Shy there on Singed. It's that simply a case of he just wasn't used to playing Singed, because coming into this game, we've done our research. I was not expecting Singed in that top lane.
That's something that Azubu Frost hadn't pulled out really in the OGN. They were doing different top lanes that entire time. That's just what they had ready for Aurelia, because they knew maybe just out-researched SK or out-thought them or anything, because, Kevin's a great player in a lot of ways top lane. He got destroyed by Shy on Singe there.
Yeah, we saw some excellent, I think it was 2v1 or 3v1 play at the EU Regionals where he was just dancing around with Aurelia, but this time it was not to be, and honestly, Yellow Star 3-2-1 at the end there, he just couldn't get the damage. You saw him get the Bloodthirster early on. He wanted to get that Infinity Edge, had to change it, needed the lifesteal, needed the Phantom Dancer in there, and he was the only saving grace. He was 3-0-1 at one point, ended 3-2-1, just could not get going SK Gaming.
So much of that was just a really good dive buddy comp they had there. The Singe would run in, and Shen would be right on his back. They were so far ahead and trying to dive in, they just double up on Yellow Star, and even though he had the Bloodthirster Phantom Dancer, he's not taking down those two guys in time.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the tables and see how this one works out. Obviously, Azubu Frost now looking incredibly strong. 2-0 already. IG and SK Gaming out the way. CLG, NA left to play. IG, on the other hand, 1-1. And now, going into the next match, they're going to be against CLG. And SK CLG now is everything. Everything on the line. Both 0-1 going into that match. It's going to be pretty damn crazy. But let's have a look at the highlights for this game. I mean, honestly, what would you call a highlight in there? Because Azubu Frost were just all over them the whole way through.
So much of this was just split pushing and pressure. It was just showing you don't actually need to group up and team fight. You don't necessarily need all the AoEs. You can just run through and pressure with Singed the entire time.
Okay, so we're going to check out one of the player audio replays. This is something we've got going on.
These are
I'm
really
sure
cool.
Of you guys have seen this already, but it is pretty cool. Let's have a look.
It's in killer one for guys. And you said let him in. He's done.
Dang.
Holy shit.
It's SK. Little blooper in there, I believe. I think it's safe to say they were kind of caught by surprise there.
They weren't expecting that much coordination from Azubu Frost or just that much preparation. Overall, the support Lux is something that they thought they had the counter for, and in a lot of ways they did in teamfight phase, in the laning phase, because they outlaned them quite strongly. Outside from that, though, across the rest of the map, SK kind of just got obliterated.
Absolutely obliterated. You know, top lane was obliterated. Mid lane, we didn't really get to look at it too much, but Rapid Star clearly came out on top. 4-0-6, I think it was, by the end of the game. He was just so 4-0-8, in fact, by the end of the game. He was just so strong. Ocelot just didn't seem to get going. It's one of the keys to the game he talked about earlier. He needed to get him going because RNA was just kept so busy, he had no free time.
Yeah, they didn't get Ocelot going. RNA got disrupted. They didn't take the game to Azubu. They fixed their names around. Sorry about that.
Easy for you to say. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, how will this affect SK Gaming? It's going to be SK Gaming versus CLG North America. That will be up just right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've already been now 3 games into our group stages here. And we've still got Group B, who the players are anxiously awaiting to get going here later on this afternoon. But already we've seen pretty much, I think, dominance from a team that a lot of people expected to see. Of course, Azubu Frost had that sort of unique scenario where they were one of the teams who was seeded into it, but through random draw, they had to actually then go into the group stages. And Rachel, I mean, Azubu Frost, they get a lot of momentum if they come out of those group stages, especially on a 3-0, and they're already sitting at 2-0.
I mean, Azubu Frost has had a crazy journey here. I know you saw their little video, but I remember back in the day, way back in the day, Marcus, when they were MIG Frost, and they won the first Azubu championship. Excuse me, they lost to Blaze, their brother team.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm surprised they're not here, but really, really 2 incredible teams that worked very hard, and it's very exciting that at least Azubu Frost was able to join us. I hope you guys are a bit more familiar with the roster. I know you all are big Loco Doco fans, but they've really, really stepped it up since this new pickup.
Yep, and we've obviously still got more games to be playing. It is looking like Azubu Frost is going to be setting up to potentially walk out of the group, but there are still some games to be played. Of course, coming up next, we've got another matchup. We're going to have, we've got SK coming off fresh off their game against Azubu Frost, this time facing the North American veterans. You guys know them, CLGNA. And I know that you're excited to see this match as we are. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. You guys excited for SK versus CLGNA? Any predictions out there before we introduce our teams?
See, these are 2 teams with 2, very famous polarizing players on them. So do we have Hotshot GG fans in the audience? And do we have Ocelot fans in the audience? Yeah, we're split kind of right down the middle here.
Yeah, and you know what else I like about this is that you've got 2 emotional teams. 2 teams that play with their hearts on their sleeves. You've obviously seen Ocelot and his emotional moments, but you've also seen CLG in their emotional moments as well. So I'm very excited. So let's go ahead and introduce our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, coming off their earlier match with the Chinese team Invictus, Counterlogic Gaming now tests their skill against Europe as the red team. Let's give it up for CLGNA.
Now, you loved them in their last game, led by the charismatic Ocelot and playing as the blue team. Give it up for Europe's SK Gaming!
Two very emotional teams. Fireworks are about to happen, and let's shoot it over to our casters who will hopefully bring their emotion to this match as well. Give it up to Jat and D-Man.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and live, and you know, it's great to see DJ Wheat at a League of Legends event. I gotta say, you know, I'm a long-time fan of DJ Wheat, alongside Rachel as well. You know, it's good to see those two guys.
They've been doing a lot of esports stuff for a while, and it's great to see just everything coming together here for just such a great, giant esports event. And both these teams, SK and COG, have also been around League of Legends for a while, so to see them face off in a do-or-die match is really kind of awesome.
A do-or-die match is exactly what it is. They are both 0-1, but there is a chance if the team that lost this could sneak through. You could get a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 situation, or a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, which means someone would have to go either 3-0 or 0-3. The question is, nobody wants to go 0-3.
It's very true. I mean, both of these teams, if COG wins this one, they pretty much have to beat Azubu just to make it in.
Yeah. But it's possible. They played each other before.
Right.
Azubu Frost obviously won that game. That was in the OGM quarterfinals, I believe it was, where COG got knocked out. And the interesting thing is that we looked at the OGM championships when it was happening, and we were like, oh, you know, we were seeing the Western world teams getting knocked out. We're like, oh, look, they've gone to Korea and got knocked out again. But we're seeing just how damn good these teams are. You know, Hot Shots talked about it. You know, I took my team there because I feel these are the best in the world. Azubu Frost right now have proven him correct.
And we also have SK Gaming here. We got a chance to sit down with Ocelot in actually his hometown of Spain, I believe. And we have a great video feature here, actually, of Ocelot. And there we go. I'm sorry about that, man. That's my bad there.
That's all right. You know, it's nice of you to throw us into that one. But I don't think they were ready for that. It's good.
Maybe not.
No. I was just gonna let you hang now. But we are gonna be ready for that shot now. Let's check out what Ocelot had to say.
Hi there, I'm Carlos Rodriguez and more known as Ocelot. I'm an eSport professional player, but it's been in my home for like 22 years. And I'm really happy living here. My family is pretty special.
Yo me llamo Blanca.
Mi nombre es Emilio, padre de Carlos y Alejandro.
No me gustaba realmente pero me di cuenta que lo llevaba muy dentro y que tenía que sacarlo. Indiscutiblemente le apoyé en todo.
I believe qualifying for Season 2 finals of League of Legends and Season 3
Double kill for Ocelot.
was the best moment of my life, I think.
Sorry, I think Ocelot might be crying right now.
I think they
guys
are, and they
are
deserve
so
it.
happy.
That's beautiful to see.
So here's my room, as you can see. This is where I stream, when the magic happens. This is my life, basically. Actually, my family accepts it a lot. Like, even when the door is open, they don't disturb me at all. My father is really passionate as well as me. He actually knows a lot of the game.
Bueno, yo entiendo lo justo. Entiendo lo justo, pero sí sé cuando se juega bien y cuando se juega mal.
Pues yo, hasta hace muy poco me enteré por el juego. Yo veía muñequitos por ahí, colorines por allá, pero no me enteraba muy bien.
Es que hubo un momento que me animaba al contrario.
Y yo es que cada vez que me decía mi marido, cariño, tu hijo está en un torneo.
No, yo decía, cariño,
Yo digo, pero si
es que me
no
estás
muñequitos.
animando al enemigo.
Sobre todo cuando ganan, me encanta.
When I realized I could help financially at home, I felt actually pretty good because it was the very first time in my life I had in my hand the chance to make a change in the home. You know?
Entonces, la verdad que es una bendición de tener un hijo, de que tener a alguien de la familia que nos eche una mano.
The main part of income is probably streaming.
Lo dio de corazón, como siempre lo da todo.
It's really great doing something I love and helping people I love as well.
Yeah, and it's great to see, don't you think? I mean, you love him or hate him. There's a lot of people out there. Ocelot's got a lot of haters. There's a lot of fans as well. I mean, he's at 115,000 Facebook fans or something like that. You know, there's a lot of people that like him. He's a very personal person. You know, he's very, very family oriented. I mean, I got to know him. Luckily, I've met him for over the years since Gamescom 2011. So back in August 2011, when really the preseason season 2 started. You know, and it's great to get to know these guys. You know, he's let you into his home there. He's let you see his family. I don't know many players that quite happily have their parents talking about you in front of a gaming crowd. I wouldn't.
It's his passion. I met Ocelot also when I was a player, and he is so just into League of Legends. It's his life. He's been so dedicated from the start, and it really just comes out in the way he plays and allowing people into his home like that. It's
Absolutely. So, without further ado, should I say, and let's get things underway. It is going to be SK Gaming to start with. Let's have a look at their keys to victory. I mean, they've come out on the back of a defeat, which is a very much thing they've got to forget about.
Yeah, have to forget about last game. That's honestly the first key. SK has been known to tilt in the past. If they lose the first game of a tournament or if they get down into the loser's bracket, that usually means they're out of the tournament. They have to turn that around. They've had a lot of time to grow as a team, though, so they should be able to take around for that. Emotions aside, game plan-wise, they have to be ready for a CLG split push. That is CLG's main strategy that they've employed when they've been successful. They need to have hard initiating champions. They actually got split pushed by a Zubu in the previous game, so they have to regroup. That's the same style they're going to be getting out of CLG, so they have to be ready for that.
Yeah, and it didn't work out for them so well. The third point, you know, we've all seen the video. I think we've all seen Doublelift talking smack talk against SK Gaming. They've got to shut him up.
Yeah, Doublelift, a little outspoken against SK, saying that they were the weakest team in this group. SK needs to take that away from him, get him to eat his words, and hopefully shut him down and get him thinking about himself a little bit, that he's not doing well. Doublelift always thinks he's the greatest, everyone is trash, but SK's got to show him otherwise.
Yeah, you know, it's possible they shut him down, but, you know, we've seen Doublelift pulling quadra kills out in the OGN. He is definitely a champion, a player you need to shut down. Or summoner, I guess I could call him, is definitely the way to call him. But that's what SK got to do. What have CLG got to do? They're coming on to this one on the back of a surrender, a very early surrender against IG.
That was a really tough game against IG, and if there's a team in this tournament, CLG talked about cheese all through the North American regionals and how they're just going to prepare it. But if they truly believe SK is the weakest team in this group, they need to save their cheese for next game against Azubu when they eventually play them later in the group. They have to hold off on the cheese this game. Try to beat SK with your standard split pushing strategy. Also, they need to let SK come to them, because when SK plays aggressively, when SK feels like they're at home, they're going in. But when CLG feels at home, it's counter ganks. It's punishing other teams' aggression. That's how they've always been successful. They have to let that happen.
And one of the things I remember back to WCG 2010 was Big Fat LP. He was the player. He was the man. He used to be Ash in the mid, to be fair, which, you know, the game's changed a little bit these days, but he's still that strong mid champion.
They have to let him shine, especially against Ocelot. Ocelot, as we saw in these videos, and even just emotion-wise, is the heart of that team. Big Fat has to match that in mid, and when CLG's at their best as well, Big Fat's doing a lot of that work in middle lane. He's the focal point. You can't split push well unless your mid lane has a big presence, so they really need to help him shine.
So we are into Champion Select, so without further ado, let's get in there. You can see the bans already beginning, and as we talked about pre-tournament, you know, the bans are going to come thick and fast. These guys have prepared against each other.
And you can see two really heavy target bans coming out very first from SK. The Sivir is targeted Doublelift. They love running that. They actually have a 2v1 mid they run with that often. Got rid of that. Number one pick for Void is also Olaf. They got rid of that. Counters back and forth, going really fast. You see the first pick, Shen. SK is not going to try to get split pushed.
Yeah, Sona taken away from Nif, of course. Alas, you know, become a universal ban, I guess you could say. Gangplank being taken away. Remember, Kevin used Gangplank in the EU regionals to really great effect. And Aurelia, so really they've targeted Kevin pretty heavily in that one. Kevin replying, taking that Shen. You know, we talked about it, you know, the split push, the cheese that they've been using. I mean, CLG, I used to get bored casting these guys because they are the split push kings. They were for so many years. And I can see years because they are the oldest team in League of Legends history.
They had so many games where there would be 1 or 2 kills at 26 minutes, and people were thinking, well, this is how you play League of Legends. You just stall and farm, and this is what COG does. Since then, so many teams got better. They got more aggressive. They pushed on hard. They've really taken CLG off of their throne, and now CLG's had to mix it up. They've had to change their picks. They've had to play more aggressive, and now they're coming out. Lulu and Shogath coming. had Lulu in the last game, didn't quite work out for them. That jungle Cho'Gath should be real strong.
Yeah, jungle Cho'Gath, definitely something Hotshot's been running with lately. I believe he used it in the NA regionals as well.
He has Snoop is the only other professional player I've seen do jungle Cho'Gath. He used to love top lane Cho'Gath, and man, these picks flying back and forth. Something we didn't catch is Ezreal, who we thought is a very contentious ban this tournament, makes it all the way to the 5th overall pick. Steal there by SK, if I got to be honest.
Absolutely, they're going to be happy with that one. Pairing it up with Nunu, something the Korean teams do not favour. They do not expect Nunu to be wrong. Not too sure about the summon of spells he's picked up. Clarity and Surge now, I believe. It's not quite going to be working out, but Orianna left available and Graves, so great pickups. Double lift on Graves is a very strong pick.
CLG really at home on a lot of these picks. Hotshot, as a top laner, loved Cho'Gath. Orianna came up big for Big Fat OP when they're in the North American regionals, and Graves is just a standard for double lift that he's very good on. The extra bonus they get out of this, though, is they're denying the Orianna from Ocelot, who just crushed with it in the European regionals.
So the question is, how would Ocelot respond to that? He knows he's up against Orianna. He was very good. I believe it's 8-3-5, I think, against Frogan in that mid lane. And it is possibly going to be a Jace in that top lane. We saw Kevin running Jace early on. We saw Soaz running Jace as well. Very strong champion in that top lane. So Lux is going to get locked in for Ocelot in that mid lane. Wow, okay, this is definitely opening things up for SK Gaming.
So they saw the support Lux in the last game, and it looks like, unless they do some kind of new solo lane with the support Lux, that we're going to be seeing Ocelot picking up the Lux and trying to attack Orianna with that. Must have been something Ocelot's been keeping in his back pocket, because that's not something we've seen from him in the past.
Which may have been why they didn't ban Lux out. Maybe they wanted to pick it themselves in the last game. Who knows how that works out until you actually get to speak to those players, which is something I always try and do during these tournaments. It's definitely something we didn't get to see. However, we are going to see Diana locked in. That's something we saw Voyboy playing against IG.
Voyboy, almost going back to his Akali days, he used to love Akali in the top lane. Diana does play somewhat similarly. He just likes the tools a little bit more for her. He loves to shove up the top lane very early and then get back. He's going to be really careful about those early ganks. Other than that, is just trying to combo Diana with the Orianna ball on top is a lethal combo when she dives in. COD's going to be trying to pull that off.
Yeah, you got the moon pull, the Orianna pull. It's just going to control
Vacuum
it, and
City
the
right
rupture
there.
on top of the. There is a hell of a lot of CC involved in that, and of course the Lulu on top of that. There could be a massive amount of crowd control from CLG. So they are your picks. Really, the question is, who the heck do you think is going to win? I mean, honestly, CLG coming into this one on the back of a defeat. They've had time to prepare. SK Gaming, however, have also come into this one on the back of a heavy defeat. However, would they have expected that defeat against the Zubu Frost?
I'm thinking that if SK had to plan out their ideal group matchup, obviously it's 3-0, but if there's a tier list of power right now, Azubu is the #1 team in this group from a power list. They're 2-0 to start. This is a game they can attack and win. If they're singling out a team, they want to beat CLG right now. They have history against them. They had plenty of time to scout them. They know how they play, and this is the game that really both these teams have a very good chance of winning.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have the game getting underway. If you want to see SK Gaming coming into this one, picking up their first win of the group stage, give them a cheer.
If you guys want to see CLG come out on top of this one, let's give them a cheer.
I think it's safe to say the home turf advantage is definitely going to play in favour of CLG. CLG definitely picked up themselves as a bit of a favourite since they've returned to Korea. They've been streaming pretty heavily. They've definitely returned and pleased a lot of their fans. We are into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So the blue team, if you've just joined us, is going to be SK Gaming, coming off the back of a defeat to Azubu Blaze. Azubu Frost, sorry. Azubu Blaze not here. A team I definitely expected to be here after MLG. However, CLG coming into this one as the red team. Or purple team, whichever you like to be in blind mode or not, but they are the red team on your screens. And honestly, I do not know how this one's going to work out. I'm intrigued to see how Lux mid works out. This is something that many players have talked about. We've heard Froggen talking about it for a while, that they want to run Lux mid.
Ooh. So what is going to happen level 1? That was SK's try. They tried to catch out Voyboy in the triangle brush, but the light binding from Ocelot missed. Now they're all going to be invading in. They don't actually see that they've continued to invade. The pings are coming down, spam. CLG trying a defensive formation. SK trying to sneak around. I don't know if Voyboy caught them out with vision there.
No, he couldn't quite catch them. So
I think they're going to be well aware of the fact that Invade could be around here, and it's looking like Doublelift is going to go for the major Wraith, I think. It looks like he's in a position to try and push themselves across. CLG do not want to have any of this. They are keeping well away from that jungle area, and you can see Hotshots heading down towards the blue golem. They do not want to get involved in this fight, which means SK could take away that red buff if they really want to. The rest of the team are backing off, so they're not, despite the fact they've pulled a massive advantage, going to go for anything.
It's interesting because we've heard the players talking about this. You can't give up for defense level 1. You have to go aggressive. Otherwise, the other team is just going to take all of your buffs. And we see Wraith steals actually coming out from both teams. Doublelift and Chouster taking the blue Wraith. RNA taking the red Wraith. So just a trade of jungles and everything else starting actually very standard.
Yeah, everything is starting standard, but we are seeing Doublelift sneaking around towards this red buff. Yellowstar has been vision spotted. Doublelift is sat in that bush. They haven't checked it whatsoever, and it looks like they're going to try and give the red buff across to Yellowstar. Now Nip's going to walk straight face plants in towards Yellowstar's going to have to back away from this one. Doublelift did manage to get the red buff steal, and they're just going to stroll away from this one. They did take down both Lizards. Probably shouldn't have done that one. They have got the timing on that one, so we'll keep sure where the hotshot returns to that lane. But that is a very good start for CLG.
Both teams had their gimmick pulled out there. They wanted to go for the early red, bully the lane with Ezreal Nunu. He bought the Consume first so they could 2-man it, but Doublelift just stole it clean away. And Kevin, at the same time, took the blue buff because Shen does not require it in the jungle. He's going to try to out-harass Volleyball with his extended mana pool here in the top lane.
But that is going to, in turn, cause problems for RNA. He depended on that red buff, I feel. He looked like the Yellowstar was trying to pull it out for RNA, so he didn't have to use that smite up on it.
Oh, really?
Instead, I think, that's going to really hurt his experience, the fact that he hasn't picked up the blue or the red. We are seeing RNA in that mid lane at the moment. They're looking like he's going to try and go towards Big Fat LP, already walking away from that one. Never going to make that gank. Bottom lane, however, is also being pushed. Yellowstar chugging those health pots down already. He has gone back. So you can see he's got 4 in his bag, had an extra 2 on the return trip as we see the gank in the mid lane. Big Fat LP getting out of that one. Flash is burnt there from RNA though, and didn't manage to land anything.
And RNA, the denial of experience from not getting either of those buffs is pretty large. He's trying to camp lanes and make level 2 ganks work, but he's going to be really, really pressed to get experience because Hotshot GG happily full clearing his jungle, got both of the buffs, only had the raids denied, so he's going to be sitting pretty as RNA is quite far behind.
As it is, let's have a look through the lanes as they're starting to shape up. It is pretty standard play. We are seeing Hotshot GG making a roam at the moment. He's in that tri-bush in that top lane, looking like he's going to go towards Kevin. It would be a good kill because he's still got that blue buff available on him because he's forcing Voivod back. Here. He has to be very careful, but Hotshot GG is not in that bush, not in position. Now he comes around there. We're also seeing pings in that mid lane. Kevin's going to surely get caught out. There's the silence. The Rupture goes down. He dodges out of that one. Uses the gate. Didn't quite catch the speed buff though. He will be able to walk away from that one. Meanwhile, you can see again Aranea just causing problems for Big Fat LP in that mid lane, just forcing him back. Bottom lane actually, Doublelift is going to get caught out down the bottom. Doublelift should be first blood. Yellowstar will pick it up, and he's going to go down. Chouster also now caught out, keeping himself really distanced there. Yellowstar should be able to get away from this one. You can see with the red buff, can he catch him? No, he did! He got the double kill, but Lulu managed to pick up the kill. Chouster playing really well in that one. He has no right to pick up that last final kill on Yellowstar.
But if we're talking about shutting up Doublelift, they had the red buff early in that lane, and they gave it up in that fight, getting the double kill onto someone despite having the red buff advantage. Huge misnomer there by CLG. Huge play by Yellowstar. We'll see if he can punish him now with that early gold on Ezreal.
Yeah, that Doublelift, the fact that he went back, obviously got killed. He went back, he got killed, got sent packing. 2-1-0 though means he's got a double Doran's Blade straight away. Vampiric Scepter, however, choice for Doublelift. So Doublelift could have gone for that double Doran's, instead chose to go for the lifesteal early on, trying to save himself a later gold, make that build items a little bit quicker for the Bloodthirster.
Before that kill, there was a huge minion kill advantage for Doublelift as Hotshot tries to catch RNA out at raids. So even with the 2 kills, the gold is very close for them due to the 35 to 14 minion discrepancy. 1750 for Doublelift and 1780 for Yellowstar. So that double kill actually just brought them back to even in that lane.
So let's have a look at the lanes now. We've actually got a chance to. I think things might well settle down a little bit. Let's look at, Jace versus Diana at the top to start with. It's not a lane we've seen really a great deal of at all.
This one I have to give the edge to Kevin on early. Jace is so good at harassing down melee champions, and that is what Diana's trying to do. The only way Diana countered that in the past is to shove really fast, but Jace has excellent shoving potential as well, so that's really just going to be a lane where he has ideally the huge advantage is on there if Hotshot doesn't gank him a bunch. That first gank is the only thing actually keeping Voyboy still in that top lane.
So the mid lane at the moment, you can see Lux versus Orianna. It's again a lane we've not seen a great deal of. At the moment, Lux with a slight farm advantage, both pretty much going for the same build.
We haven't seen that much of it because we haven't seen that much mid-Lux. So the whole thing of this, both of these guys are fairly mana heavy. There's a lot of poke back and forth because of that Chalice of Harmony. As Hotshot tries to gank or just to shove up top, both those guys going Chalice of Harmony, we're very unlikely to see them hit each other since they both have that magic resist. They're going to be trying to just farm up and reach the late game in most cases.
We're seeing aggression down the bottom there. Yellowstar putting a bit of damage down towards Chowster in turn. Double Lift returning the favor onto Yellowstar himself. And the Blood Boil definitely starting to come into its own down this bottom lane. I mean, how would you favor this bottom lane? We've seen Ezreal banned out quite heavily. Obviously, of course, Graves is always a famous one. You know, he's a very popular pick. We've seen, I guess you could say, a Zubu Blaze, really amazing play from a Zubu Blaze bottom lane in the MLG Summer Arena. Really, a lot of players off the back of OGN were picking Graves again.
I still have to give this favor to Yellowstar, but Voyboy comes down all the way from top for a gank here.
Yeah, he's going to go in. It looks like Nif's going to be the target. He managed to avoid it, though. He just managed to get the moon pull on him. Nif should just be able to hop skipping away from that one, and it was a good bit of play. Yellowstar to start with. Arcane shifted away from it, and a great bit of avoidance of that major damage. Meanwhile, Hotshot GG is keeping the free farm, and this is all about the fact that Jace has been sent back in earlier.
And unfortunately, in that gank bottom lane, Voyboy missed his Crescent Strike, so could not stick and deal enough damage to get that kill onto Nif. All that investment running all the way down bottom lane just to fail a gank is going to put him back, and it's going to let Jace get a bigger advantage. He had pulled up, but now it's just 37 to 58. Really trouble for Voyboy looking at this lane.
Yeah, now I'm just wondering whether Voyboy is actually going to get given the blue buff here, or will go to big player?
He's just passing it off.
He's going to pass it off, so actually helping out Hotshot GG, farming out that blue buff. So interesting way they're working it here. They're giving a little bit more farm to Hotshot GG than you normally would as the jungler. Kevin O is going to keep that lane pushed heavily. We are at 8 minutes coming into this game, so expect to see possible movements for that Dragon. CLG famously one of those teams that really don't often go for Dragon. If they don't feel like got the team fight won, they just won't bother involving it.
And especially, that's why it's a little strange that Voyboy roam bottom even, because there's so much about just farming top and leaving an island up there just to become a monster late game. If there's something that SK wants to do, it will be Kevin going down with that huge advantage and just taking the Dragon. Because there's no pressure now on Voyboy, and there's Hotshot trying to come in again. Kevin doing a great job repelling that game.
Yeah, very good job. Managed to just smash Hotshot back just at the right point there. The damage there, collateral damage actually used on Yellowstar from Double Lift there, trying to keep Yellowstar at bay. Having to burn that ulti just to keep him away from the tower, which is dangerous mode for CLG, which means they're really getting pressured in that bottom lane. Looks at the moment, Ocelot has gone back to buy, got himself the Cadence looking pick this time, so continuing that GP fight now to keep ticking it up. GP5, GP10, I never know. I mean, it's from the olden days, I guess you could say GP5, GP10 these days.
Technically it's gold per 10, they just... Not that many of them coming out, though. We have more so on SK than on CLG. Yeah, 3-0 when you look at it. So, out-farming them a bit, out-pressuring them a bit, and the early game is going slightly to SK. It's been a fairly not big game so far on the kills, but the gold slowly taking into SK's favor.
It's definitely a slow start to this time. And how would you favor these teams? I mean, looking at the two teams, SK Gaming looking like they've got a good farming session. They have about 1k gold advantage, which immediately says yes, they are doing better in the farming session at the moment. But late game teams, who are you favoring?
There's so much initiation potential out of CLG. If they get to that point, the combos of Orianna or Diana into Orianna all into all the CC from Hotshot and Chowster, they can just start fights whenever they want. Which late game, when every fight matters more and more, that does, I think, give CLG an edge. It's a matter of SK having to win before that point.
Again, the pressure coming out there. Nif's got to be careful. He went very aggressive in Yellowstar, taking very low. Double Lift not falling for it, not putting the pressure down on Nif, instead keeping that damage on towards Yellowstar, and Yellowstar now forced back away. Had a big creep wave, and now we're seeing Hotshot GG making his way down. SK realized they got to back away from this one. This could be the chance for a CLG to try and take that Dragon. Looking like Hotshot GG might try and go for the Rupture on towards it. You can see the Ezreal ultimate will come across, gets shot straight across there. Not enough damage though. Ocelot ulti just nearly catching Chowster out though. And couldn't quite finish him off, and that has definitely forced COG to back away from that one.
That was the attempted promote push that got expertly repelled by SK. Chowster, we haven't commented on, has that promote. They've tried this strategy in the past, is to aid in their split pushing. They were trying to make a power play there for the first tower. All the ultimates, though, came out from SK to just absolutely shut that down.
So as it is at the moment, 2-1 to SK. Just that 1k goal difference, 11 minutes gone. No towers really pressured either. Apologies if you do hear wind. Believe it or not, there is wind in LA, which is something I certainly wasn't expecting. I'm quite grateful for at the moment though. It's definitely keeping me a little bit cooler in this casting position. But Jan, honestly, at the moment, this is kind of what we expected. COG, we know they like to split push. They like to farm it out. SK are just matching them in that phase.
This is really good play actually by SK so far because they're winning the laning phase, they're containing CLG, and there's really no one on CLG right now getting strong enough that they'll be able to split push. Because right now, I see Kevin on Jace as being able to take out anyone's split push. Bottom lane, we have the Noodle ultimate going down, but it's not working out on double.
Yeah, absolute zero popped off there. Not really doing a great deal from it though. We are seeing Jace continuing to push that top lane. Aaron is lingering, was in that tri-bush. We've seen pings on Hotshot GG with that Oracle on him. And Ocelot needs to be careful here. He has been caught out though. Aranea spots him, both Oracles actually junglers. Big Fat LP could have gone for his ulti, has used the ulti, but a flash out from Ocelot there. Just managing to dodge out of the ulti. Meanwhile, back down that bottom lane, they continue to try and poke back and forward. Yellowstar is really trying to keep the pressure on, but Double Lift honestly is untouched and went for a very early BF sword. So really low on the hit points at the moment, but high on damage.
And looking at Hotshot's items, this is a term I learned the other day. Normally, in North America, before you get an Oracles on a jungle, you go for 1 or 2 GP10 items, but in Korea, a lot of guys go boots mobility straight into it as he tries to catch an RNA. There's the feast. Will he finish him down? No, he flashes away. But they try to get that term, as we see fights going about. I'm trying to get this in, D-Man. I'm going to get it. They call it the naked Oracles when you go boots mobility straight into Oracles because you have no GP10 items on top of it.
Naked Oracles may well be working out for them, and it's something they could have picked up in Korea. We did see a boots mobility coming out from Aranea in the last match. This time he's choosing not to go for it so quick. As it is on Shen, he's very much gone for that harder goal. Chauster getting caught out by the Ezreal ultimate there. Yellowstar trying to push that wave. Is he going to go aggressive? He does catch double lift out there. Gets Arcane Shift on him. Doesn't quite manage to serve enough. Is going to go for the aggression, but the ultimate from Lulu turns things around. And now he could catch him out. Yellowstar's there. Here comes Hotshot GG coming from behind. Can he catch on towards Yellowstar? Diff trying to do a fantastic job. The Gen ultimate coming in. You can see Boy joining in. That should be the rupture. Yellowstar is still just hanging on in there. His Arcane Shift will be back available. Teleport comes in. Big Fat LP picks up first blood. Now Diff may well go down. Big Fat LP trying to get in there. The double kill on Big Fat LP. The looks ultimate though. Could they turn it around? Oriana catches on there. The ball defending on Boy. Aranea may well go down here. He's going to defend the Oracles. The Oracles is burned. Double Lift picks up the shot. He's going to go down, but it was totally worth it. A 3-to-1 exchange for CLG gaming. Beautiful.
Everybody appearing into that team fight. CLG burning all of their teleports to get there. And even after all that, SK coming out only slightly behind there. They lost the Oracles, however. Hotshot maintaining his with all of this. Gets that GP10 item. That's not split pushing right there. That is just brawling in the bottom lane. So much coming out, and overall CLG did a good job collapsing just a little bit better than SK.
So Big Fat LP coming off the back of that one with the double kill, 2-0-1, picks himself up a Fiendish Codex. We also see a needlessly large rod now being picked up by Ocelot, so Ocelot going for that brutal damage right now. Meanwhile, the man on cooldowns coming out for Oriana, which is good because he needs it for that ball control. Ezreal also going across, Chauster catching it again there. Yellowstar still quite with the damage to burst down those creep waves.
This is SK's moment actually to take over a little bit. All of the CLG teleports are down, so they're able to pressure without worry of collapse. Kevin has the big lead on Voyboy up top. He needs to push into that tower. And we actually have a replay of that last fight where absolutely everyone came crushing in.
Yeah, I mean, the triple teleport being used, or well, technically 4 teleports were being used because we had the Shen ultimate coming through.
We actually have Yellowstar going there. He's trying to get the flash away with the Lulu. Hotshot comes in, he misses Rupture, but everyone is actually pouring in from behind. We have Voyboy, we have Jace that are all coming up. The Shen'll comes in, and here comes the chain of teleports, one after the other. Kevin tries to jump in, finishing off. Now it's just a cluster. SK completely on the run. They're waiting for Ocelot to show up. They're hoping to be able to turn this around. They get the kills, so Ocelot lands. He cannot quite finish off Voyboy with all these ticks, and because of that, RNA tries to jump in for a last Q, but he doesn't get it. Ends up losing his Oracles, and that fight went on for some time longer.
Yeah, meanwhile, back in the game, we are starting to see a Dragon fight forming up here. Bottom lane was actually being closed in on by CLG here. SK backing away from this one. They have got the rest of SK
coming down the river though, going to follow on there. Walk past the ward. Aranea going aggressive. He went straight for Hotshot. GG takes a lot of damage straight away. Boy also trying to catch him out there. The Lux ultimate missing most of CLG there. Did manage to catch a few members. They are going to catch him. Boy's gone aggressive. There's the Oriana ultimate. Ocelot gets called out. Ocelot drops. Kevin goes down as well. Absolutely destroyed. And CLG certainly coming out on top of this one. They should be able to pick up the Dragon off the back of that. SK Gaming cannot contest this one. They need to be careful. They don't even get dived on the turret. But SK Gaming are going to continue to try and cause themselves a nuisance. Aranea is still here. He's got the possibility to get in, get the smite on the Dragon. Can he pick it up? You can see Nip. He's going to try and bide them away. Aranea has been spotted. The Graves goes across. Yeah, the shot was there. The Ezreal ultimate trying to steal it, but it was not to be.
That was the combo that CLG wants to pull off. Diana into Oriana, into Lulual, into Rupture. Absolute destruction on all of SK. Really smart play there by Doublelift at the end there. They knew Arne was waiting in that brush. They threw the smoke screen in to completely blind him of potential Dragon Steal, so he just had to back away. And with that, CLG pulling out a little bit ahead here.
Doublelift meanwhile down this bottom lane. How is it working out this time? You can see Hotshot once again. He gets spotted. He realizes there is a ward there, and actually Yellowstar trying to put forward some damage down there. So we see Bloodthirster already picked up by Doublelift. So Doublelift has that farm on already. We mentioned the fact that he didn't go for that second Doran's Blade. So obviously with that slight advantage, we are seeing Trinity Force being built up by Doublelift. 2-2-0.
Snuck into that brush. They don't see him.
And there he is. Managed to miss the light binding though. That's what he needed to catch. Flashed out of it. I didn't miss it. He flashed it. So it's not really a miss. He forced the flash. So they are going to continue to put pressure on this bottom three. Can they try and take first turret of the game? You can see Kevin making his way down here as well. He's getting basically bullied by Big Fat LP at the moment. Top tower did go down by Jace actually. Kevin managed to take that turret down while that replay was happening. It was a while ago, so it is 1-0. So second turret of the game. And SK Gaming, you know, we saw Azubu Frost completely pushing and taking those turrets very early on. We are seeing a very much a late turret push. Back to a standard EU NA game.
A little bit, and Doublelift actually with a 1.5 level advantage or so on Yellowstar. They're now trying to counter this push. They have the promoted minion there once again. They're trying to focus it down, but look how beefy that thing is. They're just powering down this tower in the bottom lane.
And they can't seem to stop it. And Hotshot GG already with that 6 stacks on the Rupture. It's going to continue on there. Manages to blast the silence across. Doesn't catch him out. Rupture's going to come down. Yellowstar Arcane shooting away from that one. No problem. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we are seeing Boy and Kevin exchange a little bit of blows there. And just having to both back away from that one. Nothing coming from it. How is Ocelot Big Fat LP working out in terms of farm? Big Fat LP slightly ahead in that farm, but Doublelift not giving up on Nib there. Nib trying to take those columns away. Doublelift just sticking around saying, nope, I'm not letting you have anything for free. And, you know, we talked about the keys to the game earlier on, but they needed to open Ocelot up. He's not been having the chance to free roam again because Yellowstar is being hammered by Doublelift in this bottom lane.
But one of these things about letting Big Fat LP shine, he's on the Oriana, but everything channels with him. He doesn't need to have to throw a Q into the team. He can just put the ball on top of Voyboy and create the kills for himself. All he has to do is keep his farm up and remember to ult on the right target in team fights, and that's going to be enough for CLG to take these. Whereas you have Ocelot, who doesn't necessarily have things or people that line up his skill shots on Lux. We saw early in that Dragon fight, he missed his ultimate on all 5 because there's not the same setup that CLG has created. So really, this is an environment where CLG has much better team comp synergy.
Yeah, and we're seeing it from CLG. I mean, the Crescent Strike's going in, he's Luna rushing in, he's got the ball on his head, he's getting the Lulu ultimate to knock him up, he's getting the Oriana ultimate to pull him early. He's just got so much control, and then the Rupture just lands on it. It's the easiest Rupture that Hotshot GG will ever land in his life, you know, once they're all stacked in that position, and you're guaranteed at least 1 or 2 kills if that were to land, which is why when we get to the Baron fight, it's such a dangerous team comp for SK Gaming.
SK's got to try to avoid that point or just surprise CLG, because for that to be pulled off, everyone on CLG has to be together. They, in essence, have to try to split push CLG a little bit, and that's going to be on Kevin if he wants to get really strong on Jace. Once he gets that Trinity Force, he'll try to pressure around a bit, because right now, Voyboy trying to get Yellowstar off that tower, but they do pick up their second tower of the game.
So, looks like Doublelift has switched around. Voidwood's gone down the bottom. Doublelift is now up top, and the farming continues. 20 minutes gone into this game, just 1 Dragon down, 2-1 in turrets, and the gold advantage currently with the North American Counter Logic Gaming. Of course, their EU brethren are here, and they are watching, and they're going to be playing in Group B later on. So, just confused when I say 2 CLG later on, because these 2 teams are definitely famous in their own rights right now. And at the moment, SK Gaming are very much against it. here. They're 1-0 down already. Zubu Frost. They've seen IG play. IG looked phenomenal, even against the Zubu Frost. You know, it was such a close game, very back and forth. Against CLG, they just looked so strong. So they realized this is a do or die game for both teams.
Both these teams still having to face extremely strong opponents for their third and final game. This is a must-win for both of them. Quite a close matchup so far for CLG and for SK. Split push now coming in from Voyboy. CLG trying to control a little bit. All their teleports are up again, so if they want to force another crazy chaotic team fight, they're going to be able to do that. They're now actually trying to move into invade, taking control of this game a little bit. What is SK going to do to answer? They have to catch out something with Ocelot. He's got that blue buff. The Lux pick is for a reason. You try to win fights before they start. Light Binding into his E, into that Luxalt, can destroy a Squishy in one go. Starting to group up here. Nif with the Oracles. What will they be able to force?
Yeah, they want to try and find them. They want to see if there's any initial roaming gangs to open things up. You know, they could have possibly gone towards the Baron on the back of that if they'd have picked up a couple of kills. Wasn't to be, and there is backing off though. He's got to be careful. There's still heavy CLG presence in this mid lane. But we are seeing Voyboy farming up, free farming effectively on that top lane. Already picked up the Zombies Hourglass, so I expect to see he's going to be diving in there. So this is what we talked about. He's going to be Luna dashing in there, and immediately they're going to use Zonia's, and they're just going to pull everything around him because he doesn't need to do anything. He's just effectively the target.
He is essentially just a channel for that ball to get in there as fast as possible. Great item purchase in that way. Overall, everyone on CLG actually building quite well. The Aegis Legion just completed onto Hotshot GG. He beat RNA to that item, so if they can force a team fight before they get that, his team will have increased armor, magic resist, and damage. Perfect timing for that Dragon fight. If Hotshot can get down there before SK forces, this could be a very large battle.
Yes, Bloodthirster and Phantom Dancer on double lift is definitely ahead of the singular Trinity Force that, at the moment, Yellow Star has. Double lift. With that
CLG's going to look to pick a fight here real quick.
They're going to try and catch out. There's the Rupture coming across. Oh, Nif, he's gone straight in. He tried to pop the absolute zero. Has to back away from that one. Use the gate, and that's going to be CLG now with the advantage. Really, Voyboy taking the brunt of the damage, and there was not a great deal of it. I've got to be honest there. Big Fat LP throwing that ball out, continuing to keep the control. Are they going to give up this mud turret for a Dragon? I'll be surprised if CLG were to do that. Now they should be able to catch them out. There goes the Rupture. The game doesn't catch it. Voyboy dives in there. Didn't really catch the one he wanted. Did manage to catch the Christmas Smash across on towards Ocelot, but did not dive for it. Again, he wants to catch multiple targets there. Seems to be what they're aiming for, and as it is, SK doing a good job at avoiding the damage, but it seems to be only a matter of time.
SK really trying to keep their distance here. They wanted to trade that mid tower for the Dragon, but CLG was not having it. Now Hotshot trying to take out the wards around Dragon so that SK won't be able to so freely stay away from them. At this point, you can very much tell CLG has the upper hand as SK is just trying to avoid them. Because of the upper hand, they are starting on this Dragon. They're behind them. They're trying to pick this fight. If they can land one Crescent Strike into Voyboy, they'll combo everything.
Oh, Voyboy was in prime position there. He just couldn't quite manage to land it. He saw they had full vision, full 5-man ward, and I thought he was going to pop it across the wall there. Voyboy ready and waiting, but his team weren't quite in position. CLG backing away from this one. They're trying to bait SK into something, I feel, here. Because they are still very much in a stronger situation. They're going to pick up the walls. They are never going to let SK have this turret for free, surely. The other side is certainly working it down. Ocelot, the collateral damage coming out from double lift already. That's an interesting way. The fact that he used that ulti, not saving it for the end team fight. Already popping that down. That is a big burst of damage. That turret continuing to get pressured. And well, Big Fat LP had to go to that top lane.
The top lane was pushing extremely strong, which made CLG pull back there. That's why they burned the ultimates on that wave. They really care about holding this mid tower, which just falls. And now they got poked down fairly substantially by Ocelot and Kevin's Shock Blast. Still, neither team really able to fight each other right now. SK dodging around of CLG, and CLG not quite able to get them in their grasp.
I think RNA are trying to bait something to be pulled towards in there, deliberately going slower. CLG, again, this dance continues as they work their way forward. They've got no turret to defend this time, so I guess they're just going to go for that Dragon. They've got nothing to lose. Arna is not there at the moment, so Big Fat LP is a little bit late to the party, which could be an advantage. They do pick up the Dragon, though. And RNA are trying desperately to get in and smite it. It was not to be. Voyboy picked it up.
That was an extremely close steal. You actually see RNA's smite went off, but Hotshot did not feast or smite it, which means RNA barely missed his smite, and then a tick of damage from Voyboy finished it off. So really close attempt there by RNA.
turned lucky, but Hotshot, I tell you what, he's clearing out those wards. He's picking up a lot of gold in the back of these. One of those counters I'd love to see in League of Legends is just how much he's picking up in wards. Which gold he's burning off it. As it is at the moment. COG trying to pick up that red gold, and they'll pick up their own one. So we're into it. I guess you could say the mid to late game. We're 6-3 in favour of CLG. We are pretty close on gold. 3K is not the greatest. It's only a 10% gold difference at the moment, which I guess you could say is a pretty big difference for CLG. Which way are you favouring this one currently, Jan?
If CLG can create team fights on SK, they'll get it. But in the last 10 minutes, all CLG's wanted to do is create a team fight. SK's been dodging them. They're keeping their farm up. And really, if SK's able to pick these fights, they'd have a small chance. I do give SK the favorite right here. A lot of big landmark items are now out for them. They have 2 Trinity Forces out. They got the Rabadon's Death Cap. They've beaten Big Fat OP to that because he went Athene's Unholy Grail. His Death Cap's going to be coming shortly. So a lot of back and forth here. SK still needs to avoid CLG. CLG needs to get their mitts on them. If they don't do that for longer and longer, SK gets a higher and higher chance.
Ability power, once he does get it completed, their Big Fat OP will be much stronger. So I'm just getting 90 AP off that Athene. So he's only about 30 AP behind the ability power, I should say, rather. Keep things straight here. There was a ping on the Baron there from SK Gaming. Going to see whether they simply want to get in the ward there. They realise that Hotshot GG is continuing to clear out all of their wards. Definitely making his money out of that Oracle. As it is, the Oracle on Niv not really being used to great effect there. You're going to start stealing a lot of Ocelot's farm.
And look at this, Big Fat OP is actually 248 to 202 on top of Ocelot, so keeping that Orianna farm really massive, which might be why he's pretty close in that ability power. Thienes is not a cheap item, it gives a lot of stats, so with that Death Cap, when he completes it, he'll be actually fairly far ahead of SK Ocelot.
Now the one thing that really has been noticed is the fact that Jace, or Kevin I should say, has continued to farm. While the fact that Voyboy's been trying to roam, they've been trying to set up those team fights, but Jace is continuing to pick up all the farm as he goes. Double lift down the bottom lane, continuing to farm. He's going to show himself vision here. Will SK try and produce something out of the fact that double lift is a long way from the fight? He has got teleport though, remember, so he can join in. It's definitely an interesting strategy using those 3 teleports. As it is, Hotshot GG does manage to catch out Linebind and Hotshot GG. Hotshot GG though was just manages to flash out of the ultimate there. Every ultimate catches down. The Orianna goes down, but he will get dropped there. That's a 6 stack, but Orianna, oh my god, Arani just got away down the bottom there from double lift. He used his ultimate to get away from it. Double Lift was absolutely burning him and effectively saving himself with the ultimate. They are going to try and collapse in on Double Lift. The Voyboy's going to join them and they're going to back away from this one. Double Lift could take this bottom turret.
They're just trying to split push here. Hotshot getting caught out, but they're trying to capitalize on it. They're just potentially getting themselves in trouble here because this is not the synergy they need. It's strange. They picked a triple teleport, split switch team comp, but their team fight ability is all about being together. So Chowster getting cut off by Yellowstar. Will he be able to train him down?
No, he's not, because he popped his ultimate, flashed away, and then Big Fat LB comes in from the side. Ocelot having to use the shield to save him there. As he backs away, tries to pop the ultimate, completely missing, tried to burn down the creep wave, but it wasn't to be. Big Fat LB trying to get aggressive on towards Ocelot there, but Big Fat LB getting caught out. They've got to be careful, because this is the split style that SK will be happy to fight. They want the multi-box. It will work out for them. CLG really want to have those 5v5 team fights.
Jace is such a skirmish character. I'm wondering when Kevin's going to try to get these one-on-ones. If someone like Graves on Double Lift or Voyboys, Diana just gets trying to split push, I expect them to send Kevin for them actually instead of Arne, because Kevin can deal with them and Kevin can kill them. Still trying to poke down mid. CLG going really hard for that middle turret.
Yeah, Double Lift down, definitely burning out the damage now. So
there's a promoted minion up top actually trying to take down that tower.
The Ezreal ultimate going across. This is something we saw them running as well before in the OGN Championships. It almost worked out. He should be able to catch him, but Double Lift, the turret will go down eventually. That top turret, you can see Yellowstar had to get up there to deal with that promoted minion. So this is some tactics we've seen CLG running in the past. It seems to be working out for them. They're just really confusing SK Gaming as well as me.
They also confuse themselves sometimes.
Yeah.
Something that CLG has to be really careful of. They tend to have very sloppy team fights, and while this is a great strategy, they sometimes have trouble executing because it is so difficult and so chaotic. They need to be careful to not make any mistakes, because with this game stretching longer and longer, the death timers get longer and longer. One quick mistake by CLG or one capitalization on a mistake by SK could just decide the match. Everything getting very tense in this match.
30 30 minutes gone. Remember, both these teams are 0-1 in the group. CLG losing out to IG. SK losing out to Zulu Frost. If you've just joined us, I've just given you some big spoilers, but that's the way it's going to be all day, I'm afraid. If you want to deal with it, deal with it. It's one way of putting it. As it is, SK Gaming, you know, with that Shen, they really kind of want to push towards that split pushing now. Arane is at that point where he wants to just be farming as much as he can.
It's actually really, really strange because you do bring the Shen for the split push, but CLG brought 3 teleports, and you obviously bring that for split push and pressure as well. There hasn't been a team fight in seemingly eons here, D-Man, and it's wondering just when it's going to happen. And at the end of the day, it might just be a chaotic pick or a quick mistake that just creates a bunch of action. The last one had all the teleports being burned at the bottom lane. Something like that can happen again in this Dragon. Yellowstar getting caught out on top, though. This could very well just go straight to CLG.
Yeah, it's a long way away from this one. And I think the Dragon's just going to get burned down before he even gets close. He's not even going to get it. He's going to get to the mid lane before this.
Go for a steal, though. It's also on here.
Oh, no, didn't quite get a steal in that. And again, that was the Beast picking it up. No problem at all. They're going to pick up the blue buff and back away from that one. So SK Gaming caught with their pants down effectively there, but Arane continued to farm up. He's just continuing to pick up all the gold in that bottom lane. So COG taking the global advantages. They are 4k gold advantage at the moment, 6-4 up in kills, 3-3 all square in turrets. Very much an even game. It's going to go down to one big strong Baron fight, I can feel it.
And in all honesty, 32 minutes into the game, that 175 gold a person for a Dragon just really isn't as impactful as it would be early game. They already have a lot of the items they want. It might help them complete some, but at the end of the day, that won't change the outcome of the next team fight very much.
He's got the steal there. Did you notice that?
What a steal
Kevin got the
by
steal
Kevin there.
Very nicely done that. He has got the ward in that bush and just used the accelerator gate to pick up the steal. We are seeing Nif clearing out the wards around the Baron area, and actually Yellowstar has started off the Baron. This is a 2-man Baron, 3-man Kevin's up there.
No wards in there. Lots of members of CLG aren't close.
There's the
Shadow trying to get a ward in there. They're going to maybe teleport in to stop it. This is going to be really close.
This is going to be close. They put the ward down. They immediately see it. They don't vision of it, but surely the Baron will get picked up. Yes, it will. And SK pick up a very quick Baron, catching CLG completely off guard.
I'm wondering why they didn't try to teleport onto that ward inside. They had enough people there that everyone could have arrived. It could have been potentially disastrous. They would have been extremely vulnerable inside that Baron pit. But now they're also extremely vulnerable because SK just got a free Baron. They didn't want to throw potentially by all trying to stop that. Now they're just poking down mid. Now they have the Baron buff, a blue buff on Ocelot, a red buff on Kevin. The Lux plus Jace poke is actually really, really close. CLG would have to hard engage onto a team with Baron if they want to stop something here. Double Lift is actually the one they decided to try to split push, and will that be able to pull SK off of this?
Wow, Ocelot just using his ultimate there, just to capture the chance to clear the creep wave. They're trying to push this creep wave as much as possible, but honestly, don't think you need to use it. I mean, the cooldown is pretty damn quick, so maybe wasn't too worried about Arane.
They have to respond. Double taking down that tower.
And there's the ultimate going across, and he's just going to chomp through that turret. He's got the minion wave with him. They're going to have to react. The turret's going to go down, so Double Lift again, split pushing on his own down the bottom. Instead, they're going to turn it to the engage. They're trying to catch on towards Jouster. There's Jace. There's going to be Nif trying to catch on towards it. He already used his absolute zero, remember. Doesn't have it available. The Orianna ultimate just catching him out. Big Fat LP will get dropped on the back of this one. Kevin's going to finish him off there. Nif also picking up the kill on Big Fat LP.
Chelsea still split pushing too.
Continuing to split push, you can see the inhibitor will go down. Arane is going to come around the back of him. SK Gaming could turn this into a full push. They can take the inhibitor of their own here. They're going to push through. They've already taken 2 of the major damage dealers out there. Voyboy doing as best he can with Hotshot GG to stop this going down. SK Gaming may have it in them to continue pushing through. We've got a 36-second cooldown on Big Fat LP. Double Lift is now backed off. No, he's still in there, still on that turret. The
He's trying to take the base tower.
He's trying to take the Nexus turret. Arane misses the taunts on him. He does manage to get one Nexus turret. Meanwhile, SK Gaming are taking the Nexus turret off their own. This has expectedly become a base race. Voyboy getting in there. Orianna's just about to spawn. They're going to continue on the pressure. The Nexus turret did not go down. And SK Gaming forced them back away from this one. So CLG picking up a base turret on that one. Now we're seeing Voyboy teleporting. They're going into the base. CLG are pushing into the base. Voyboy's gone for the final Nexus turret. They're going to try and catch up towards Arane. Have they got the damage? Voyboy's teleporting in. The second teleport comes in. Big penalty. Orianna ultimate. The Nexus is exposed. The Double Lift is going to take the Nexus down. No, Kevin gets in there. Absolutely obliterates him. The Voyboy throws him back. And he's won it. I do not believe the game. What an absolute epic finish to a fantastically slow game. God, everything happens at once. 35-minute game. CLG just pull off a crazy, crazy victory.
Trying to think through what happened there. And we knew that as soon as something started, everything was going to get created, just like happened at the start there. But one of the closest, most chaotic base races, SK getting caught with their pants down a bit. They got double, triple teleported onto there, and the emotion is pouring out of these players after that match.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So we now have a 0-2 SK Gaming. They've got to go beat Invictus Gaming. We also have CLG now at a 1-1 situation, tied with IG in the group. Let's take a look at the group stage if we can to see how it works out. I mean, Azubu Frost, we know, are already, they're 2-0. I say they're already. You know, yeah. They could still be a three-way tie with Azubu. They could lose to CLG.
What could happen is we could see potentially if SK Gaming goes 0-3 and they do lose that game, we'd see a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 tie, and that would create an extra playoff. So CLG keeping themselves alive in this one. Technically, is SK still potentially alive or no?
They still are potentially
alive. They could go 1-2 and get 3-0 and triple
IG. We could have a triple-way, a three-way if Azubu were to go 3-0. Right. So it's still very much open group still. You know, things are not over until their fat lady is singing. I'm not seeing any fat ladies on stage just yet, so maybe things will get underway shortly. We're going to try and get ourselves a replay of that last split push. And Jat, if you can keep hold of the sanity throughout this
no
one.
problem. So we saw them trying to push down this extra tower in the top lane. Voyboy doing his best to disrupt them, but what's the real story here is Graves down, trying to push down onto the Shen. This actually goes on for a while. Doublelift continues the pressure down at the bottom lane, and everyone on SK is actually trying to fall back, but they are not able to recall because you can see Hotshot chasing in after them. Nobody is allowed to recall, but because they're falling back, everyone on COG is able to get the teleports in because they have no way there to disrupt them. They get the damage down onto RNA. At this point, they have been able to recall down. Kevin tries to kill everyone here, and they're just not able to crush it. So they just finished off the base race, but we couldn't quite see the end of that replay. Absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy now. And it was all created by Doublelift. We said at the start, they've got to shut up Doublelift. Doublelift was talking about SK, where, you know, he trash talked them. He said, SK are trash. Wow, they've won it. That's going to really infuriate SK.
I'm going to be honest. They're not trash if you have to do that to win a game.
If you have to
pull off the crazy triple teleport.
Would you call that
7-7? I just call that crazy strategy right now. I mean, that's split push. That is CLG. Cheese is something that's unexpected. CLG brings 3 teleports more often than they don't. Like, the 3 teleport promote is what they relied on at the North American Regionals, and it's what they continue to use against SK.
They used the promote in OGN as well, and it nearly worked. They actually nearly took an inhibitor with one single promote unit.
Against CLG EU in the group stage, was it, right? It's got to be.
No, I think it was against Azubu Frost.
Well, maybe it was.
I think it was the game they lost. I'm pretty sure it was Azubu Frost, but you know, it's good to see good sportsmanship there. You can see the team shaking hands. You know, SK Gaming, you've got to realize they are on the back of possibly going out of the group stages already. CLG really showing a strong hand, but honestly, it was a close game for a good 30 minutes in there. We know we talked about how the team comps were working, but SK Gaming, that's such a nervous last game for them.
They did such a good job of avoiding the combo initiates from CLG for 15 or 20 minutes in that game, and they never actually let themselves get combo initiated. Aside from that one fight early on at Dragon, they left themselves open to the teleport, though, and even then, if Voyboy didn't get that last hit in, he was at a sliver of health, that game could have turned around again and went to SK. That was a razor-thin finish. Yeah. And the death timers were long enough at that point, and they pushed far enough into SK's base, that they might have, into CLG's base, that they might have been able to just go straight back up the mid lane and end it on the other side.
And just end it, because they'd already taken the inhibitor. They had major units going up there. They had super minions, but nevertheless, we are going to have a quick break, and well, coming up after that one, we're going to see CLG NA. Can they take it 2-1? Will they be 1-2? Who will know? They are up against the Azubu Frost. It is a replay of the quarterfinals of the OGN Summer Championships. We'll be right back.
We didn't go to OGN Summer to get smashed and, you know, losing the round of 8 again. And they're the ones who embarrassed us. The best they can do is go even because the support can only do so much. I just want to smash them. Easy money.
Welcome back. What a game. Pretty awesome. We're back here at LA Live with more League of Legends action for you. I'm DJ Wheat alongside the very lovely Rachel.
You just read that because I wrote that.
Yeah.
Our next game will be both teams Last of the day, CLG North America goes up against the Korean challenger, Azubu Frost.
The oldest team in Group A, CLG NA, has weathered trials and tribulations during their 2 years of existence. You've seen them in victory, you've seen them in defeat. Well, now their final Group A game is here, and playing as the red team, let's give it up one more time for CLG NA.
All the way from Korea, this is Frost's final group game as well. Playing as the blue team, welcome back to the stage, Azubu Frost.
Azubu Frost has a chance to go 3-0 in their group. It's CLG. Obviously, they want another win under their win column. Let's find out what Riv and Freak have to say about this upcoming game, guys.
Frost 2-0 CLG in the Zubu Champions Summer, which was a quarterfinal matchup. A Reddit poll put Frost as #1 and CLG as #2 in the group, Freak.
And these guys are absolutely stellar competitors overall. These guys are incredibly powerful, but this match is going to be really interesting. Now, Frost is in really good standing. If they win, they're 3-0 in the group, and they're through. They make it to the quarterfinals. The difficulty is that CLGNA, no matter whether they win or lose, they don't actually know what's going to happen here. So you look at these standings, right? If CLG wins and they go up 2-1, well, Frost is 2-1, and if Invictus wins against SK, they're 2-1, and you've got a three-way tie. If CLG loses, they're 1-2. SK could go 1-2, and Invictus could go 1-2 if SK wins the next match. So no matter what CLG does here, they're going to be biting their nails clean off during the next match. CLG, no matter what happens, don't know their future just yet in this tournament. Of course, they want to win. It gives them some pretty good chances overall, but it's really, really nebulous for them. Frost in a little bit of a better situation. Of course, if they do lose this, they could hit that three-way tie. But at the same time, if they win, they're guaranteed through. It's going to be close overall. Everything's going to be on the line here in this match.
So, Freak, these teams are warmed up. They've seen what other teams can do in the day. And with that placement in mind for the brackets, let's see the keys to the game for Azubu Frost as they come in against Counterlogic Gaming. They really, again, pull it back to relying on Rapid Star and his gameplay and statistics.
Exactly. Rapid Star is still just an amazing player overall. He's been putting up numbers all day, and he's been really putting that team into great situations over and over and over again. Whether it was his Vladimir up against IG, where they pulled out the win in the end, or their matches later on in the day as they took out SK very, very cleanly. It's got to be the Rapid Star show. And, of course, everyone on that team is amazing as well, but you can never really lose when Rapid Star goes crazy.
Exactly. You cannot stop a Rapid Star. And the next thing is, we've only seen Counterlogic Gaming bring out really two of the strategies that they've been using. The first one in that game, they just did not want a team fight early. It really hurt them. We saw the surrender come out in the mid-game, and then in the second game, the teleport remote was the one to win the base race for them with a huge play by Double Lift. So they're really going to have to work against those strats and figure out what they're going to do.
Exactly. CLG's been off in the background trying to research their opponents and trying to build their own identity here. You've seen them run two completely different setups here, different summoners, different strategies. Do they have a third? Is it unknown, or will it be another teleport promote that Frost has seen before? If it's something unknown, they've got to make some very fast adjustments mid-game, mid-champion select. I mean, we saw those split-second decisions just in the match against SK, where if they had gotten someone back to base earlier and they could have stopped the push, they would have been fine. So these second-to-second decisions can completely turn games around. They've got to make the right reaction to CLG's moves.
All right, so we know what they need to do for CLG, and while they can counter,
Let's see what the CLG needs to do for Invictus. And really, as you just said, Freak, they really need to bring out the strats.
CLG does need to bring something special here. Frost just has so much raw personal skill on paper that CLG needs to bring out that strategic mind. Chauster, really the leader here, the main theory crafter, he's going to be the guy to bring out those strategies and really try to outsmart their Korean competition. Now it's doable. You saw a great sort of early game lead into comeback into victory for CLG against SK from the strategic options. They need to bring them out again here for Frost.
And although with minor changes and team swaps around the map, they really need to leverage that long competitive experience.
This is a team that has played tournaments in every continent.
Yes.
They have just so much match experience. And Frost is one of these 6 teams here that have never played a tournament outside of their own home continent. Now, sure, they're starting out 2-0. They're doing some great work so far. But CLG have been in this kind of situation. If you want to go back to WCG 2010, they lost that first game against SK and then went back and 2-0 to clean it out with some good picks and bans. This could be the same situation for CLG. They can absolutely bring this out.
All right, guys, enough of that. We may be right in it, but we're going to find out for ourselves. It's time for more League of Legends action, so let's head into Champion Select with our 2 teams.
All right, we can see what they're opening up for right here. Right now, the Orianna being banned away from CLG. The Evelyn as well. This is the second time that Azubu Frost has banned out Eve here. They really do not like that champion wreaking havoc among their ranks. Shen and Skarner. I know, CLG is going for triple teleport promote again, guys. They've dropped out 2 heavy initiators in Shen and Skarner. That last ban, $5 is Malphite. Call
All right,
right
so
now.
we're going to see Alistar there. Freak calling out the Malphite, the heavy initiation to stop that strategy of the teleport promote strat. We'll have to see if they can do it or if it's going to be just a pick that's going to allow themselves to get something else that they want to trick Azubu Frost into. Now we do know Azubu Frost, Shy having an amazing game just against SK, and we're going to have to see if he can do that again. They do drop out Ezreal, and Woong is going to be quite sad about that one.
No, that does still leave some initiators open, though. Azubu Frost, they've got a lot of options open. Right now, they're looking at that Vladimir first pick. This is a team that will run double AP, so that Vlad could be the mid lane like we saw in the first game. He could be up in the top lane as well. There's a lot of still options available here to Azubu Frost, but you know, we've seen a lot of different options. We've seen guys go for first pick on AD carries when it's Ezreal. We've seen first pick on support. We've seen a lot of different options available here. Azubu Frost have a wealth of options really here. A lot of the initiators are gone, but again, there's still champions like Malphite available. There's still, you know, actually with Orianna gone, you can't really use Shyvana as a major initiator either. A lot of those major initiation combos are kind of dropped off the map. They have to consider that there's a much narrower pool here of initiating tanks, of fight starting. They're going to have to pick themselves very safely around this. They're going to open up with Maokai, which is a very good opening pick. It's a jungler. He's going to have really good gank presence. His jungle clears are pretty fast as well. He's going to be putting on a lot of pressure. Another great thing about Maokai is he's very team fight centric. His ultimate will make all the allies around him take reduced damage. So if you get into 5-on-5s, it's going to be really hard for the opponents to shut you down.
So whether it was the combination of seeing Orianna in the game, they're going to put that one out. But however, Voyboy's Olaf is left in the game as well, and they're going to take out Lulu for Chauster.
So that is his, I think, 3rd game in a row now onto Lulu. We keep seeing her picked up there as that primary support for Chauster. Voyboy finally getting on his comfortable Olaf top. That's going to be good for him. Olaf has a lot of really, really great magic. He's one of the few that can stand up to Jace and perform well. He just has a lot of great moves available. He can dive in and crush down an attack damage carry or anyone squishy in the back line, or he can hold the front, be a big beefy tank, and just absorb all the initiation. And there's a great combo here because they've got Lulu on that team. She is the one support you pick. Now, you can pick Janna as like a support the squishies and use Monsoon to keep your squishies alive. Lulu's really the support a tank support, where you put that wild growth there, you're going to kind of knock everything up around him and slow enemies around that initiator. You can put help picks down and throw on glitter lance and kind of crowd control everyone around. Lulu is there to be comboed with Olaf. He's going to be diving in and crushing someone in the back line.
It's going to be huge, and we do see that Sona down bottom, so there is going to be a little bit of harassment poke there, but still a safe, sustaining lane, and the Jax pickup as well, which was about to be their first pick, but they went with that support utility in the jungle.
Yeah, I like that idea in general, because when you pick a top laner early on, you open yourself up to getting counter-picked, and that's kind of a weakness where the opponent's like, oh, okay, you're Olaf, cool, we'll go Jax. If they had picked Jax first, maybe CLG would have chosen a different top laner there. Now they're going back to relying on Shy's Jax. We saw him carry that game 1 out against Invictus, in a very, very narrow victory. So that's going to work out pretty well. The Sona in there for a support can work with almost anything down in that bottom lane. So you're going to see some pretty good pressure from Azubu Frost all over the map.
And that's maybe a little bit of a better choice as a Mundo with an Olaf running around as well with Ragnarok on, but it's going to be that Mundo into double lift with his Graves.
So you've got a big front line for Counter Logic game. You can hear the crowd in the background as Azubu Frost kind of chooses their picks here, what exactly is going to go in. But with Mundo and Olaf in the front line and Lulu to back that up, there is a big beef wall there that's going to be very hard to break through. Graves just behind there as well is going to be putting out a lot of damage. It'll be really hard to get to him. I think if they don't have another diver to go along with Jax, Graves is going to be safe the entire time in the back line. Jax can't dive in 1v5 like Olaf can. So this is a little bit scary for Azubu Frost, depending on what they pick up here, that they're not going to be able to shut down double lift or whatever big fat LP picks up for the mage pick. That's going to be a bit of a risk.
And Freak, we do see Corky being picked up with Karthus actually switching back to Misfortune here. And I believe they did that for so much area of effect now from these ultimates.
This is the one thing that I've heard described for Azubu Frost. They're a team with strength in so many places, it's hard to pin them down. We pin CLG as a team that brings out crazy strategies. SK and Invictus are the aggressive teams. They've got these very harsh focuses. Azubu Frost, their only real focus you can really pick out about them is that they love area of effect and these team compositions that actually work as major groups. So now you look at the combo there. You've got Rapid Star there on Karthus, Woong there on Misfortune, Mad Life on Sona. So Crescendo's going to set up so much area of effect damage. And then on the back of that all, Shai is still running in there as Jax. And now if you're CLG, you don't really know quite what to focus. But it looks like what CLG is going for here is actually not that 3 teleport promote after all, but maybe much more similar to that first game where they pick up that Cassiopeia, that disengage mage where, the Petrifying Gaze ultimate, it'll stun you if you're facing her. So if you're running into CLG, she pops the ultimate out, stuns everyone, says, hold on, step back. Great wave clear, great overall at stopping the aggressive plays. And honestly, if CLG can keep themselves from fighting in a 5-on-5 engagement, which is all Azubu Frost wants to do is fight 5-on-5, if CLG can stop those, they've got a really good split push composition. Olaf can solo anyone. Mundo's going to get too tanky for anyone. Cassiopeia is a great duelist overall, and don't even get me started on double if getting fed on Graves. That's a scary place to be if you're Azubu Frost.
And Freak, both teams have played great all day. Azubu Frost 2-0, and if you want to see them come out on top, let me hear you for Azubu Frost.
All right, and if you're a fan of the North American team, Counter Logic Gaming, let me hear you give it up for CLG.
All right, guys, we are into the game. Counter Logic Gaming, your purple team, that blue team coming in as, well, I guess they'd be the red team as well. The blue team coming in as Azubu Frost, and it looks like these guys are going to just keep themselves in their jungle for this first bit. Looks like Counter Logic may play that Fog of War game here.
Yeah, they're going to start setting up to see what their level 1 engagements are. We saw at the beginning of Azubu Frost playing defensively, kind of scouting out all the initial engagements, whereas CLG is more, they might be going for something a little bit more crazy. You can see them actually grouped up here at the bottom half of the map. They might go for something right now.
Wards have been being placed down. Starting to move closer. Chouster put that one right over the edge, so they would have vision of anybody waiting to stop the golem push there. Blue team can grab those golems and surprise level 2 in lane and become very aggressive. Now they're denying out the jungler here somewhat. They're hiding in the camps, making sure not to move too fast. You can see them all staying pretty much, if you will, at a line of scrimmage. They're not going one by one. Power in numbers here.
Oh man, they just got spotted on that jungle invade. They tried to get around that brush and not get seen, but they got pinged out. So Woong knows exactly where CLG are. There's a ton of ward coverage for Counter Logic Gaming. You can kind of see they've got that tri-brush warded and 2 of those spots around the lizard buff. They've run a single teleport, so Voyboy might come through and try to jack something in the jungle. They are actually still waiting around, looking for something a little bit cheeky. We'll see if they can get some kind of kills out of nowhere.
Cass returning back to the jungle to grab, or help rather with Blue and get a pull on that. Looks like Counter Logic will stay here. Woong coming up, still knows they're there. You can see how cautious he was about that. Did not just run to start firing off on them. And they're going to push down the first wave. This is going to deny so much experience. Now, Double Lift isn't grabbing this as well, but all of those minions are just going to start going into the turret. And Woong actually may be able to grab this. That timing seems a little bit off.
Well, they're going to force Misfortune to defend at her turret, but they're going to immediately go for more pressure. All that ward coverage means they get to go for a 3v1 at Lizard. If Azubu Frost wants to stop them, they give up a full minion wave worth of golden experience. They don't want to do that. Meanwhile, they've sent Voyboy down to clear out the jungle, get level 2, grab a golem buff, and then teleport up top for a 1v1 with a buff advantage. This is a really, really good opening for CLG.
Oh, Wound getting hit up quite hard here, and he is going to be pushed out of that for a second. Now, Freak, if to look into our little bit of a featured matchup for this is going to be Chowster and Madlife in the bottom, just a battle of the strategies.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting overall. Chowster, that main theory captain for the team, really setting up a lot of these strats. You know, he had a hand in what just happened right here with those buff steals, and that's a big deal. On the other side of it, you've got Madlife, who's a great support player, but if you heard Double It earlier, he said their bot lane is easy mode.
Oh, we do see Cloud Templar getting poked out, and this is a very big detrimental effect for Maokai if he is in the jungle, and he is getting hurt. The Ignite goes down. Big Bad LP, first blood.
That is the kind of opening that CLG wanted. Making a lot of moves, and actually Voyboy again in fights with Shy, and with the extra experience advantage, that's going to be a really, really good lane for him.
That blue buff is going to help out so much. Just throw down the reckless swing. The true damage cannot be stopped by that Jax dodge, and he's just going to be able to push him back to his turret. Mundo waiting off the wing. They're giving him pings, saying this would be a great time for a counterattack if we could really put it on. However, we are seeing Cloud Templar coming back in a little bit slow. Voyboy taking a loss in the damage trade here, and he puts himself on the wrong side. A little extra damage he did not want there. Hotshot GG coming on the back. Shy doesn't have much to jump to here. It may be another kill. The undertow throw just short, but he picks it up again. He misses the undertow, but it's all up to Hotshot. All by himself with a quick assist to Voyboy.
That's when you combine crowd control with more crowd control. Voyboy on that Olaf, landing undertow just enough to slow his opponent down. Shy, finding that rare aggression, actually got kind of burned for it. He went in there, went for that fight onto Voyboy, using the Counter-Strike cooldown in order to deal more damage, and it simply got burned in the end. Hotshot came up. There was no ward coverage. He had no way of knowing the jungler was about to show up. A great game, great foresight there by Hotshot. That's a really, still, again, a great opening for CLG.
Bottom lane getting pushed out. You can see both teams are a little bit hurt. The AD carry is more healthy than the supports, and as we said before, the supports can win the lane better than just the AD carries right-clicking each other, and that's really our featured matchup. Chowster and Madlife. We'll see what they can provide to this game in that bottom lane action. 5 minutes into the game, 2-0 in favor of CLG, so it looks like they have overcome that early aggression.
And this is going to be, I think this pace needs to be kept here by Counter Logic, that they have to realize they are against a brutal late-game team composition. Karthus and Jax especially will scale so much harder than Olaf and Cassiopeia will. Those lanes will become worse and worse for CLG as the game goes on. They need to keep that pressure going. They need to keep picking up those kills and keep putting on the damage.
Wow, a burst shot, at least 500 HP taken off of Double Lift there, and that's the poke from Sona. It may not be a super aggressive kill lane, but they are going to get that poke damage in. Shy trying to win the damage trade here as they both chug down the potions, and it looks like they just returned to farming after a quick battle out.
Yeah, they're really cooldown based, both these champions. Before they get any major items, they're mostly about doing damage.
Big Fat in mid, the exhaust is down, and he does go! The transfer over from the blue buff going to Rapid Star. Very good aggression there. You know, Cloud Templar needs to make things happen for himself because of that early misgank, or invade rather, but they did it well there.
That was absolutely correct. Those junglers, really, the emphasis for these games. Those first kills, all of them, actually every single kill so far has come from the hands of the junglers showing up.
Voyboy again, but he's in front of his turret here, trying to drag Shy into the turret. Shy kind of jumping out of position with his name. Usually that's his play, but right now he feels very confident in this tournament. Azubu has played very strong, now 2-0, and Shy has really upped his game. We saw it last game with Zinch, now with Jax against that very, very good Voyboy Olaf.
And we're seeing just constant pressure, actually all these lanes really getting into fights all the time. These junglers are going to be highly stressed, and they're going to have to keep roaming around the map, getting to these fights in time. When every lane is aggressing, you never know where to go, and especially as they get closer to level 6, there's going to be even more burst available. Right now that Karthus is 6, there's an advantage on the map for Azubu Frost. They can set something up for Karthus to pick up a kill with Requiem.
Chowster doing as much damage as he can, every chance that he can. You can see Madlife just trying to get power chords in and then move out of the fight, having enough mana to sustain. The buckshot will push. His Double Lift returns to buy. Looks like he has about 962 gold, so he'll definitely get some Dorans under his belt there too, in fact, and he will return to lane much, much stronger. Now, if we don't see, yes, they're going back now, Wound, that lane would become very difficult, especially if they weren't there with the minions. So doing this in timing very well with the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. When you're ever in a lane against an opponent, you've got to realize that picking up a kill or picking up a bunch of minions doesn't mean anything until you spend that gold. I've seen so many times where a player will pick up first blood, then stay in lane with no potions, and end up losing the lane again because their opponent came back with full health, mana, cooldowns, and like an extra cloth armor. These players are constantly aware of the fact that when their opponents go back to base, they're going to show back up with more items, and you on your own side have to make sure that you don't get spurned by that and start losing out in items basically because they bought and you didn't.
So usually you see Olaf go for either, Undertow or Reckless Swing, but he has put 2 now in Undertow and 2 in Reckless Swing. Is he just looking for consistent damage?
He's basically trying to hedge his bets and make sure everything's going to be pretty strong. Both his abilities get a lot more efficient as points go in. The 1 point in Vicious Strikes just kind of makes sure he has some health sustain with that lifesteal there, and that's going to be really useful. But splitting the points is actually really, really smart. It gives him a mix of wave clearing and trade damage that's just going to work out overall in that lane.
We have Hachi GG milling down to the jungle already with an 8-minute Oracles on himself. CLG always getting that very fast map control to help them in the early part of the game so they can find the late somewhat. And Boy backing off here. Nope, throwing a little bit more aggression down as the potions continue to go out. Hotshot still in that bottom lane as they mill about. He hits Mad Light with a cleaver. There's going to be some damage. The force flash there. Very nice and pure shots onto Hotshot. He can't get the heals on. He may go down from this, but it looks like he's going to make it out. The ultimate goes off, and they're all just out of range. Cloud Templar taking a turret shot, and he's just a little too late on the game. Great aggression for Zulu Frost, though.
Just a phenomenal fight, but Big Fat's not in a good place in the mid lane. Rapid Star and Shy trying to jump onto him.
So much aggression in every lane right now. They do get the jump onto him. Petrifying Gaze goes to Karthus, and he jumps over the wall, but he gets double splashed on. Big Fat LP will surely go down in the fight. The Ping's still going down bottom lane. Mad Life absolutely obliterated. He goes down as Sona. Boy on the chase, but with very low mana, getting himself in quite a sticky situation. Cloud Templar will not go down, and now it's Jax, the duelist, to clean up the fight. Shy coming in and doing exactly the opposite. Will he have enough for another leap? The blue buff for the cooldown, and he gets polymorphed right before the turret. Looks like they will still aggress here, Freak. Rapid Star is coming in. Can the wall of pain go down? The flashes are down. Jumps in. Double it will fall, and Lulu goes down as well. They pick up overall 4 kills.
What a great turn of events there. Rapid Star, you normally don't see it on Karthus. If you look at Froghead, for example, he'll sit in lane and farm raids and be like, yeah, you get Requiem, think about Karthus some more. Rapid Star here, again, living up to his name, making these plays. Those last 2 kills were a result of him showing up and getting that wall down.
Oh man, they are going to go hard for this Freak. That is the Oracles, and that is the Oracles down. 8 minutes into the game, Hotshot with no gold generation item.
That is a scary situation. Getting an early Oracles like that is a bit of a gambit. You're trying to rely on that ward sweeping to set up ganks for you, and Hotshot was moving around into these fights. He was very present for the last few minutes, but the problem was that they ran out of steam, everyone dropped off the map, and they didn't have any ward coverage anymore. He walked into 4 champions out of nowhere.
Now slowing them down a little bit with that fight. Hotshot always saying that he doesn't pay enough attention and focus to his camps. Now he's only 9 behind right now, and his lane presence is very good. Losing that Oracle will definitely set him back. 6-3 now as the Zubu Frost completely turns the tide of this game, being down 2-1. And now it is 13,700 gold to 12,400. They have a lead in every aspect right now, and they're looking to hold this. Dragon just being grabbed as we saw Hotshot GG go down in the attempt to smite it out. But Zubu Frost is really controlling the map right now.
Yeah, ultimately they've not capitalized these kills on any major objectives. Even though Hotshot did go down, he bought enough time with the rest of his team showing up that Dragon had to be avoided there. They've gotten node turrets as well off of this, so even though you're seeing a 3-kill lead and a couple of minions here and there on the advantage, it's still only a 1,000 gold difference.
Crescendo just reaching at max range, and the global Requiem going to go down. Great kill and assistance from all the team of Zubu Frost.
And that's just the corner of Crescendo just landing onto double his little shin right there and making that fight happen. Requiem, the gank from the jungler as well. That is teamwork right there, just making these fights happen over and over again.
Jax going for that tanky sustain build. The Triforce first is going to help him. Petrifying Gaze goes off. The Wall of Pain did hit. Karthus could retrade the damage here. Standing right in Defile. Big Fat has to separate himself from Karthus here. He does a great job. The Cloud Templar just on the outside. But again, aggression top lane. Shy, not even looking behind his shoulder. Oh, Hotshot gets out. The help is there. They break it back and forth. Oh my God! Big Fat makes it out alive. Amazing play from Shy.
That counter-strike just came back in time. Hotshot landed the cleaver, tried to walk back in. He knew his health bar was super low, and he just didn't estimate that counter strike to get up just that second. Damage there, the dodge keeps him alive. Oh wow, that was a second away from a double kill versus a death.
We got to change his name to Not So Shy. This is absolutely ridiculous. Coming into this tournament, all of our notes just say he's very laid back. We're actually going to see a replay of this and just show you how wrong that really is.
Yeah, we had two fights at the same time as well, that top fight and that mid. Let's see exactly what went down. Replay starts off, Muno jumps in there, getting kind of chased away, but look at that slow, the undertow so perfect right there, and he starts belting out damage, but watch it, Hotshot walks back in, and he wasn't ready for it. The dodging is too good, the counterattack damage really, really high. Just excellent, excellent play by Shy.
And he was just totally vamping up on these items now, and he actually got himself 2 wards. He knows he's happy in lane. He just said, I took on Olaf and Mundo by myself. These 2 wards are going to keep me in lane forever. And we can just see how much control Zubufrost has over everything right now. A good attack there, gives them blue buff still. They're going for the attacks on a Hotshot, but not enough from double up. And they just control the map. CLG can't even enter their own jungle.
The good thing was, though, they at least did get that golem up. Right. Really, really good coordination there. As the poison was down, Hotshot smote right before that poison ticked and still gave Big Fat the blue buff. Now, yes, they were forced out of lane, and even though you don't need a kill to do it, forcing your opponents off the map will give you enough map to be able to take things like Dragon or like a turret. You can see they've got one of each now as Zubufrost, so they finally started to capitalize these kills into objectives that snowball the game forward. You can't just rely on getting kills, you've got to get something after that. Well, Shy's got all the kills, his team's got all the objectives, and they are pushing this game forward the right way.
So how do you feel about these mid builds? We have the Rod of Ages going against the Haunting Guides. Not as much health is going to come from that as you enter into the game, but still both of these champions' main objective is to face each other and fight.
This makes a lot of sense really on both sides. That Karthus wants to survive early aggression and just get to the late game. So by grabbing a Rod of Ages, you've got a lot of sustain there. You've got some extra health to survive duels, and it lets him go for that Death Cap and the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Void Staff and everything else to scale into late game. What Big Fat's going for, and he actually did it really well so far, is he wants to duel his opponent. He wants to try to shut down Rapid Star over and over. By getting early magic penetration, he makes sure that he's dealing full damage to his opponent. He'll get ability power and more durability later. He's trying to shut down specific frail opposition, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. We just saw at the same time that Mundo, gave the double kill to Jax, he actually got into a duel with Karthus and came out completely clean from it. So, right now it's on Big Fat LP to shut down Rapid Star, and CLG as a whole needs to find something to shut down Shy.
A lot of pings going down, and Counterlogic Gaming moves through the North River here. Kind of just milling about. Big Fat with that blue buff, getting harassed out by Wound, trying to miasma down the minions and keep them out. Cloud Templar buying that 15-minute Oracle. We have not seen it come back on Hotshot yet. That money is still trying to be regrouped. He does have the Heart of Gold to get that money back, as he's not getting killed. It will help him out a little bit. And it looks, Freak, like they try to sneak this one out. We've seen this happen from teams lately.
Wow, and it's right after 15 minutes. This is dangerous.